what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes. You're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. You're the sea.
Meow. Hey everybody, how's it going? Oh my god, I hit that perfectly this time. I hit that perfectly. We've got a lot to cover today. Something I've been meaning to get to for a while. I kind of noticed something about the debate bros in general and Xanderhal in specific, right? He's been talking more and more about Gamergate, kind of presenting himself as some kind of edgy boy messiah savior from the new Gamergate, because he understands, he knows the history, he knows what the old Gamergate was about, right? And it turns out that the people responsible for Gamergate, it's going to surprise the hell out of you, right? I know you think I'm going to say the Gamergaters, right? Obvious answer. No, it's the victims. The victims caused Gamergate. That's what Xanderhal unironically thinks. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Just wait till we get to this, okay? Wait till we get to this. This is where Xanderhal places the blame for Gamergate, right? The victims of the Gamergate, agenda are the left. It made leftism look bad. And the perpetrators are people like Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe. Like, I don't know how else to interpret what he said, all right? I'm getting to the content before we get to the content, but that is the content that I've got for you, right? Mask off. Mask off. And this tells us something else about the debate bros in general, right? I said, Xanderhal in specific, he's the one that talks about Gamergate a lot, but it just snapped in my mind. And I was like, oh my God, okay, so obviously they have a really bad track record when it comes to, talking about racism. They're very willing to go with the right-wing narrative of, well, the real racism is the racism against white people, and they're really willing to try to sell reverse racism as a real concern, and that works because right, if most of your audience is white, what are they going to be more worried about, right? They're going to be more worried about being called racist, or that maybe some people might somehow look down on them, give their opinions less credence because they're white, right? The same thing is true, maybe in a greater scope, maybe at a greater scale about feminism, right? You never really hear them talk about feminism. These are leftist leaders, leftist thought leaders, supposedly, right? But it really doesn't seem like it. It really does not seem like it. Here, I'm gonna spam you with that link so you can help me boost the tweet for today, the stream announcement. It's a doozy, right? I'm tying together the concepts of Gamergate with what's going on in Florida, what's going on at CPAC, right? The agenda, the anti-trans agenda. And there really is there really is a common thread here. And that common thread is the attacking a marginalized group while saying that you're attacking an ism, right? You're not attacking women. Oh my God, thank you, Zara. That's exactly, you got there before I did. Wow, I didn't even see that. Okay, so yeah, we're not attacking women in Gamergate, right? We're attacking feminism and how feminism has gotten into gaming, and it doesn't matter. It shouldn't be there. It doesn't belong there, right? Because feminism is making our games woke, right? Feminism is political. And when you bring feminism in, you're making the games political, and games should be fun. Games should not be political, right? Gaming is about gaming. And anytime you make it political, that's a problem. Now, obviously, these people have politics too. And obviously, the whole enterprise of Gamergate was to make gaming political. And the politics of Gamergate were anti-women. But they were able to kind of sell this as being like, we're not anti-women, we're anti-feminism. With a feminist agenda. Do you understand? Like, if you're a woman, you're getting like all these advantages in terms of getting your games made, in terms of being represented in journalism, even though we know that women don't really game. So like, should they really be games journalists, right? This is what ethics in gaming journalism was all about, right? And like, I don't think Xanderhal knows this. All right, so let me like, all right, I already came out like with the really like what might be seen as a very explosive accusation, right? And it might sound like I'm saying Xanderhal knows that his viewpoint supports Gamergate. I don't think he does, right? I don't think he gets it. I don't think Xanderhal's really that with it, which is why Xanderhal as a thought leader for the left is a weird and bad idea, right? And it is thanks to Vosh for kind of Vosh needed somebody to always agree with him, and Xanderhal was right there, right? Xanderhal tried to make his way as a leftist content creator, saying I almost fell down the alt-right pipeline and I pulled myself up, and you can too. And people were like, yeah, we want to see people pull themselves out of the pipeline. That pipeline is pretty dangerous looking. Xanderhal, good job, pat him on the back, right? But he didn't have much else to say. And so his channel stopped growing. He had one banger video, right off the gate, one banger video that fit the narrative that honestly, like the New York Times, like everybody was covering this narrative, right? So Xanderhal, kind of does what I do with hashtags, right? When I make a tweet, which you can go and interact with my tweet right now, you can boost that tweet, you can juice that tweet, you can help us blast off, right? Xanderhal was looking for what is a big media narrative, and yeah, indeed, the whole right-wing pipeline, the whole alt-right pipeline was what was being talked about at the time. And so he made a video saying, I have experienced this. And, to a greater or lesser extent, he did, right? He was around the post-Gamergate atmosphere, right? The way that people like Steve Bannon had politicized gaming, had cultivated that identity group, and were using it for their own, for their own enrichment and to boost, candidates like Trump, right? Xanderhal really was there, right? And he really did maybe unknowingly kind of get sucked into like the, sort of like the SG. He wasn't like a hardcore Pepe, right? He wasn't like a groiper or anything. He wasn't groped up, like, right, he wasn't quite that far down the pipeline, right? But he talks about stuff like, anti-SJW videos, anti-feminist videos, stuff like that sort of like, appealed to him. The problem is, like, he never unpacked this shit, right? And he still has like a profoundly anti-feminist, and I hate to break it to you, bud, but this is anti-women, right? It's not just feminism you have a problem with. It's women. And in a lot of ways, let me give him some credit. He kind of got sucked in. That was in the air that he breathed. That was in the food that he ate. That was all around him, right? But because of being partners in crime with people like Vosh, right? Rather than Xanderhal, I don't know, go into another community like can you imagine Xanderhal hanging out with non-compete? I mean, this is a different timeline, right? But maybe if Xanderhal had hung out with better people, maybe if he'd done content with better people early on, he wouldn't have been like this. He would have been encouraged to unpack that stuff and see it for what it is, and see that, like, yeah, it's not really the victims that are to blame, Xanderhal. The victims were the victims. And, as much as this has ramifications on the left, right? We shouldn't be centering, like, we, the left, should not be centering ourselves and any kind of, you shouldn't be centering yourself in marginalized people's movements. There's a temptation to do that. It kind of happens without thinking. So again, I'm not blaming, like conscious ill intent on Xanderhal or anybody else, right? But without unpacking what is implicit, right? What we grew up with, what we got sort of indoctrinated with without like, really looking at that, right? In the way that you would be forced to in a community that was centered around actual leftists, right? I hate to bring it back to like non-compete and Luna are the only leftists or something like that. But like, that's just an example of the kind of community, of the kind of, groups that Xanderhal could have gotten involved with that would have maybe encouraged more reflection. Maybe not. Maybe he would have just acted in complete fragility and be like, you think I've got implicit bias? You think I'm misogynist? No, I'm not one of those Trumpies. Yeah, no, we know you're not a Trumpy, right? But like, I mean, this is what happened. This is our timeline that we have to deal with. Unfortunately, we cannot everything everywhere all at once ourselves into the Ratatouille timeline where everybody's controlled by a raccoon on their head, or the hot dog finger timeline where everybody has hot dogs for fingers. I mean, that could be pretty cool. No, we're stuck in this timeline right for now. And if we want to kind of change, we can't change the past. Maybe we can change the future, and that's what I'm here for. I hope that's what you're here for too. Anyway, that's my intro. How's Ratatouille? Am I saying it right? Okay, Ratatouille. Yeah. Anyway, that's how I remember that movie. Right? It was a raccoon on the people's heads. Helping them cook better. That's what happens. That's why chefs wear that big tall hat, right? Is to hide the raccoon that is actually the culinary genius behind all these supposed culinary geniuses of the world. That makes you giggles. It's really an awesome movie. If you have not seen it already, you should, right? It's worth a watch, right? I don't watch very many movies. I don't know if you know this about me, chat, but when I am not on stream, I like to be moving. I like to be dancing. I like to be, kickboxing. I like to be doing like active things. So like sitting down for a movie is something that like my friends really have to kind of twist my arm to get me to do. And luckily one of my friends did that. And I got to see Everything Everywhere All at Once, which really good movie. Like people compare it to like Rick and Morty. I think it's better than Rick and Morty. I mean, obviously it's not a series, but it could be. Oh my God. Can you imagine if it was a series instead? Oh my God. I'm trying to get my coffee. I'm moving way too close to the mic though. Oh my God, here we have our void coffee. Oh, speaking of which, emotes, right? I changed some of the emotes around, right? So you're gonna maybe have access to some different emotes now and not have access to some others. Don't worry, those, none of the emotes went away, right? Some of the emotes now are like behind, like you have to, they're like bits. Yeah, there we go, Joke Scold. See that, I think that's I think that shows, is that like the tier 1 sub? I don't remember, but like some of them you have to have like a sub, some of them you have to have given a certain amount of bits, right? I'm trying to make something worthwhile for people to pursue any path of like making my life easier, helping me pay for my void coffee, right? The spicy take and the hot mic, right? Hot mic chick did nothing wrong, right? It's because like, oh my God, do I have to explain the history behind that? Obviously spicy take, right? Is anytime you say something that people are like, oh my God, like when Polly said that Trump voters are racist, right? Apparently that was a spicy take. Doesn't seem spicy to me, but spicy to other people. The hot mic came from like, all the times, like I told you, when I raid into somebody, right? The stream isn't over. It feels over. Like I have ADD, right? So I raid out, I talk to the person that I raided into, and I kind of feel like I'm done, but no, I am not done, right? My stream is still streaming, right? And sometimes after my stream was still streaming, like the mic would get left on, right? And so, people would, oh, we got the nocommentchick, like, secret leaks here, the hot mic, what's she going to say this time? And they've done like shows, like our Relevant did a whole drama stream on like, I got the nocommentchick hot mic. Let's see what she says. And he listens to it. And it's like the same thing I always say. So based hot mic chick. That's the history behind that. Anyway, we're not here like I said, we're not here to talk about the past. We are here to talk about the future, and hopefully we will have a future. But there's a lot we got to do first, right? There's a lot we got to do to even have a future at this point. We're in a really bad political situation in the United States of America, right? So we know about Ron DeSantis to a greater or lesser extent, right? We know that Ron DeSantis has been demagoguing against trans people, against LGBTQ people, against critical race theory, which, you know, they'll say critical race theory. What they actually mean is like American history, is actual knowledge about like the history of this country. They want to sweep it away. They want to wipe it away, right? They don't want you to know, they don't want your kids to know the history of this country, because knowing that history of this country might put us on a different trajectory, has put us on a different trajectory, you know, shows us not just that we had problems in the past, but that some of those problems, a lot of those problems are still with us. And if we don't do anything about it, history doesn't just change by itself like the Democratic Party would have you believe. You know, we're just on the path to, you know, a better history. It's all progressive. It's all moving forward. And if you just let us handle it and don't, you know, try to disrupt anything, you know, we'll get there. Right? Bullshit. We will not get there. You know, we didn't make any of the achievements, any of the strides forward that happened in the past, happened through people putting themselves on the line, right? And sometimes, you know, much to their detriment, right? And they want to wipe that all away. They want the next generation to think that, well, racism is a problem that is already solved, so let's just not talk about it. Let's just not talk about it. Let's just tell you somewhere in the 60s, Martin Luther King abolished racism. Martin Luther King and Lyndon B. Johnson shook hands on that, and racism was abolished. That's what they want you to think, right? That is the DeSantis agenda. And it's worse than that, chat. It is so bad. Like, Ron DeSantis is a shit show. And it feels kind of like Trump. If you remember the Trump 2016 election, some of the reason that people didn't really know how bad Trump was because Trump was excessively bad, right? There was always another story about Trump, you know, just being ridiculous in some way. And so like it would get kind of forgotten, you know, like what all Trump had done. Like you were on to the next thing. You were on to grab her by the pee, right? You know, you were on to like the next scandal, right? And Ron DeSantis is much the same. He's going after a small college in Florida, a small liberal arts college. He wants to use this college as like his model for how American education should be, and how any Republican governor out there can reach out and you know, take authoritarian control of one of the few institutions in their state that might be leading people forward, that might be providing insight, that might be making people aware of the systemic discrimination that so many people face, right? Whether we're talking about racism or we're talking about transphobia, homophobia, you know, whatever, wealth inequality, right? One of the few institutions in a lot of these red states where you can even talk about this stuff, where you can learn about this stuff, where there's a culture that is conducive to that, is colleges and universities. And Ron DeSantis is trying to take that away and trying to show other red state governors how to do the same thing. So we got Ron DeSantis in Florida. Oh yeah, he's going to abolish. Okay, I shit you not, right? Republicans in Florida introduced a bill to make the Democratic Party illegal. And it's kind of funny how they did it, right? It's kind of, well, we'll look into that, right? We'll look into like, you know, what their angle is on that, because it would be funny if it wasn't like, you know, a real thing. You know, I would love to tell you that this is a fringe thing. This will never actually happen. It sounds like a fringe thing. It sounds like one state legislator got a bug up his butt and decided that he was gonna, you know, put forward this ridiculous bill, and then nobody's gonna vote for it. But holy shit, every time we say that Florida is not gonna do X, Florida goes ahead and does, you know, whatever that is, right? So, you know, it is definitely something that we have to look at. Also, speaking of Republicans, the CPAC convention went down recently. There's a lot to take a look at in terms of that, including one Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire. So, you know, Daily Wire is well known for like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh. Who else is at the Daily Wire? There's other big people too, right? But Michael Knowles is one of these guys that's kind of like, you know, not as prominent. People don't talk about Michael Knowles the way that they talk about Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh, right? And so Michael Knowles wanted his moment in the sun, and now he has got it. He is talking about eradicating transgenderism. And here we tie back into the Gamergate thing again, right? Some of the ways that they sold this like harassment campaign, which is really, you know, at the base of things, what Gamergate was, and a harassment intimidation campaign against women to keep women out of the games industry, to keep women from having any effect on. I don't want to feed into the. I don't want to go full video games equal literature thing, right? Have you heard that before? Video games as literature. They're not quite there yet, right? You know, they're not quite there yet, but there is something. They are culture. They are cultural products. They are cultural products that a lot of people, especially young people, spend a lot of time with, and thus they are influential in the formation of, you know, our cultural perspective growing up, right? So, you know, I mean, this is part of why Bannon politicized video games, and then, you know, Gamergate accused women of politicizing video games, right? Any woman that had a position as a journalist, any woman who had a position as in you know, gaming development or anything like that was seen as a danger, right? When especially women who tried to put something into that might change and alter the perspective of your average gamer. Because yeah, this demographic for a long time, not forever, okay, not since time immemorial, right, has skewed male, right? And as such, the people in that demographic, they claim an identity. They claim like an ownership over the culture. And when they see somebody trying to take the culture in a different direction, well, they feel like their culture is being taken away from them. But it never was their culture to begin with, right? If you look back to the early, you know, development of video games, it wasn't like that. Things really have changed. And there's no real logic to the fact that video games are marketed so heavily to that one single demographic. So yeah, I mean, like just like Michael Knowles he doesn't want to attack trans people and say we will abolish trans people, right? Because that then, you know, it's like mask off. You know, people see exactly what he's doing. He's saying transgenderism. So like, and by which he means like the idea that trans people are valid, that we are, you know, that we deserve to have rights. That's transgenderism. So by attacking transgenderism instead of trans people, he seems less horrible than he actually is. But it's pretty clear what he's actually doing. So yeah, let's get into the content. How is everybody? Meow meow. YouTube chat, wake the fuck up. Oh yeah, did you I feel like there's some other stuff that we need to cover too that I haven't been covering. Vamps, are you in chat? We were trying to figure out, there's a quote there's a quote attributed to Jordan Peterson, and we're not sure if it's real or not, right? It sounds like something Jordan Peterson would say, but I don't want to make the claim that Jordan Peterson said this thing unless we know for sure that it was him and not like an AI voice or something like that, right? It was something that about the myth of the female orgasm, right? And the idea that Jordan Peterson thought that that female orgasms aren't real, and that women just kind of like put up with sex, right? And I mean, if that's true, that's a huge self-report. That's a huge self-report, and I feel sorry for his wife. Transgenderism isn't a thing. Yeah, that's right. Look, transgenderism isn't a thing. It's a reframing of trans rights in a way that turns it political when it's not political. I mean, it's not political in the sense that it's up for debate, right? Any more than you know, anyone else's right to exist is, right? When they turn it into a transgenderism and say this is the subject of debate, yes transgenderism, no transgenderism, it makes it a lot easier for them to deny the rights of trans people and up to and including trans people's right to exist. I said in the tweet, in public spaces, but I would also, you know, feel comfortable with saying that without the public spaces on it, right? That's their first goal, right? But in actuality, when you listen, and you'll hear this with Michael Knowles, I don't think he wants trans people to exist. So anyway, let us dive in to Xanderhal's Gamergate, because he's been talking about this a lot, and like it's been, you know, I've been curious what his angle was, and the more he talks about it, the more you see the victim blaming nature of this whole discourse that he started, right? He wants to see the resurgence of conservatism, which I don't know. It's a weird thing to say, right? We've just been through a Trump administration. And then another election that was way closer than it should have been, right? Are we really in a resurgence of conservatism? And I feel like if we are, the people to blame aren't trans people, right? Which is kind of who Xanderhal seems to be seeing as the culprit. Trans people, woke scolds, people on the left, you know, anyone who's inconvenient to him, that's whose fault the resurgence of conservatism is. I think it's loser leftists like Vosh and Xanderhal. Not that I am trying to say that the debate bros, who, like, let's remember, you know, Xanderhal, you're talking about under 100,000 subs on YouTube. Not a big channel at all. Vosh, not even 500,000. Update now and next. Yeah, let's do that. He always throws that thing. Wait. Got a few things I need to do in here. We're not doing in the kitchen. Well, I mean, I don't know. Are we doing in the kitchen? Did anybody see my kitchen segment? What's up, Globex? Thank you for noticing that now and next needs to be changed. That is very true. Did anybody have how many people in chat? Like, one, if you saw the kitchen segment where I cooked a delicious HelloFresh meal for myself and enjoyed it on stream. What's up, M Dragon? Good to see you. And next is... Should we do Michael Knowles yet, or... Let's stop off and do, Matt Walsh fighting with other chuds, because that's a kind of interesting story too. Hopefully we'll have time to get to all this. One, okay, so we've had a few people who saw it, a few people who missed it, right? And it's buried in a 12-hour VOD. It's buried in a 12-hour VOD. So maybe I'll do another, like I have another, like they give you 2 meals. They're a very basic package, right? Is 2, like, you know, the lowest level that you can buy, right? It's 2 meals, and each of those meals is 2 servings. So in other words, you could serve 2 people, or you could make yourself dinner and then have lunch for the next day or whatever, and you get 2 of those. So it's like, you know, 2 go rounds on that. So you know, technically 4 meals, if you can resist finishing the second half of what you cooked on the night you cook it. And that might be more dangerous, more difficult than you realize, right? I don't know. When I made that, like, I'm not used to cooking fancy like that. I'm used to cooking just really basic kind of stuff, and just having that delicious, wait, where is my... It's gotta be this one. Yeah, there it is. Oh, no, not that one. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is the food I had was more delicious than the food I am used to having. And I got hungry and ate the rest of it. That's not right. There it is. There it is. Okay, resurgence of conservatism with Xanderhal. And like the thumbnail, let's just rewind, or not rewind, reload this. Yeah, the thumbnail is gamer. Oh my god. Oh my god. You all, the woke scolds and the trans activists, they're gonna create Gamergate 2. They're gonna piss off Asmongold. They're gonna alienate the normies. They're asking too much. Oh my god, they're giving leftism a bad name. They need to shut the fuck up and let me do the talking. Yeah, Gamergate 2, here we go. Ow. Xanderhal, okay, I gotta stop making that joke. It's not funny. It's not that funny.
Washington State in just a few days, 2 days maybe, I think, away from today, and yeah, I'm just really excited, really nervous, but at the same time really excited. Me and Demon Mama are going to be road tripping across the country.
Oh my god, how quiet is he? Do I need to like boost him?
I am now, all the way up to
Xanderhal?
Just really.
Do I need to boost him? I feel like I need to boost him. I don't want to do anything that's boosting Xanderhal, but yeah, no, we're boosting his volume is what we're doing. Okay, so don't get upset. I'm gonna boost his volume. That's all. All right, so we can hear the lovely sound of the birds outside of Xanderhal's apartment. Anyway,
excited. It's gonna be awesome. It's a part of the country I've never seen before. This entire track.
That loud enough?
And we're gonna be vlogging it along the way. It's
feel like we need to be louder.
I hope you guys enjoy it. But with all that said, since I only have a couple days left here on this porch, I want to make a few more videos here, since it's really a unique thing that I've set up.
It's so quiet, isn't it?
I plan to set up something very similar.
He's taking the sex cult on the road. Oh no.
You know, it's just cool while we got it, you know? I also got the fire pit here. Anyway, that lengthy intro out of the way, let's get into the actual...
Oh yeah, that reminds me. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to smash that like button. It's really important. It really helps me out. It lets people know that this stream is going on. Otherwise, YouTube just buries it underneath a whole bunch of other trash like Xanderhal, and we don't want that to happen. So if you want more people to watch my shit and less people to watch Xanderhal's shit, smoosh that like button into the Xanderhal. Exactly. What's up, Fabio? Good to see you. Meow.
Topic of this video. I want to talk with you guys today about the culture of the internet.
We already have our first ad break. I feel like we did. I need to talk about that too.
Now, I don't know how long most of you...
You have Twitch Prime. You can hook that up. Get out of the ad breaks for free. If not, you can pay $5. It's just $5 to get out of the ad break for $5. And saving that, like, let's say you don't have a Prime and you don't have $5, just keep on talking in chat. And eventually somebody will see you and they will gift sub you a subby, and you'll have a little Persona 5 face by your name as well. Those are the 3 ways to get out of the ads. Sorry, I'll try to say that before the ad break next time.
You guys have been following me, or how long most of you have been following politics.
He does not know how to use his expensive equipment. I don't know. I mean, I think he's using his phone to record for some reason.
But if it's been for some time, then chances are you
Is this loud enough?
The experience of watching the internet change in terms of what side politically does it seem to have a bias in favor or against. You know, think back to Gamergate.
So let's remind everybody that part of YouTube's bias in favor of conservatives and conservatism, right, is the fact that they're getting money. There's this thing called AstroTurf, right? That means that, like, you know, like, so me, I'm just a person. One day I decided to do a video on Twitch, to do a stream on Twitch, right? And then shit just went, you know, kind of wild from there, right? That's me. Nobody gave me money. Nobody made my path easy, right? There's nobody like greasing the wheels of my, you know, attempt at a career on online content creation. However, for people, you know, that are more like Michael Knowles, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, you know, the Matt Walsh, you've got an infrastructure there. You've got people that are, the Daily Wire itself is buying ads from YouTube. So not only are they a client of YouTube in the sense that they are using YouTube to send their media message out and thus, you know, bring in money, they're also a patron of YouTube. And you got to understand that YouTube's going to treat, almost inherently, there's going to be a conflict of interest there, and YouTube is going to be likely to treat somebody like that different than they're going to treat somebody like me. Our understanding from the Steven Crowder the whole blow up around Steven Crowder is that the Daily Wire actually gets to talk to YouTube officials and find out exactly where that line is. Like, how transphobic can we be and not get moderated, not get a strike, not like, so they've got something that I don't have, and most other people creating political content don't have, in terms of a liaison with YouTube. So yeah, let's try to remember that too. Are all of his videos like this? No. He usually just does streaming. He cuts, you know, videos out of his stream, and that's how he does it. He's been trying to be all highfalutin and intellectual. Is that really the word falutin? Yeah, I guess falutin would be fluting. I've never heard it fluting before. I've always heard highfalutin. They just hear highfalutin city slickers, right? It's always like, it's always said in that sense. But yeah, I guess that's where it comes from. Faluting, highfalutin, and intellectual. But that's not his thing. Oh God, you know, I don't want to be judgmental. Okay, I don't want to be judgmental. But education is great, and you know, definitely, if you are in the position to be able to take advantage of that, you probably should. That's all I'll say.
From 2014 to 2017,
we're gonna get more into that with Ron DeSantis later, okay?
It really seemed like the right had a stranglehold on internet culture. Everywhere you looked, it seemed like if there was a way to make something political, the right managed to benefit from it, right? If a game was succeeding, they found a way to make it, oh yeah, this game is succeeding because it is in support of our ideals. I
feel like I just cannot boost him.
In the Gamergate era, a lot of Gamergate types were talking about how The Witcher 3 succeeding was proof that like straight white male protagonists are what gamers want, and they don't care about virtue.
Chat, what are our opinions about The Witcher 3? I'm not a gamer, okay? I'm not a gamer. I never played any of The Witchers. I have watched, I think I watched Jesse Cox play through the first two Witchers. I never watched any of The Witcher 3.
Identity,
Witcher 3 is good?
Politics and all those buzzwords that conservatives love to use to describe any minority group they don't like. For a while, that, as silly as it may sound, that was the predominantly, like, major political position for gamers to have. It was very rare to run into somebody in a comment section on a gaming video who didn't have some cringe opinions about the state of the gaming, you know, market and how apparently it's being destroyed.
So part of this was, like I said, about feminism, right? Like, gaming is just gaming, just fun, until there's a political agenda there. But what people who say that don't realize is there is a political agenda there, right? A lot of these first-person shooters that utilize real military hardware, weaponry, right? They get those specs from the U.S. military. That comes at a price, right? That comes with by giving the U.S. military some, you know, measure of editorial control over your game, right? So the games have always been politicized, right? To some extent. Like, look at Pac-Man, perfect metaphor for capitalism. No, just kidding. But you know what I mean.
By progressive left-wing SJW infiltration. Now, as time went by, and particularly as we got into 2018, it seemed like things started to happen that just sort of changed internet culture, particularly going into 2019, which is when I think I'm the most tapped into these things. I remember that the Christchurch shooting happened. It was in New Zealand, and a neo-Nazi, inspired by the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, wrote a big manifesto and proceeded to murder over 50 people in a mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand. He wrote a whole manifesto about what motivated him. It was literal white supremacist. He named his manifesto the Great Replacement, the conspiracy theory that's popularized by online alt-right figures. And from that...
Alt-right figures like Lauren Southern, who Xanderhal debated when she was completely irrelevant. Xanderhal unwittingly gave content and gave a W to Lauren Southern by falling into the trap of debating Lauren Southern about an upcoming children's book, right? Now, first of all, when you're debating a children's book, it's going to tend to look kind of petty. Not that you shouldn't. There's plenty of examples of right-wing weird champ, conservative books that like definitely deserve ridicule and criticism, but you can ridicule their book when it comes out without bringing them on stream, without giving content to them, right? Xanderhal instead agreed to debate Lauren Southern on a book that, to my understanding, had not even been published yet. So Lauren Southern had a very easy path to victory there by just saying, hey, I know you're mad about my children's book, but could you at least wait until it comes out to criticize it, right? She played him. She absolutely played him. And having people like Xanderhal in this elevated position, which he never should have been at to begin with, is feeding the right wing. Who put him there? Vosh. Vosh put him there because he was an easy rubber stamp on all of Vosh's opinions. Spec Ops: The Line was meant to show the ugliest side of war. Special Ops.
From that point on, it seemed like the mainstream media and just a lot more people started to care about the far right. I think Charlottesville helped too. Just a bunch of Nazis carrying tiki torches and chanting.
I mean, his timeline's a little out of whack, isn't it? Charlottesville was what was Charlottesville in what year was Charlottesville? 2018.
Anti-Semitic shit. I think a lot happened in a short period of time that made the internet and just broader culture more inclined to see the right as crazy. And I think as we went into the 2020 election and onward, with the anti-masking, the anti-vax stuff, the blatant anti-science, the people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert getting really far in the Republican Party, the whole Trump side
2017
of crazier.
So, I mean, I don't know if he meant to do this, but yeah, he says you get to 20. I'm pretty sure he's a little out of whack there. We'll forgive him for that. August 11th and 12th of 2017.
I think we're watching, or we saw, I should say, as the internet and just culture in general, our society got a little bit more. It felt like the scales were leaned a little more on the side of the left.
It's because he doesn't know what he's talking about. And also, do you see this? Like, no, I'm not gonna yell at Xanderhal for like wanting to make the right look extreme or ridiculous or out of touch, right? But do you see how he codified that as crazy? It's almost like that is his only way to disparage a political enemy. And chat, I know, because Xanderhal has said that about me. All right, I'm pretty sure nocommentchick is crazy. And then we saw Chud Logic say the exact same thing, and Loner Box as well, right? It's almost like they're reading off a script or something like that. Yeah, like reasons not to listen to one of our most prominent critics. She's crazy.
If that makes sense. It's hard to quantify, it's hard to put into words, but if you were there, you felt it and you understand it. I think particularly in the last year or so, we've seen, as things have gotten a lot.
Oh, you have the link to that. Wait, do you want to put that in chat, Sarah? We can look at it now.
Worse for a lot of minority groups in this country. And alongside that, we've seen as internet culture
Thank you, Zara. You are awesome. Meow. Pizzicata, what is up?
Obviously, I've got a very...
that's the noise to it. I need to actually do this the correct way, though. Copy that. All right, here we go. Here's the party line on nocommentchick.
Obviously, I've got a very dim view of nocommentchick. Well, nocommentchick is fucking insane. That is true.
Okay. I'm pretty sure
Like, Citation, though? Okay.
Nocommentchick is crazy.
She used to be normal. She used to just be kind of chill.
She used to, like, say good things about me. Now she says bad things about me.
Like, me and her were pretty chill for a while.
But
then, like...
there was a moment that she just kind of snapped. It was really weird.
I wasn't really paying attention.
There was a moment when I realized that trans rights, being human rights, was not something that debate bros were interested in hearing. I was supposed to sit there as some kind of ornamentation for these people. I was supposed to be a fig leaf showing how good they were on trans issues, how much they had the support of the trans community. And anytime I got out of that role, I got smacked down.
Attention to it, but then like some crazy drama happened and...
But then there was something that happened.
It was really weird.
They won't be specific, right? They don't even want to talk about, they can't even put it in words, but like, yeah, something happened and she ended up speaking up for her own community. And that's crazy. That's crazy for her to think that she could criticize a major left debate figure, somebody who controlled the main debate platform on Twitch. That's crazy. Nocommentchick is crazy.
Fucking crazy.
And then she started doing
crazy.
some weird stuff. And
so yeah.
And I can't really explain it, but it was weird. Trust me. Trust me. Oh my god.
Yeah, apparently this other person, what they called, they're fucking insane too, but they also came out with the information also, alongside it.
So he's talking about he's talking about the person that was screenshotted, saying that she wanted to try to get me swatted, basically. That's what Chud Logic, did you just, oh my god, wait, let's just look really quick. Let's look really quick here. What is Chud Logic talking about right now? All right, because this is just too perfect. This is too damn perfect. Swatting is good, says Vosh. Look at that. Swatting is good, says Chud Logic. It's okay to get no comment. Like, so his whole point about this video is that, like, the quartering, I guess, did the quartering get swatted or something like that? Wait, Zara, what video is that? Xanderhal debate with Dusty Smith was so bad, he never even posted it. Did Dusty post it? I mean, maybe someday we can get to it, right? But like, wait, so the quartering, I think maybe got swatted or threatened with swatting or something like that. Vosh responded to that, kind of like not caring. We're not going to watch this Chud Logic. There's a loner box script read without, oh, that's the loner box one. Yeah, so like, right, so this happened later, right? So it didn't go into the original stay on the script video, but it could have, right? It's the exact same thing that you're hearing here from loner box. Almost as if it's like coordinated. Chat, it's not coordinated, all right? They're copying off each other. They're cribbing each other's notes, but it's not like top down, it's not like Vosh gave the order and Xanderhal and Chud, like obviously Chud Logic has, no friend of Vosh's and Xanderhal is, so, it's not coordinated in that sense. But yeah, it is just like them repeating the same shit. Dusty posted it, okay. God, I mean, like, okay, this is just a little diversion here, right? But you see with Xanderhal, it's because he does not have any other attack. Like he's like a fighting game player that spams one move over and over again, right? There we go, you crazy motherfucker. You crazy motherfucker.
As far as I remember, I've never called any of the trans people I've interacted with on this issue crazy. But between Demon Mama smacking her fist talking about how she wants more...
Oh my god. Okay, I guess we gotta do this. I wasn't gonna do this. Look, you made me quit out of Minecraft temporarily. Let's see what he says about Nocommentchick. We don't call trans streamers crazy, right? Oh, there he goes.
Oh yeah, it's the fucking crazy motherfucker who has like folders on everyone.
The crazy
Fuck, I've got a folder
motherfucker
now.
who
Oh,
has
shit.
folders on everyone.
I don't think she knew who I was when the folder story broke.
Mr. I don't use tropes against trans women. Mr. I don't use tropes against trans women. The crazy motherfucker with folders on everyone. Caught in 4K. Damn. Damn, Lonerbox. Damn. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you can see, like, this is their go-to thing. This is their go-to thing, right? And, like, listen, when you use something over and over again, like, look, chat, any fighting games enthusiast in my chat right now, say one if you play fighting games, right? Give me a one if you play Guilty Gear. What are the other fighting games? I literally don't know any other ones except the ones with Bridget. Okay, so we got some fighting games player, right? 0.51. Okay, so we got some people who play fighting games, right? So like tell me what would happen competitively, okay? Not story mode, okay? Not when you're you versus the computer, but you're playing with other players. If you spam the same move over and over again, let's say the first few times it works really well, right? What happens eventually if you've just got one move? I'm bad at fighting games, but I've played Smash Brothers. I've gotten rinsed at Smash Brothers. I don't understand. There's too many characters in Smash Brothers, right? And it feels like with fighting games, you have to learn each one. You're going to get blocked. You're going to get it. That's going to get exploited. They're going to know what it is. It becomes less effective the more you use it. So Xanderhal, please, for the love of God, like, like when you're fighting not just against me, exposing how bad you are as a leader on the left, but you're fighting against right-wingers, maybe don't use the same attack over and over again. You're going to get blocked. You're going to get countered. You're going to get rinsed, okay? You're a feeder. That's the problem with you, right? That's probably my biggest problem with Xanderhal. If he just was a bad take machine and it didn't really have any effect, I wouldn't be that perturbed, right? But the fact is, he's attacking his own side and he's feeding against the right wing. He's giving easy claps to people like Lauren Southern. So please stop. NCC called me out. I'm a single move spirit. Listen, to be fair, it works in some games. Okay, I will give it credit for that. It works in some games, but those games are broken. Those are not good. Those are frustrating games to play.
The very harmful legislation that is targeting these groups.
Reported for feeding, yeah.
For a while, back when the left was really gaining some steam online, back in the 2019 days, it felt like so many people were just, people on the left were just kind of defaulting to this weird position that internet culture war stuff didn't matter. And while it doesn't matter in the sense that people shouldn't be fixated on it in the way that conservatives are, it does matter in the sense that it decides elections.
Well, look, I wouldn't say that internet culture war stuff doesn't matter, right? Because disengaging from that kind of stuff is basically saying, like, I don't know how this shit works. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be part of the losing fight to protect, female journalists, right? I don't want to, I want to let Gamergate, ruin the lives of its victims, right? It matters, not just to the victims of Gamergate, but let's get back to why they were victimized, right? What that does. That's intimidation. It's not just that, Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian get their lives ruined, right? It's that other people that might go into games journalism, might go into games development, they kind of think twice. Other people that might speak up against what's going on in gaming, they're going to think twice, right? So yeah, it does matter. It definitely, on a small level, and yeah, I would say on a larger level as well. I remember in the 90s, I played a Kung Fu game and it was all jump kicks. Oh, that's what I do when I play that what is that Ninja Turtles game? I play as April O'Neil, and 90% of my attacks are jump kicks. Got me through the first 4 fights, but the 5th guy beat the crap out of me every time. Not a good example, but Bruce Lee changed his fight stand to throw off his enemies. Yeah, you got to have more than one attack, right? They're all, honestly, what he's showing is weakness, right? The same thing that he accuses us of. The same thing that he accuses woke scolds of. The same thing, his whole justification for taking over the left with his weird anti-SJW, I would say anti-feminist agenda, right?
It really,
the game is fun.
Really decides elections, especially now more than ever. I remember back in 2020 when I was watching quartering videos and Ben Shapiro videos and just random videos from neo-Nazi YouTubers and crazy conservative grifter types that were just all about how the trans agenda was taking over schools and LGBT blue-haired teachers were grooming your kids into becoming gay or whatever. And I was always so, enamored by the fact that the right was getting more mask off, you know?
I don't think he means enamored. I think he just reached for a big word and got the wrong one. We'll forgive him for that.
During this time, the right was just getting pummeled online, culturally speaking, and going more and more mask off. I really thought that things were not going to go well for the right anytime in the future. Judging by the way that they were just kind of revealing all of their cards, just laying them out on the table. But then Matt Walsh, among other figures, just started to go so hard to the right that it just stopped mattering. People like Andrew Tate, who openly call themselves misogynists, who admit to sex trafficking and seeing women as inferior, Kanye West saying that he's a full-on Nazi and he loves Hitler, and people just excuse all this shit. Like, it's just, maybe he's joking, whatever. Like, I remember back in 2019, we were having whole debates.
Like, these are the people that make the edgy jokes, right? They don't see the problem with that. That is literally the problem, right? If you're in, like, Twitch politics, okay, and like, you're willing to, you're so down for freedom of speech that you're willing to, have a panel guest on who says, I don't know, maybe Kanye had a point about Jewish people. I don't know, maybe Scott Adams had a point about black people, right? I mean, you could say, well, that is just for the memes. That is just for the engagement. That is just, it's free speech. I don't agree with it, but free speech and joke about it. When people call you out on it, you're like, oh, I guess you think I'm a Nazi too, right? You enable that shit, right? When people think that like Nazi is a fucking meme instead of like a real ass thing, that enables this shit. That enables people to minimize the harm that some of these people do.
As to whether or not someone was a Nazi.
The ridiculousness of their takes, right? To be fair, the game kind of incentivizes. Oh, Naruto Clash of Ninjas incentivizes button mashing. I feel like Kingdom Hearts kind of incentivized button mashing.
With the whole presupposition being, if you could prove this person was a Nazi, then they're a bad person.
I'm saying this is a Kingdom Hearts fan.
And they're done for, as far as their online reputation goes. Now, that's
well, I mean, like, okay, so you're pointing out another problem that you in debate culture have contributed to, Xanderhal. I don't know what his point is here, right?
So much the case.
Because watch where he goes with this.
It feels like we were having debates back in 2019 as to whether or not somebody was a Nazi, with the presupposition that if you could prove in this debate with reasonable amounts of evidence that this person was actually a Nazi.
But the way that these people like proceed, it's like to prove that somebody's a Nazi, you gotta catch them in 1930s German army garb, goose walking down the street. That is the standard of proof that has been established by these fuckers, right? Just having a bad take, just endorsing palingenetic palingenetic ultranationalism is not enough.
Nazi, that you got him. We got him.
In this house, we don't shame button mashing.
Did it? We got him. But now you've got Kanye West just outright saying he loves Hitler and he loves the Nazis. You've got recently this video, this guy's videos have been going viral, where it's just this guy.
What's up, young black economist? What's up, science scientist?
Out front of synagogues.
Team Stars, good to see you.
With a megaphone and just screams random anti-Semitic shit at like the rabbis and the random people coming in and out of the parking lot. And he like runs out in front of their cars and tries to like bait them into.
He got that, Azrael.
Him, like trying to do that sort
Sorry,
of.
I'm so bad at saying hi to everybody at the. I try to say hi to everybody at the start of the streams.
Flippin' Jimmy kind of like
Meow.
move where you feint a car accident, trying to get some random Jewish person charged for hitting him, right? and the police haven't done anything about this guy, as far as I know, up to the point of this video. And, you know, we're seeing videos go up on Twitter, now basically unmoderated Twitter, of these insane far-right lunatics doing the most crazy shit and getting tens of thousands of likes. You know, they're getting massive amounts of positive reinforcement.
What's up, Loris? Let's see. There's a myth that assumes... Oh my god, I'm trying to read chat here. Wait, did I just lose the... Wait, do I have to change this to live chat? Oh my god, YouTube chat, you're such a pain. There it is. It's not unique for the actual right or bigoted people to play games as and use it as a platform to push their own politics, as the same sort of thing to protect their escapism. No bullshit is a great example of that. Thank you, Woody Red. That's 3 months in a row for you. Thank you with the Twitch Prime sub. It means a lot that you park your Twitch Prime sub right here. What year did Xanderhal leave the right? Was it 2017? August 11th and 12th? I don't know. I have a feeling that he, like, you know, he did that video before Charlottesville. Is that right? Does anybody know when was that initial Xanderhal video? Yeah, they get triggered because female characters don't have large enough breasts or something. Right. Poor Xan is too young to realize that it's been like this since YouTube existed.
For some of the most heinous behavior imaginable. And lately, I've been getting so many messages from fans asking me, Xan, why...
Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. I gotta try to remember to give you that that little warning that the ad breaks are coming up.
Asking me, Xan.
Yeah, don't dox yourself.
Why are things getting so much worse than they were just a few years ago? It felt like things were on such a good track back in 2020. Why is everything so bad? It feels like on every level, legislatively, culturally, everywhere, things are getting worse for particularly LGBT people, but a lot of different minority groups. And particularly hostile against the left. A lot of these spaces have gotten in the
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is the one with Disney characters.
last year or so. And people ask me, like, things felt like they were getting so much better just a couple years ago. What happened? Why is this happening? Why is this cultural shift happening?
Wait, did he think that Biden was gonna fix everything? Is that what he means, 2020? It felt like everything was so good in 2020? Did he really think, okay, Biden is elected, no more Trump, we're good now? That's not how it works, Xan.
And I think back to, you know, like I said, in
Really? This guy, how much did this guy buy into riding with Biden?
2019, when topics like the gender hysteria panic thing were just the topics of grifters, YouTube videos, and Daily Wire hosts, now it's literally driving elections and bills are being passed, and it's literally...
Is he regretting going back to brunch? Possibly.
Affecting real world politics.
Possibly.
On the legislative level. It's very clear the culture war.
Look, no, I don't want to feed into the narrative, right? Now, I don't think that online political discourse is unimportant, right? I feel like every little flap of the butterfly's wing, speaking of which, every little flap of the butterfly's wing, you know, is possibly significant, all right? So never, you never know that even if you think that what you're doing right now is not important, you don't know that, right? So it's important to you know, do everything with purpose as if it does have an effect, right? You don't want to get black-pilled and think that like nothing matters. But obviously the online left, in terms of Vosh, Xanderhal, people like this, there's a limited impact, right? There's probably people that you could point to that have a greater impact than people like Xanderhal and Vosh. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of leftist, right? And I mean by leftist, I mean like anybody who labels themselves leftist, right? You know, which includes Xanderhal and Vosh still, I guess. We don't have a lot of leftist like leadership, right? We would like to see some strength coming from that. We would like to see some real leftist leaders arising, garnering an audience and promoting solidarity and building movements that are not just demographically limited like Xan's and Vosh, you know, largely you know, it's the more privileged you are, the more likely you are to feel welcome in their communities, right? You'd like to see that. But look, if we're going to think about the prominent political creators, and then we're going to look at like what happens, we got to look downstream a little bit. It's not like Vosh gets popular and then all of a sudden everything that happens in politics we somewhat attribute to Vosh, or like, you know what I mean? Debate Bros, blood sport debates on the left to get popular, and then we say, oh yeah, this is really working for us, right? But I mean, to the extent that that's true, like look at like the difference between having creators like ContraPoints, with all of her faults, right? I'm not a Contra stan. ContraPoints, Sean, H Bomber guy, people like that. The not the first generation. Is that the first generation of RedTube? Anyway, what I'm saying is that like the rise to prominence of this debate culture, I don't think it's been good for the online left. Like I said, it's anti-solidarity. It opens up maybe like social spaces online to like aggregate a lefty following. Hey, what's up, Cryptid Mage? But at the same time, it's they're not places that you can really build solidarity from. They're not places that are welcoming to everybody. Like I said, if you are trans, they are not there for you. You are there for them. Okay? If you're marginalized, right? You exist in their communities only as much as you're supporting, their communities as they are. If you try to suggest a change, if you try to point out a problem, if you try to just even make these creators like be a little bit better, right? You may be missing something, right? Can you listen, right? You're gonna get creamed. You're gonna get purged. You're gonna get pushed out, right? That's how they maintain their dominance. Because yeah, these guys are not based on solidarity. These guys are based on dominance paradigm.
Affects the real world, and it's very clear that it matters and that we actually need to care about it. And a lot of people clearly do care about it based on the messages I've been getting. And I want to answer that question. I want to give you guys my opinion on why I think internet culture has been shifting more towards, conservative side of things. First of all, I think this has a lot to do with age. I think that the internet, as it stands right now and for the last few years, has been sort of raising entire generations of kids. I don't think this is like really a controversial statement. And the younger the kids are, the more likely they were to be significantly raised by the internet. A lot of parents just opt to use a computer, an iPad, or a phone as their kid's babysitter. And I definitely think there's a lot of valuable, enriching content to get from that. At the same time, there's a lot of negative things that can occur from just nonstop internet usage as well. And one of them is internet radicalization. You see a whole lot of young kids every few years coming to the internet, and they're coming to YouTube and Reddit.
PragerU, Dennis Prager aged down?
And maybe even 4chan and these other popular platforms that teenagers will go on, and they're getting into politics. And in my experience, both in my own experience and my friends, when you are a teenager, you want to be unique. You want to feel separate. You want to feel like you have your own identity. And in many cases, in the case of a lot of millennials, most millennials are progressive. Most millennials, which are having kids that are Zoomers for the most part, are progressive. And they're a classic kind of Hillary Clinton liberal type of progressive for the most part. And so you've got...
Okay, so let's talk about Hillary Clinton, right? And maybe, like, I mean, you could kind of find the original sin that created the dirtbag left by looking back to the Hillary Clinton 2016 campaign. So Hillary Clinton was the inevitable candidate for 2008, right? If you asked anybody before the election, do you think that this Barack Obama person is going to be the Democratic candidate, much less the president? You would have had, people would have said, no, Obama will probably be Hillary's vice president. Obama gave a good speech, one time at a political convention, and he's good, and he says, like, there's not red America and blue America. There's America, and we can all be together, right? Whatever, right? So anyway, you know, Obama like did put forward a more, there was a tinge of anti-capitalism to Obama's message, to the extent that, you know, to an extent that Hillary's campaign did not match. Now, that wasn't real, and that's not what Obama ended up doing, right? And Obama sold out in a million different ways, and you know, became a political ally with Hillary in the long term, right? That's, you know, why he came in to you know, to push Bernie out of the election in 2020, right? Zoomers, Hillary Clinton. He's saying that millennials have a Hillary Clinton politics. I don't think that's true. You could say millennials have a Barack Obama like sense of politics, but really, if you're looking at now, a lot of millennials were disenchanted by the promise of hope and change, and like the certainty that they had that was real. You know, they knew that a lot of times political promises, political slogans were bullshit, right? But they thought that probably partially because of how hard Obama was opposed by the status quo, by the political establishment, by the Hillary Clintons of the left and all those supporters, you know, they felt like the victory over that meant something. And it didn't. It just gave Obama a chance to, you know, it gave him more leverage maybe in his political alliance with Hillary Clinton. Sorry, I'm like taking forever to get to the 2016 election where Hillary Clinton runs again. And I think this is what Xanderhal is, how Xanderhal is typifying millennials as being 2016 Hillary Clinton type voters, 2016 Hillary Clinton politics, right? Like, and you know, the whole let's get back to brunch thing, right? That's, if anything, Xan has more, well, sort of, yes and no, right? Because like, okay, so there was something that Hillary did that was really disingenuous with Bernie Sanders, right? She sowed a narrative that people who wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders were doing so because they didn't like her. And they didn't like her because she was a woman. And for Hillary to, you know, get the, you know, the presidency that she felt like she was owed in 2008, like she had next, according to the Washington political establishment, Hillary Clinton should have been the next president, right? Obama kind of like leapfrogged her and got it, right? And partially that is because Hillary Clinton, not because Hillary's a woman, but because Hillary Clinton lacks charisma. Hillary Clinton is, you know, wants to be a successful politician more than she is able to be. Hillary Clinton kissed the right asses in order to get that sort of position as being the inevitable candidate, but she never kind of checked in with the public of like, you know, do you like me? Am I likable? I think most of us can answer that Hillary, even if politics aside, right? All politics aside, just personality wise. And yeah, unfortunately, that's a lot of what people vote on. The whole, you know, can I have a beer with candidate X? Oh, Hillary Clinton will have a beer with you, but she'll be awkward as fuck, right? Obama will just, you know, be normal, right? I mean, he's not going to pretend that he drinks like all the time. He's not going to pretend to know about or care about the beer that you're drinking, right? But you know, he's able to at least just be normal, and that's, you know, a step above Hillary Clinton. But yeah, like people were supporting Bernie Sanders, and Hillary started this narrative that this was about gender, that women and people who were pro-women supported Hillary Clinton. And that the Bernie bros, the frat bros of the Democrat, I don't know if you know this, but frat bros are of two varieties, apolitical and reactionary in general, not in total, right? There are probably maybe some fraternity graduates in my audience right now, and you're the exception. You're cool. Like, we like you, okay? Well, not all frat bros, right? Okay. But like, yeah, the frat bros, you know, they tend to be of two political persuasions, either apolitical or, you know, somewhat conservative, right wing, want to take over daddy's business. And, you know, daddy's business is, you know, going to do better if the taxes are low, right? So like, yeah, they tend to be that way. So this whole conflation of Bernie with douche bros is weird and messed up. I mean, there were some people out there. There was like an emerging like dirtbag left, but a lot of the way that got going was because of Hillary Clinton. Chapo Trap House was in the right place at the right time to gain a lot of clout from making fun of Hillary and making fun of her campaign, and then sort of like, you know, harnessing the disillusionment of people who wanted to see a better candidate, who knew that Hillary Clinton was a shit sandwich in 2008 and definitely didn't want to eat that shit sandwich in 2016, right? And these people, you know, had that shit sandwich kind of crammed down their throat. And so this myth of the Bernie bros, you know, sort of came about. So when Xanderhal says Hillary Clinton, right, I'm not sure that in his mind, being a dirtbag leftist, right? So Chapo Trap House. Now, I mean, you know, Vosh is not friends with Chapo. I think Matt Christman is famously like, "Oh, what's up, Rob in SNES? Good to see you, meow." I don't think that like Xan is. I don't think that like, you know, like there's really any connection between like Chapo. What Chapo hangs out with Hassan, right? Oh God, what's his name? Felix Biederman hangs out with Hassan. But there's no Vosh, you know, Chapo connection. However, they do kind of, you know, come about at the same time, and largely that irreverent anti-PC, right? Because Hillary Clinton was legitimately abusing identity politics, right? Telling people that a vote for Bernie was a vote against women. When objectively, Hillary Clinton is not interested in fighting for women. Hillary Clinton is not interested in fighting for any marginalized group. Hillary Clinton, much like her husband, is interested in triangulating, right? These are the kind of people, and you know, like Obama fits this mold too, who were looking to cut a deal with Republicans to sell out Social Security so that they could get assholes like David Brooks, you know, just beltway fucking assholes to write good things about them, to give them a good place in the history book, to be like, Hillary Clinton was the candidate who finally brought America together, and she agreed to work with the Republicans. Oh, Obama wanted to be this guy. Obama was actively trying to sell out Social Security. The only thing that got in his way, ironically enough, was Mitch McConnell, right? Mitch McConnell, David Brooks, these Republicans that Obama was courting, that Obama wanted to reach across the aisle and shake hands and clobber the American people in the head and steal our retirement, right? And force us into like, you know, a semi-privatized, you know, retirement model, right? This is, you know, they didn't want anything to do with them because they know that instituting Obama as this great watershed president would give him a similar place in history to Reagan, right? So Reagan is seen as a corner turner, yes, a corner that the United States turned, like a watershed moment. Like up until Reagan, you have the New Deal consensus, you know, even like, I mean, you could say up until Carter, really, but like, you know, people think of it as Reagan, right? Carter was the first neoliberal president. Reagan was the first one widely known as a neoliberal president. This is paralleled in the UK with the election of Thatcher, right? So they knew that Obama, like, you know, reaching across, getting a lot of Republican support, leaving office with like a 70% approval rating or something like that, was gonna change history in a way that they didn't want. They're not ready to turn that corner. They've only had what, Reagan's elected in 1980. Obama is president from 2008 to 2016, right? If somewhere in there, Obama makes this grand bargain and everybody, you know, kind of sucks his dick, right? Everybody's like, yeah, Obama, right? And all the centrists get behind Obama, and he gets that big, like, you know, coalition. He gets like sort of known as this, you know, deal maker, as this, you know, person that, you know, he fulfills his promise of there is no red and there is no blue America. Let me bring you together. Right, that was going to be kind of another watershed moment, and they didn't want that to happen. So they denied Obama any sort of consensus. They pushed back on his, you know, healthcare plan, and they definitely weren't going to let him ink that grand bargain. And I mean, it's probably make Irene bounce. Oh my God, I need to actually have my I don't have my trampoline. Should I move my trampoline here, chat? Do you like the trampoline streams? Because like when I bounce now, well, no, always, like it makes the problem is it makes the camera bounce too, and I don't want to make you all I don't want to make you all like ill. I don't want to make you seasick, right? But I do need a little bit of exercise, right? I don't get nearly enough exercise, so thank you for making me bounce, Frog, and thank you for redeeming the toggle cat ears, Nikki Bex. Meow. And thank you for the follow. Please, no username. That's an interesting username. Wow. Thank you for the follow. Anyway, getting back to this, what I was trying to get, like this huge stunlock here, right? But I feel like there's, you know, he's talking about Hillary, and I got to put this in the correct perspective, right? His view of Hillary is that she's a feminist. Because she wants you to think she's a feminist, right? And she's not any more or less feminist than, you know, any of the other like political candidates, right? She is a woman, you know, there's like a symbolic, maybe, like, yeah, we've never elected a woman as president, and that sucks, but like, oh my God, like, please, can we like avoid, like, all of the millennial generation was like, oh my God, can we please avoid Hillary, right? Because we know what Hillary is. Hillary's a shit sandwich. It's not about anything else other than, you know, like, I mean, there's a little bit about like Hillary's like, you know, lack of charisma, and the big part of it is that Hillary is an establishment triangulating candidate. She's a Democratic Leadership Council, New Democratic, you know, just basically the Democrats that sold out to Reaganism. So, you know, that's what Hillary really is. But in the public imagination, because of her campaign, because of the ways that she typified Bernie's campaign, she's seen as a feminist. She's seen, maybe even by Xanderhal, as a little bit of an SJW. The way that she talked, right? You'd get the feeling that Bernie doesn't care at all about marginalized people. Bernie doesn't care about women. Bernie doesn't care about black people. Bernie's like, you know, so you'd think that Bernie Sanders was a dirtbag leftist. I mean, he wasn't, right? He wasn't. They're just really like, I don't see any difference there, right? And I there's no. You broke your trampoline? Oh my God, how did you do that?
This newer generation.
Back to the Xanderhal.
Gen Z kids coming up in a world where it really feels like a lot of the injustice of the past was long ago and has no bearing on the present.
Wait, are you talking about Gaddafi there, Adadak?
While also being surrounded by people expressing progressive political viewpoints. And so if you're a teenager and one of your top priorities is to rebel and to gain some level of individuality and to feel unique, then finding contrary political positions that make you feel special is going to be one of those go-to things. And the right has always been.
Why is there a fire? I don't know. Like, right, I guess it's cold where he's living. It doesn't seem like there should be. I don't think he's any further to the north than where I'm living. But yeah, there's like a there's a fire pit there. It has actually been kind of cold in SoCal this year. But like, yeah, he's that's why the fire pit. He's trying to do a fireside chat. I swear to God, I think that's what he's calling this, right? He's calling these fireside chats. Let's have a little fireside chat. Yo, Xanderhal's got some serious boomer, yeah, so Hillary Clinton's a corporate hack. They don't like Vosh at all. Oh yeah, Chapo is not a fan of Vosh. It's a PragerU reference. Wait, what is a PragerU reference? The fireside chat thing?
Best at making young people online who've just figured out their politics through their propaganda.
Soon he's going to turn into Dennis Prager. Well, if you believe Ammon animations, that would mean him developing like a great like centipede-like body and you know, becoming some kind of a monster. But then again, everybody's a monster in Ammon animations. TrueAnon mixed that with Magnetic Field Song.
Feel special, like they've figured it out. Like
they mixed what? That All I Want to Be Is El Chapo.
Got it all figured out, and everybody else is a dumbass, right?
If she were any good at her job, she would have pointed out Obama, helping overthrow someone the U.S. had made a deal with to disarm would make it impossible to get anyone else to disarm. Good point. Yeah, when Trump won, my boss at the time was always praising Trump.
I felt like that when I was a young reactionary shitter, and I think that's a big part of it. Look at most Andrew Tate fans. Most of them aren't even old enough to buy cryptocurrency.
I mean, I don't feel like typifying Zoomers that way is correct. And I can find a clip if I really were to look, right? I could find a clip of Xanderhal saying Zoomers are the most politically progressive generation yet. That's not a spicy take. What's up, Campos? Good to see you. Meow. Now I'm a slightly older reactionary shitter. Good point, Frog Train. This is like, yeah, like he's acknowledged this before. Yeah, Zoomers are not reactionary because their millennial parents are, you know, Hillary Clinton supporting, I don't know, like centrists or something like that, right?
Because you have to be 18 years old in order to do it. Most of them are legally not old enough to like engage in stock trading or trading crypto, and yet they front the whole like NFT avatar, like, oh, I'm a crypto stock bro, you know, I'm gonna have stacks.
Okay, wait, is this even true about Zoomers? Oh my god. Chat. Does Xanderhal think that like Zoomers, millennials, Gen Xers, boomers are like static age groups, and that's like you graduate, like at a certain point he's going to become a millennial, and then he's going to become a Gen... Does he think that's how it works? Because wait, I think he's wrong about this, right? Zoomers, are most Zoomers unable to vote? Like, I don't know how far down Zoomer goes. Like, how young can you be and still be a Zoomer? I don't even... And it, all of it is, like, just this weird, you know, demarcation of, like, age groups that they try to say have, like, a cultural similarity. And it's just... It's a weird thing. It's a very high, you know, kind of synthetic sort of demarcation, right? Isn't Xanderhal a millennial? I think Xanderhal is a Zoomer. That's why I was saying that, like... Hey, what's up, Cat? Meow. Good to see you. I think he's talking about Andrew Tate fans. Yeah, I mean, look, there is... Yeah, so that's true, right? There's a subset of Zoomers that are, you know, that are Tate fans. There's a subset of Zoomers that are watching Red Pill stuff, right? Look at how male-centered this is, though. Look at how male-centered that... Like, right, he's not talking about Zoomers. He's talking about, like... a subset of like guy Zoomers. I don't know. I feel like the thing is like to speak about these things, you need some polls. You need some data, right? You need to know what you're talking about. First of all, you need to know like how far down does Zoomer go, right? What are the demographics? What are like the numbers of people who are these different ages, right? And then to say something like that most Zoomers are unable to vote, I don't think that's true, right? Because like. Typically born in the mid to late 90s, according to Wikipedia. Yeah, and I don't even know if I got like a sheet that said Zoomer, like, you know, people who are now age, you know, 17 to age like 26 or something like that, right? Xan is a Gen Z adult. But like, would you say that most Zoomers are under 18? Because like that might have been true when Xanderhal started, you know, streaming on YouTube, but I don't think it's true now. What's up, Jesse Friendo? Xan has never struck me as someone who asks themselves, "Do I know what I'm talking about enough to?" Oh my God, yeah, no, that's true. And he's so used to having his opinions like spoon-fed to him by people like Vosh. So yeah, he's not used to, you know, thinking for a long time about these things. The age demographic thing is largely a creation of the term baby boomer, which happened. Oh, so that kind of started in, yeah, with the baby boomers. So really there weren't like, it's not like the silent generation where like, we are the silent generation, you are the baby boomers. True. Wait, whose emote is that? I haven't seen that emote before. Oh, it's our Jack. Okay.
When I turn 18 and I can actually
RBJ.
trade stocks, you know, like they front that whole personality, but you look at them on Twitter and they all have a 1 in front of their name. In front of their name, in front of their age. Their age starts with a 1 every single time. Very few of these guys, and they're all guys, are over 20 years old. I think it's a lot of that.
Wait, who's he talking about? Who's he talking? I'm sorry, Chad. I've been stun locking too much.
These guys, and they're all guys.
Do you realize that the Vosh debate with Dat Katie that I just reacted to It was a two hours and some change video. I took 8 hours and 15 minutes to react to it. So I gotta start.
Guys are over 20 years old. I think it's a lot of that. A lot of young people being preyed on. And there's a lot of different people doing the predating. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's this new community of like pretty hot trad women. Like they dress in like the trad getup, and they're really hot, and they make like TikToks where they're like doing.
Who's he talking about? Like Pearl? I mean, she's not that young though, right? Pearl's in her 20s, right? He's talking about people like that are like 18, 19, 17, whatever. It's all made up, of course, by the youngest Zoomers who can vote. The youngest Zoomers who can vote were born in 2005, and according to Google, Gen Z ended in 2012. All right, so there's like 7 years of boomers who can... Boomers? Zoomers, motherfucker. Zoomers. There's 7 years of Zoomers who can vote right now, right? So 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 8 years. 8 years of 8 years of Zoomers. How many, like, how far down? Like, that's what I don't understand is, like, how young can you be and still be considered a Zoomer? And even saying this, I realize that there's not like a good demarcation line. They're trying to get clusters of culture is what they're trying to track. I think like that's the only utility that I could see to, you know, labeling generations, is that like the you know, just find a time where there's a significant culture shift and then cut it off there. Lucy Hayes, oh my god, yes, Lucy Hayes is reacting positively to some of my oh wait, negatively to some of my vids. Oh no.
Things, and it's like, this is what I want to
oh
do
no
for my future husband. Hashtag.
Chat, what are we gonna do? Lucy Hayes, I can't take the ducky attack. I'm gonna get destroyed.
Like free Andrew Tate, and like it's very clear bait just to get tens of thousands of likes from Andrew Tate fans who are horny and, you know, want to see pretty women validate their positions. Because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of these young guys, if they see pretty women validating these politics, that's what they want to see. That'll do it. That'll do it for a lot of them. And the Andrew Tate, like, e-girl, Andrew Tate supporter e-girl community is one of them. I don't know if you guys have seen it on Twitter, but I have as well.
Andrew Tate supporting e-girl. That sounds like Pearl. That sounds like that we're talking about Pearl.
I think another aspect of this is who's attacking what. I don't know if you guys remember this, but during Gamergate, a signature aspect of Gamergate.
Okay, so Gen Z started in wait, what? Okay. So people born in 1997. Oh my god. See, like, I feel like I don't know where exactly the demarcation points are, and I don't think anybody knows. I know that Xanderhal doesn't know, right?
Was that it was the left levying cultural critique on gaming media, criticizing it for certain problematic aspects.
Listen, chat, I will resist the temptation to stream snipe.
That has. And the main draw of anti-SJW content.
Because we got some, I'm sorry, Lucy, but we got some slightly more interesting content right now than you, so.
As it was called back then.
Don't worry, we'll get to it.
Was that it was defending the media that you enjoy from these harpies who are attacking what you like and want to change it irreparably from something else for political.
Yeah, this is about Gamergate. This is about the resurgence of conservatism. Okay, so here we go. This is the you know, honestly, I should have started the video here. I should have started the video. Yeah, imagine being less, well, like, no, there's nothing. I mean, I'm not trying to dig on Lucy. Lucy's you know, Lucy's a great VTuber. I think, didn't Lucy just get done with like a week of playing Harry Potter? Wasn't Lucy playing the Harry Potter, the turf, blood libel game for like the past week? So now she's moved on to bigger and better things like me, Lucy. That is inherently better content than playing that mid game that you were wasting your time on, trying to curry favor with all the wrong people.
Young guys, if they see pretty women validating these politics, That's
Okay, so I was born in early 97. I consider myself a cusper, a zillennial. Okay, so 97 is like 97 is the, oh my god. So right, I'm right, aren't I? My point was just I wasn't trying to waste our time on, like, you know, figuring out generations, right? Which might change. Like they might change the, like, demarcation line of, you know, like, to something that makes more sense. But I wasn't trying to do that. I was just trying to figure out if most Zoomers can vote, and I think they can. If Zoomers started at 2007, right? And anybody who was born in 2005 or earlier can vote, then yeah, wait, oh my god, I counted that wrong before. Chat, don't ever let me do math. Don't ever let me do math. What's up? We're just reacting to Xanderhal's new Gamergate. We're trying to figure out, like, so Xanderhal is warning us of a new Gamergate. He's trying to let us know, diagnose it and propose a cause. Like, what's causing the resurgence of conservatism, right? And here he's going to get into the original Gamergate. Yeah, no math allowed for this cat girl. I'm a bimbo cat girl, okay? I'm not good at this sort of thing, right? If Lucy Hayes really wants a dunk on me, she should go after my mathematical ability, which is apparently nil. Zoomer started in 1997, not 2007. Okay, so 1997, or like let's say like half of 1997. So there we'll start with one half. So 1998, 1.5, 1999, 2.5, 2000, 3.5, 2001, 4.5, 2002, 5.5, 2003, 6.5, 2004. See, I can't even count. 2004, 7.5, 2005, 8.5. So there are 8.5 years of Zoomers who can vote. I think that's more than half of the Zoomers, but I could be wrong. I don't really know, chat.
Want to see. That'll do it for a lot of them. And the Andrew Tate.
Okay, so there we have it. Okay, so yeah, so we got 8.5 years of Zoomers that can vote. Okay, now this doesn't say anything because maybe more Zoomers were born in this time or that time, or I don't even know, right? So there's that. So we still don't know, right? But 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. So we got like 8.5 years versus 7 years. I'm going to say most likely that most Zoomers can vote now. So Xanderhal's wrong. He was right. When, you know, like if he was speaking about when he started content, he would have been right. But like right now in 2023, he's wrong.
Like e-girl, Andrew Tate supporter e-girl community is one of them. I don't know if you guys have seen it on Twitter, but I have as well. I think another aspect of this is who's attacking what. I don't know if you guys remember this, but during Gamergate, a signature aspect of Gamergate was that it was the left levying cultural critique on gaming media, criticizing it for certain problematic aspects that it has. And the main
so here we go.
Draw of anti-SJW content, as it was called back then, was that it was defending the media that you enjoy from these harpies who are attacking what you like and want to change it irreparably from something else for political.
Okay, so harpies, we have loaded misogynist language, right? Harpy is a mythological creature, a screeching bird-like creature. Do harpy? I feel like harpies go after men. Isn't there something like? Isn't that one of the things? Like harpies, sirens, right? They eat men, right? They specifically men. So there's some kind of like, you know, this like creature, this feminine creature will eat your ass. Not that way, but you know what I mean? Will eat you. And that's not right because you're a man. You're supposed to be able to dominate women, but this woman dominates you because she's got claws. She's got a screechy beak. She'll tear you apart and have you for dinner, right? And that's really scary. That's the harpy, right? Harpy is, yeah, very much. This is very gendered language. This is very. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass. Anyway, Chad, I'm gonna get in trouble for TOS here, even though I'm not talking about that kind of eating. Anyway, what the fuck? The right started Gamergate. Wait, so yeah, wait, let's go back here. I just want to make sure I get this part right. And I also got to turn down my heat because, oh my god, I'm like, A, I don't want the heater picking up on the microphone, and B, I don't want to be overtly warm here and start start sweating, because then Lucy will stream snipe me and she'll be like, look, nocommentchick is sweating, nocommentchick is sweating, I'm making her nervous. No, Lucy, I'm fine, we'll get to your content, don't worry. I will give you your due, okay? I will give you your due and no more. Anyway, so like, let's see, 2000, yeah, the right started Gamergate. They literally came up with it. Wait, so
young guys, if they see pretty women validating these,
okay, so now we're talking about pretty women validating the tater tots, validating the pickup artist, red pill, the manosphere, fresh and fit kind of people, right? That's who he's talking about. I think he's talking about people like Pearl.
Politics, that's what they want to see. That'll do it.
Is he talking about Brett Cooper too, maybe?
For a lot of them. And the Andrew Tate, like e-girl, Andrew Tate supporter.
Oh, is Pearl really an e-girl though?
E-girl community is one of them. I don't know if you guys have seen it on Twitter, but I have as well.
I have a different vision. I have a different paradigm, different stereotype of the e-girl.
I think another aspect of this is who's attacking what.
So more than half can vote, yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but during Gamergate, a signature aspect of Gamergate.
Okay, so this is about Gamergate.
The left levying cultural critique on gaming media, criticizing it for certain problematic aspects that it has. And the main draw of anti-SJW content, as it was called back then, was that it was defending the media that you enjoy from these harpies who are attacking what you like and want to change it irreparably from something else.
Okay, so the draw of Gamergate is that it's defending your media, your favorite video game, from these harpies who want to attack it and change it and politicize it. They want to politicize it.
For political agenda reasons, right? And these people...
So this is how you justify targeted harassment against women in the games industry, against women in games journalism, against women gamers, right? This is how you push women out of gaming and reassert your dominance over it, right? You don't attack women. You don't say that we're attacking women because that seems mean, that seems petty, that doesn't work. You say we're attacking feminism. It's an ideology that we're attacking, not a people, because it doesn't feel good to attack people, especially marginalized people, right? If you announce that, if you say that, generally, unless these people are extremely marginalized, you won't get away with that, right? In general, you get away with it if you can attack. If you can say you're attacking an ism, feminism, transgenderism, instead of admitting that you're attacking people, right? The SJWs want to get rid of all the hot girls, all the hot e-girls, all the Tate D writers, right? They want to get. Okay, well, like the Tate D writers aren't all women. Sorry. It started by shitting on Anita Sarkeesian. Well, I mean, I think it started with Zoe Quinn, and then Anita Sarkeesian. And actually, Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu is part of this too. Do we have any Brianna Wus in chat? I know you've been hanging around Polly's community. You might be hanging around here. If you feel free to speak up. We don't, we don't bite. We don't have an overwhelmingly negative opinion of you or anything like that. Brianna Wu, if you're in chat, feel free to speak up.
Very effective.
Because you're being talked about by Xanderhal here. The draw of Gamergate was attacking leftists. The draw to whom?
We're
the draw to gamers, I guess. The way that Steve Bannon politicized, well, not just Steve Bannon, but let's say the right politicized gamers as an identity by claiming that women were politicizing gaming, if that makes sense.
Arguing in a defense for the media that was
Brianna Wu is a Vaushite, true,
so popular.
But we don't hate Brianna Wu.
The success of the media they were defending carried.
We don't hate anybody,
with it, right? Because they kind of attach themselves to it in the narrative, in the in the cultural sphere. As far as people,
I started reading Zoe Quinn's book. Oh, I've never read their book. I should finish it. Yeah,
you could tell, right? Like if The Witcher 3 was doing well, then the anti-SJW YouTubers who are defending The Witcher 3 from some SJW game reviewer, then they're winning, right? And that.
Okay, so there is some truth to what he's saying, right? One of the things that dissipates a community is feeling hopeless, right? If you feel hopeless, if you feel like a loser, it's hard to stay in a community. It's not fun to stay in a community. It's dispiriting. I've experienced this, right? The overwhelming dog pile of debate streamers on me caused a lot of people to leave the community because they felt it was hopeless. They didn't want to be part of like a losing team, right? So there is some truth to that. And, dissipating your political enemies. I don't know if this works with like a group like gamers, right? Like it works on communities around streamers. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same dynamic, though.
It's basically how they
came for the gamers.
Validated themselves, and it worked. It worked.
Turn this up.
Time went by, and games, one of the go-to responses that these right-wing grifter YouTubers would say in response.
Oh, wait, speaking of Lucid, I'm supposed to watch a Lucid. Does anybody know? There was a Lucid segment where Lucid was extremely based, and we haven't watched Lucid in a really long time. If anybody can find the Twitch VOD of Lucid, going off about the attack on trans people around the Harry Potter thing, I will watch that on stream because I've heard Lucid is, I need to see this apparently.
Liberal game journalists was, if you don't like how games are now, make your own games. Make your own games with, a black or trans or gay character.
I keep on...
Three from
Xanderhal, I'm not trying to sell you short by doing the thing where I pause your video and break your point up and then don't end up addressing your point. I want to actually hear what you're saying. I'm sorry, chat. I just keep on getting distracted. I love talking to chat so much. Speaking of chat, how is YouTube chat doing? He's like the Tim Burton of debate dipshits. Oh, Xanderhal, the way this dipshit talks, no minority has ever felt like an outsider. His worldview revolves around Gamergate. Well, it's part of how he sells himself. Like, I call Xanderhal like the edgy. He's a streamer who I would classify as like the edgy boy messiah archetype, right? He is gonna save you, and that's why it's important not to criticize him, right? We need Xanderhal to get big. We need Xanderhal to grow. We need Xanderhal to look like a winner. Or else we're fucked because we can't fight our own battles as trans people, right? We need Xanderhal to defend us. We need Xanderhal to fight for us. He's our only hope, right? That's the archetype he rocks.
The success of the media they were defending carried.
We need to turn him up too,
right? Because they kind of attached themselves to it in the narrative, in the
Nabil, good to see you, meow.
In the cultural sphere, as far as people could tell, right? Like if The Witcher 3 was doing well, then the anti-SJW YouTubers who were defending The Witcher 3 from some SJW game reviewer, then they're winning, right? And that was basically how they validated themselves, and it worked. It worked. And time went by.
When was The Witcher 3? Were we talking about like 2019? Anybody can anybody give me a time frame for The Witcher 3?
Games, one of the go-to responses that these right-wing grifter YouTubers would say in response,
because I feel like didn't The Witcher kind of come out? Witcher 3 kind of came out like after the majority of Gamergate. I would think that Witcher 2 maybe 2015. Witcher 3 came out in 2015. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's Gamergate. Is nearly a decade old. Okay, so 2015 is around the time, and it worked. He's saying that they were able to build a community. Yeah, what does he mean by worked? I guess he's not super specific here. I'm guessing what he's talking about is that you build a community based on a sense of fighting together in a project that you don't have to. I mean, debate streams, you gotta win. You gotta feel like your thought leader is bringing home the W, right? Even if they looked horrible, if you can turn things around, like, right, say like nocommentchick calls you out for some bullshit that you did. You say you're a trans ally, but you brought on a transphobe and let them just go off on all these like transphobic tropes, right? Well, that looks bad. But if you say nocommentchick is literally garbage, and your community's like, yeah, she is literally garbage. Here's why she's garbage. I got the secret recordings of her mod chat, saying stuff, and like, ooh, secret recordings. That sounds bad, right? If you can sell that like, that there's something that disqualifies the person that kicked your ass, then you can take the W, regardless of having looked like a complete nincompoop on the stream.
to liberal game journalists was, if you don't like how games are now...
The first game came out in 2007. I thought that was 2015. Okay, wait, so first game, Witcher 1, 2007. Oh my god, I'm just gonna look it up. Okay. Really quick, The Witcher. We already looked up Charlottesville. The Witcher. Release dates. That's The Witcher. Okay, so, oh my god, this is about the Netflix series. The Netflix series game. Let's look at the game. Okay, that makes sense that's game. Okay. There's all this DLC. Okay, Witcher 2007. Witcher 1. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt 2015. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter when Witcher 2 came out. So we've got our answer. That was, yeah, I mean, I guess that tracks. So what was the controversy? Can anybody like kind of ground, like, because we're sort of missing something here as far as the controversy around The Witcher 3. Does anybody know what that was? Because like I don't remember. Gamergate was the worst. It was nothing more than a front for anti-SJW bullshit and harassment.
Make your own games.
Witcher 3 glitched so Cyberpunk could crash. Nice.
Make your own games with, you know, a black or trans or gay character. And it was like, okay.
Okay, so this is what the Gamergater said, okay? Stop criticizing our video games. Shut the fuck up, Femoid. Right? This is not your space. These are not your games. Stop making things political. That was the line of Gamergate. Now, like, you know, granted, like the ability to cast their enemies as the vessels of feminism and you know, sort of utilize anti-feminist sentiment in order to justify the harassment of people, right? Of people, mind you, because like that's who Gamergate went after. They didn't go after ideologies. They weren't, you know, they weren't a political campaign. They were a harassment campaign going after women. But it's justified because these women are pushing feminism, and it's okay to fight back against an ideology. It's not okay to attack a person. But these aren't people, you know. Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn are not people. We dehumanize them very fast by casting them as feminists, right? So that's where some feminist wrote an article criticizing The Witcher and how it was there was a lack of diversity, and anti-SJWs went insane. Gamergate chuds rallied around The Witcher 3 as excellent non-political game making, but like, so when we talk about like lack of diversity, it's like overly, you know, white. Is that the idea, the main thing? And with women as like you know, prizes and people to be rescued and not really, you know, put on a even god, I'm just like, I don't know. I watched The Witcher 1 played through by Jesse Cox. I watched The Witcher 2 played through by Jesse Cox. But by the time The Witcher 3 came out, I guess I wasn't like that interested in it. So,
and then they made their own games. We got games like Life is Strange. We got games like Spider-Man Miles Morales. We got games like, I remember when it first came out.
Okay, wait, so he's saying that Gamergater said, let's just like, I don't want to mischaracterize what he's saying.
The Witcher 3 was doing well, then the anti-SJW YouTubers who were defending The Witcher 3 from some SJW game reviewer, then they're winning, right? And that was basically how they validated themselves, and it worked. And
so a major... I mean, it's a major game. Like, so Witcher, when it started, was kind of indie, but by the time there's The Witcher 2 and then The Witcher 3, you know, we've got a huge audience, right? A built-in audience. The success of The Witcher 3 was a fait accompli, I would say, right? There wasn't a chance of The Witcher 3 failing, least of all because somebody some woman like commented on its lack of diversity, right? That's not how things work. So then it makes money, as it should, as anyone, you know, who understands, you know, what's going on would expect, and then they claim that as a They claim that as a big W. Nabil says the Anita Sarkeesian feminist frequency videos got caught up in this. She was talking about how women are badly represented in video games, and the Gamergaters led a harassment campaign against her. They used videos dunking on her to push their hateful alt-right platforms. Yeah, I remember that. Like, I remember the Anita Sarkeesian. So I don't think I noticed when the Zoe Quinn stuff was going on, but I was definitely, when I found feminist frequency, I thought it was pretty cool, and really kind of opened my eyes to some things. Like, I didn't notice how political gaming was, I think, until I started watching Anita Sarkeesian. I wasn't even thinking about that, right? They're video games, right? So Anita Sarkeesian kind of opened my eyes to the political nature of video games. Obviously, the right uses her as a harpy, as a vessel for feminism, dehumanizes her, sees her as the representation of all that is ruining their games. You gotta send that to Catalina. Send that to one of my mods, okay? If it's or if you're in the Discord, put it in stream suggestions. I can't see links here. Okay, so yeah. So this is Nabil's got the history of this. This is how it went down, right? They used video games dunking on her to push their hateful, and it was really easy for them because it's easy for that demographic to hate somebody like Anita Sarkeesian. Fucking love feminist frequency. Yeah, I think we rated feminist frequency before when they were streaming on Twitch. I don't know if it was Anita, but aside from Gamergate argument, all these games have you play women, so you don't know what you're talking about. Anita literally did nothing wrong. She, just like NCC, did nothing wrong. Yeah, made the baseline of white feminism. Her Lego video is great.
Time went by. And games, one of the go-to responses that these right-wing...
Okay, so this is what the right wing said. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not mischaracterizing him, right? Because, I'll hear about it if I do.
Grifter YouTubers would say, in response to liberal game journalists, was, if you don't like how games are now, make your own games. Make your own games.
I mean, that's basically a way to shut Anita Sarkeesian up. Now, and understand what she's saying. One of the main points that Anita Sarkeesian made time and time again was that it is possible to enjoy a video game or show while still criticizing it. That is something that goes right over these people's head. They cannot conceive of the idea that a video game might have problems in terms of representation, but you could still, your video game's not being attacked, right?
With, a black or trans or gay character. And it was like, okay. And then they made their own games. We got games like Life is Strange. We got games like...
Okay, so they made their own games. So the Gamergater said, make your own games. People made games fitting the description of what the, Gamergates would have had us make. And
Spider-Man Miles Morales. We got games like, I remember when it first came out, Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Assassin's Creed, it wasn't Unity, it was Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Got a lot of shit.
Yeah, good point, next one. So when Gamergate started, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in chat, I don't feel like the indie scene was as well established, right? So the games that people had available for them to play, were largely like there's obviously, exceptions, right? But just the number of games that are coming out outside of major studio releases were much less, right? Oh my god, I'm sorry, Nabil. Yeah, no, you're not derailing. I'm derailing.
Female,
it's my fault. Don't Nod. Wait, Don't Nod, is that right? Is a French dev, and they crushed it with Life is Strange.
Female characters that you can play as. And a bunch of other games that I'm sure you can...
Okay, female characters you can play as, so...
Just look up the Quarterings channel, look up the Quartering, and then game, and then you'll see pretty much everything that the conservatives have had an excuse to complain about in games as of late. Basically, a ton of games came out with diverse casts and just a lot of progressive values, and these conservatives didn't have as much ammo to go after in terms...
So he's saying that the solution to the Gamergaters is to do what they said, right? And the like listen, I feel like he gets into this more like later in the video, and he's got some other videos like talking about this too, right? We're gonna watch one other video where he absolutely rides Asmongold for all Asmongold is worth, which is not much, but yeah, there's but he's saying that the solution was to do what the Gamergaters were saying that we should do, and that kind of implies that the responsibility for Gamergate, and yes, Xanderhal, I can hold you responsible for the implications of what you say because you have a big enough platform to be concerned about, right? And if you feel differently, feel free to make a video clarifying that. And if you do, I'll give you credit for that, because I think that helps. I think that if you clarify what you're saying and explicitly say, I am not blaming the victims of Gamergate for Gamergate happening. I am not blaming them for the negative effect that the right-wing politicization of gaming as an identity has had on our culture, on our overall culture. Like, I will accept that, but like what you're saying now strongly implies that Gamergate never would have happened if women had known their place and refrained from criticizing video games. Xanderhal, those games that you talked about, right? Would those have gotten made if it weren't for Anita Sarkeesian? Would those have gotten made if it weren't for people criticizing the video games? That like a lot of the, you say that this was a response to the Gamergate criticism, make your own games. But I mean, like, I think that, like, it's a response to the victims of Gamergate, right? But like, if you want to recast them as being not the villains necessarily, right? Obviously, Xanderhal thinks the villains are the people harassing them. I'm going to give him credit for that at least, right? But that they in some way like created the problem, created the situation for Gamergate to happen. You're victim blaming. I don't know how else to read this, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Xanderhal. Feel free to correct me.
Of like BuzzFeed articles attacking games for being...
Yeah, Xanderhal should say it with your chest, Xanderhal. Anita Sarkeesian did nothing wrong. I want to hear that from you, all right? Or else you're not really on our side. Or else you are a Gamergater, right? Or else you are an anti-SJW. Say it with your chest.
Problematic anymore, so what did they have to do? They had to start attacking progressive games. So, and any progressive media, really, it extended beyond games. So you had Marvel movies or Disney movies coming out.
So the correct course of action is to do what the Gamergaters say and make your own games. Then you get the quartering and these, ex-Gamergaters, these right-wing chuds, they start criticizing our games, and then we can Gamergate the Gamergaters? Is that what I'm getting?
That had like a woman...
Not Gamergate, not like as in harass, but like, we can make fun of them for getting so bent out of shape about video games.
Is the lead.
What's up, Shaxby? Good to see you, meow.
And these conservatives would basically stake themselves.
Gamergate kind of was yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Shaxby. You're not entirely wrong. I know you got the kappa on there, but he's kind of being the centrist. He's saying, I know they're bullies, but the victims do have some culpability in what happened, right? And if you take this to what he's been saying about trans people when it comes to Hogwarts Legacy and victim blaming the trans people that are now getting attacked by these chuds for having an issue, for bringing up criticism for a video game, right? What side does that put Xanderhal on? Not our side.
On the idea of these, like, they would bet on these things failing. They'd say, go woke, go broke, these things are gonna fail, and then they wouldn't, and they look stupid.
Progressive artists largely are not listening to the demographic that cry about Black Ariel. True.
And that just kept happening over and over again. Captain Marvel, Avengers Endgame, like, just all these, you guys remember it, I'm sure. All these cultural events, these games would come out that were supposed to be super
Meow
bad
Squad!
Because they're woke, just didn't fail. They didn't perform poorly, certainly not because they're woke. And for a while there, especially
Ray spend all the princesses.
from 2019 to, I'd say, late 2021, it felt like it was the right on the satanic panic cultural attack on things that were popular. And things that were popular were opposed to the right. And that just kind of fucked the right over. And the left was at a very blatant upper hand. I mean, it was the peak of cancel culture, and say what you want, but cancel culture was real, and the fact that cancel culture got as big as it did shows us the left has the ability.
Say what you want, but okay, no, what is his take going to be on cancel culture, right? Because like all I've ever heard in terms of Xanderhal talking about cancel culture is just in general it's bad, right? But like, what is he saying here? And is it coherent?
The fact that cancel culture...
What kind of coffee am I drinking today? Shakespeare, the very cheapest coffee I can find. As Bad Empanada has remarked, nocommentchick only drinks shit coffee, and she wears arm bling courtesy of the Hardy Boys. Apparently, these are not these are wrestlers, right? The wrestlers, the Hardy Boys wore this, so I guess I'm a Hardy Boy stan or something. I don't know. Like Bad Empanada's got some interesting ideas, especially about me. Anyway, I wish it was a Sumatran blend. That sounds lovely, Shakespeare. You probably know good coffee. I don't.
Not as big as it did.
I just buy whatever's cheapest at the.
It shows us the left has the ability to exert strong amounts of cultural power online, and social power online. Sorry. It was the peak of cancel culture. It was the peak of RedTube blowing up. It was the rise of some of the most prominent left-wing figures out there.
Oh, did I get the video? Yeah, I think so. Let me look. Is it in my...
Now, it happened back then.
Ooh, okay.
Just overall, it really felt like that time was a big...
Oh, it's Rags!
Moving on, though. What's happening?
I don't know much about Rags, but I feel like Xanderhal's mentioned Rags before.
Now, why have things changed? Well, if you paid attention, things have gotten a lot more...
Wait, it's the height of cancel culture, and yes, cancel culture was a real thing. Usually Xanderhal says it's a bad thing, but it sounds like here he's, I don't know, seeing like a good side of... What's up, big man dogs? I do think that progressive movement has gotten a bit lazy and naive during the mid-2010s. The end of history notion was kind of alive. Then the counter movement happened. It wasn't just Gamergate. It correlates with a lot of the far right politics, the rise of far right politics globally. Always got the sense that Xan kind of wants it to come back. Yeah, that's my thing too. Like I agree. Bad Empanada wears pink underwear. Xan kind of wants Gamergate to come back so he can dunk on the righties instead. Yeah, and like he wants to be like needed. He wants to be a savior. He wants to be beyond reproach by the left, and he wants to justify his reactionary bullshit, right? He's triangulating like Hillary Clinton. Motherfucker, that is triangulation. That is literally it. That is literally it. You got one side and you got another side, right? And oh my God, Sky, thank you for the 200 bits and the emotes too, right? I didn't even notice that. Meow meow. And thank you for the follow, Jan. Wait a minute. That was a why am I not getting these cheers as cheers? Yeah, thank you, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you for the cheer. More like gamer. True. Okay. So wait, yeah, this is literally a Hillary Clinton like strategy, right? You triangulate, right? So you got one side that wants this and you got the other side that wants this, and you come along and say, what if we split the baby? And what if we, right? Like what if we Like the trans people that are complaining about Hogwarts Legacy, they're going a little too far. And the right-wingers that are saying trans people are the scum of the earth, they're going a little bit too far too. Why don't I just like slide right in there with my centrist take on this and triangulate this shit? That's the Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Xanderhal, Hillary, Rodham Clinton. True. We got the Void Coffee today. True. Yeah.
Like Gamergate lately, haven't they? No longer is it really the right on the offense attacking popular things anymore. The right are attacking unpopular things.
Yeah, the problem is a split baby ain't much use to anyone.
They're picking the right targets.
I don't know, maybe the split baby is the bad metaphor, but right, basically he's given us centrism. He's giving us gaming centrism. Thank you, Xanderhal. That's great. I'm so glad you made this innovation. I'm so glad you sold out your own side to gain power. That's what triangulation is about, right? Like much in the same way that Hillary Clinton sells out, not just like like Hillary Clinton sells out the left side, I'll say, of American political discourse. She, Xanderhal's selling out the left side of the gaming discourse. I think that people like the Clout Network people like the Clout Network are one of the last death rattles of centrist white people, especially cis men, as they still can't cope with it. Gamergaters claimed to be about ethics in games journalism, but took every opportunity to harass and threaten black cosplayers, women in particular.
Misrepresenting things and creating masterful propaganda. Right now they're attacking all of the left's weakest spots the most critically. I think the person who's doing this...
Well, wait, no, here's the thing. You're attacking the same people that the right's attacking. Right? So you say they're attacking the left's weakest spot. I say you're helping them attack us. I say that instead of listening to trans people, you're attacking us and trying to use like the attack from the right as a reason to, mollify our position.
Best right now.
Sorry for using big words, Zan. I'll explain that one for you if you need it.
It's Matt Walsh. You see, the topic of trans women in sports and the topic of trans women in bathrooms and in spaces where women who may have been sexually assaulted or raped has been like one of those touchy subjects, right? Because a lot of women out there have been sexually assaulted or raped by a man. And because of that, don't really feel comfortable around men anymore. And those same women may not be comfortable around trans women as well. If
I feel like what he's saying is more applicable to the UK than it is the US.
they don't see said trans woman as a woman. And they may be transphobic, but
I mean, this is true to a lesser extent in the US, but yeah, this is a majorly thing that, that happens in the UK.
also a recovering rape victim who's traumatized. A lot of hummingbirds flying around at the moment. And I don't know if the transphobia really negates the validity of traumatized rape victim.
Okay, now what is he saying there? I'm trying to be charitable, but did you all hear that? Nor should it. It shouldn't negate. No, of course, traumatized rape victims, their trauma is real, but holy shit, what does that have to do with me as a trans person? What does that have to do with me as a trans woman?
And it's one of those issues that has always been touchy on the left, and that's why we've always left it up to very good faith discussion, very reasonable middle ground discussion, but the right isn't good faith.
The hummingbirds are literally shouting him down, true.
The right isn't down to have good faith discussion. They recognize this as a weak point in the left's ideology, a chink in the armor, and they attack it viciously. Why do you think it's okay for men to go into women's restrooms? Don't you want to protect women? Don't you want to protect kids, right? And then, of course, there's the hypocrisy with women's sports.
Oh, it's a camera mic.
I think most of you guys can
Hey, what's up, smartest man? I don't think we will get a true Gamergate 2. The online left is a lot better to handle counter reactions.
Think of one experience where a conservative guy has said, women's sports, it's only good for looking at their asses. And now all of a sudden they're paragons of caring about the fairness and the equality and the proper, the proper winner being determined in women's sports all of a sudden, only because their virtue signaling about it can hurt trans people. They recognize the sports issue as being a weak spot on the left, and they're attacking all of these weak points very precisely. And it's definitely hurt the left pretty bad culturally. And a lot of it's just the fact that there hasn't been loud enough voices speaking against these attacks as well, because there are good responses to these propaganda points that the right is making. The left just doesn't have the loud enough voices, or enough loud voices, arguing against them. And I have a final point. I think the final point is that, as I said before, it is now the left on the attack against popular things. I think
the joys of living outside and what am I missing? Oh, in DC, outside of DC. He is aware that a lot of the SA survivors are trans women, correct? Well, I mean, that's not something that he's bringing up. It's something that he definitely should, mention. Right? I mean, I don't know exactly what he was trying to say by that, right? That the trans rights don't negate the trauma of women who have been assaulted. I mean, like, nobody's arguing for that, right? Or nobody, like, that's not what the left is arguing. That is the right-wing caricature of what the left is arguing for, right? They want to make it an either or. That's what they always try to do with wedge issues, right? You can support trans rights or you can support women's rights. You cannot support both, and the conservatives actually support neither, but they're willing to kind of, like, you know, flip and flop where it's useful, right? They're willing to pretend to support women's rights to, you know, safety and feign concern for you know, like assaults, you know, sexual assaults, which, you know, they famously always try to victim blame, downplay, and you know, like say that most of the women that claim that are lying. But when it comes to trans people, no, those assaults are real, when in actuality, yeah, the assaults happen, and you know, they're happening largely from cis men. But you kind of got to say that part, right? Even if you know that part, if you don't say it, you know, you're putting this out there, Zan, to like a mixed audience, right? I don't think Xanderhal is accurately noticing that the far right is gaining momentum again, but he is severely. Oh, you do think he is? Sorry, he is severely overstating it, like super severely. Yeah, and there's a sense that he wants that, right? Like I said, it sort of justifies his existence, and it puts him in a place where he's able to triangulate, he's able to present himself as a savior, and he's able to mollify trans people that might have some criticism for what he's been talking about lately, like attacking us on Hogwarts Legacy, like he's been doing, right?
Hogwarts Legacy is really just the most obvious and most recent example of this. Literally, the game is breaking.
So just like we blame the victims of Gamergate, right, for not just making their own game, and like, oh my God, Xanderhal, isn't that literally what Zoe Quinn did? Isn't the inception of, oh my God, thank you for the subby, Frog Powered Train. Oh, Nabil, thank you for the gift sub to Frog Powered Train. And yeah, I gotta be better on this. Like, okay, so we got 10 minutes, I think, maybe a little bit more, until the next ad. If you are not subbed already, that means that you're in danger of getting sucked out and forced to watch one of those ads. Now, you can fix that by hooking up your Twitch Prime to Twitch Prime, hooking up your Amazon Prime to Twitch, right? And then you get a free sub, which you can park here and get out of that ad break. Or you can spend $5. That's right. Just like someone famously said, it's just $5. $5. It's just $5, right? If you want to, you know, take care of that now, no problems, even without an Amazon Prime sub. And you know, if you don't have either of those things, and I don't want you to spend money that you don't have, if you need that money for you, you know, for God's sake, keep it, right? But if you hang out here and you make good comments, you will get noticed, and somebody like Nabil will spot you and give you a gift sub. And you know, thank you so much, Nabil, for donating that gift sub to Frog Powered Train. Meow.
Like, everyone's talking about it, everyone's playing it. It's been weeks after it's come out at this point. People are still talking about it, not even in the context of the boycott, but just talking about the game, like they're enjoying the game. Apparently, it's
yeah. Trauma doesn't justify bigotry, though. Yeah, I mean that's why. Like, I want to give him some credit. What's up, Free Plan B? Xanderhal. Yeah, I know, right? I want to give him some credit. Okay, I don't want to assume that, like, you know, his take is as bad as it sounds. Maybe he just didn't say it right. Maybe, you know, he's not used to doing these videos outside, right? But it sounded a lot like, you know, that he was. It sounded like misplaced empathy, I guess. You know, like, look, you know, yeah, trauma is real, and, you know, assault is real, and you know, the effect that has on somebody who's experienced it is real. But yeah, it in no way justifies bigotry. And you know, what Xanderhal said, whether he meant it that way or not, I hope he didn't mean it that way. I hope he just kind of like misspoke, right? But it kind of it kind of speaks to, like, justify you know, people that are trying to use women's trauma around assault as a cudgel against trans people who have nothing to do with that, right? It's just another way to demagogue and demonize trans people. I mean, I do believe that we need to show bad people empathy and give them option to change, but we don't need to get our hands on our hands and knees and let people. Yeah, and when somebody's trauma causes them to attack another group that's like under the crosshairs of a right-wing eliminationist movement, I absolutely cannot empathize with that, if that makes sense, right? Never give anyone the benefit of the doubt. He means what he said.
Apparently pretty good. And not only that, but it was a Harry Potter game. This boycott was never going to go anywhere. And as you can see, it left everybody who isn't on the left, and even many people.
Like, you could make the same argument about the Witcher game, just like the Gamergaters did, right? That was going to succeed. But like, the thing is, you have to straw man to do that. I don't think that the journalist who wrote that article thought that, like, look, my article is going to provide insight. Everybody's going to read it. It's going to go viral. And people are going to be like, yo, I was going to play The Witcher 3, but I didn't realize it had a problem with representation. Now we're not going to play it, right? Nobody that was asking trans allies and in some cases, trans people, like, not to play the Hogwarts game was thinking that this is going to cause the failure of the launch of the game. This is a AAA game about like a huge IP with that hasn't had a game in a long time, and that some people would say has never had like a really good game. There's been a lot of shit sandwiches served as Harry Potter video games, because people know that like you just attaching the Harry Potter name to something is going to get it to sell. Like I said, the grandma effect. You don't buy the game because it's a shit sandwich, but your grandma doesn't know that. Your grandma's sweet and she knows you like video games. She knows you like Harry Potter. Boom, boom, boom. She buys you that game. They make that sale nonetheless. It doesn't matter like that it was a mistake. That game is still sold, and yeah, you might take it back, but you also might not, right? Especially if your grandma's coming over and at Easter and she's gonna want to see you play that game. You're gonna keep it, right? So yeah, I mean, like that's how that works, right? Anybody could tell that a major IP, like with a built-in audience like Hogwarts, like The Witcher, at the point of Witcher 3, when Witcher 1 and Witcher 2 had already been such successes, it's gonna make money. So
on the left with a bad taste in their mouths about the left. I really think the left mishandled the Hogwarts Legacy situation overall. And I think so too. I think attacking trans people over our attempt to raise awareness on why you might not want to play Hogwarts Legacy if you say that you support trans people, if you say that you care about trans rights, right? If you know about J.K. Rowling's weird like anti-Semitism that she kind of imbues that universe with, and that the developers augmented, made worse, emphasized the game is putting down a goblin fucking rebellion. Jesus Christ, you're interacting with the anti-Semitic part of the Hogwarts universe, like, right? So, it was an attempt to raise awareness, and you characterized it as an attempt to an authoritarian power grab to stop people from playing a game that to play, they just have to press a fucking button on their computer and digitally download that shit, right? No, trans people did not think that we have the power to stop somebody from pressing a button on their mouse, right? That's really infantilizing that you think that we thought that, right? What's up, Paul Skull? Good to see you. But NCC, you're not gonna get the game pulled from shelves and the show canceled, so it's not worth criticizing. Yeah, and you should actually play it, apparently, right? If you look online right now at a lot of the grifter right-wing channels, much like they did back in Gamergate, they have anchored themselves to Hogwarts Legacy, a popular game, and its success is bringing them upward. Every single time you see some article about Hogwarts...
So never criticize any video game, because I guess unless it's going to fail, right? Like, so we should be looking for shitty video games that we can tell are not going to do well. If we found shit-ass douche bro video games that were just like really yikes and stuff, like started talking about them, then Xanderhal would criticize us for possibly giving them more attention. And there's a better argument to be made for that than that like we're somehow going to augment the sales of Hogwarts Legacy by trying to bring attention to the fact that, hey, if you talk the talk on trans rights, maybe try walking the walk as well, and don't play the turf game. something to think about, right? Jesse Gender, like if you want to take, like Jesse Gender's video as a representation of the action that trans people were taking, to raise awareness about the Hogwarts video game, it was not a boycott. She specifically says it's not a boycott, right? It's not, and a boycott in the sense that you're going to get everybody to stop playing something that is, really popular by raising their awareness about something that people are either already aware of and they don't care, or people are people don't care, you know what I mean? Either are already aware of or don't care. Then I think most people understood the point was to inform people, not forcing people to do something. He echoed the right-wing narrative, right? To the extent that this is hurting the left. Xanderhal, not nocommentchick, not Jesse Gender, not anybody else. Xanderhal, Vosh, all these shitheads, Hassan as well, right? They bear responsibility. You echoed a right-wing narrative. You fired on your own team. Don't try to put this on us. That's your fault. That's your L, okay? So yeah, I agree that the left fucked that up, but I think it's this part of the left. I think it is the reactionary elements of loser leftists like Xanderhal and Vosh that are most responsible for this. I think Jesse Gender did nothing wrong, but reminding me that trans people exist and at the same time forcing me not to play the wizard game and it's taking my rights away. Meow.
Succeeding and getting a record amount
Meow.
of sales. Some right-wing YouTuber makes a video where they talk about, it
was never about stopping the bigot game sales. It was about getting the message out. Yeah. And we did succeed in raising the awareness, right? Again, like not everybody cares about trans people. Like, most people's views are somewhere in the middle. Like, they don't want to, hurt trans people, but they don't really see, trans people as being, worth changing your behavior as far as, your online purchases of a video game, right? So, and that wasn't for them, right? But when you put the message out, it's gonna travel, right? And especially, like, here's the problem, okay? I feel like the message was targeted at people who talk the talk about J.K. Rowling, of people who know that J.K. Rowling is a disgusting TERF, right? That's where it was targeted at. And when we have those same people, instead of listening to us, turn it around and turn us into content, right? Clout chase off of trans people's pain and suffering, then I gotta lay that guilt at your door, Xanderhal. I'm sorry. The only ethical way to play Hogwarts is... Well, I mean, like...
The vast majority of people do not agree with this trans agenda nonsense, right? When in reality, it's just a Harry Potter game. Of course it was going to sell well. Harry Potter is one of the most popular franchises in...
No shit.
...existence.
Like, look, how bad does this motherfucker infantilize us? He thinks that I don't know this? Thank you, Xanderhal. But I'm not the one who has problems understanding, like, what's going on, all right? I'm not gonna try to get, like, I'm not gonna try to flex on you intellectually, because that seems like punching down, but Jesus Christ, this guy thinks I'm...
The left is not picking and choosing its battles well enough right now. We are fighting and trying to push against popular...
So just like Anita Sarkeesian should have shut the fuck up and not criticized video games and instead used her Kickstarter instead of for feminist frequency, it should have been to make the game that has inclusion and all that and like a social justice message, right? Even though that's kind of like that's kind of what Zoe Quinn did. That's kind of what the initial victim of Gamergate actually did. That is what got these Gamergaters activated, right? Was Zoe Quinn, and then the fucking cope session of Zoe Quinn's ex boyfriend and their empathy with this scummy guy, right? That's what got the fires lit. The continuation of that was, reacting to people like Anita Sarkeesian criticizing video games while acknowledging that you can still enjoy them, strawmanning her and saying she wants to take your games away from her. She wants to take your games away from you. And then the whole thing was make your own game. And, and Xanderhal saying they were right. We should do what the Gamergaters were telling us to do. After they attacked somebody for making their own game, right? We should have listened to them when they said make your own game and we'll leave you the fuck alone. Really what they wanted to do was shut women up, was shut women out of gaming in much the same way that Xanderhal, Vosh, etc. are shutting marginalized people's voices out of our own discourse, right? This is wrong.
Things. God, the amount of YouTubers who are saying, left-wing YouTubers who are saying, don't play Hogwarts Legacy. This
Yeah, Harry Potter still sells it, even though JKR is doing her damnedest to stop it.
Popular game everyone's playing and talking about right now. Here are some low-poly indie games made by trans...
I bet Xanderhal marched in 3 whole Pride Parades. True.
You can play instead, and I appreciate I appreciate the sentiment of that, but that is literally the same vibe as, like, you're in the car and you ask your mom if you can stop and get some, like, burgers and fries from McDonald's, and she says there's burgers and fries at home, and they're like 3-day-old, like, reheated in the microwave. Like, it's just, I'm not trying to disparage those games, but it's like...
Dude, like, I'm so glad that you have the money to be able to throw leftovers away, right? Is he arguing against leftovers? Is he fucking arguing against, oh my god, what, or is he arguing against moms? I don't know. Look, I don't want to psychoanalyze Xanderhal. I definitely do not want to go down that rabbit hole, and I'm sure it is a deep, dark rabbit hole that I have no interest, right? I don't want to go down there. I don't want to meet Tweedledee and Tweedledum. I don't want to, meet the caterpillar or the queen or any of this other stuff. Like, I can leave that alone. I can leave that the fuck alone, okay?
You know the meme. Like, everybody knows that feeling of, like, oh, come on. When you want something.
Everybody knows that feeling. Obviously, your mom's feeling is like, I have paid this money for anyway. I don't know if that is necessarily about Xanderhal's mom or if it's like just a conceptual. Let's just say it's a conceptual mom. I don't know that the like obviously the moms out there, that like have paid for food, and want to get that food eaten and know that like if they buy McDonald's, then that food is getting tossed in the trash, right?
And you're told no, do something else because you're bad if you do the thing.
I mean, look, it's not your bad, okay? It's either you have the disposable income to be the universal mom, exactly, right? We're not trying to talk about anybody's real life here, okay, or anything like that. I don't want to, like, guess it, how much this applies to Xanderhal's, actual experience, but, like...
It's such a bad look. It feels so preachy, judgmental, and, like... You're setting standards and boundaries.
It feels so preachy and judgmental. Like, right now, listen, if that preachiness and judgmentality is about something like, if you have sex before marriage, you're a slut. You're diminishing your value as a woman. You're turning into roast beef downstairs, okay? That's some judgmentality. That's some puritanical fucked up shit that we can do without. But if the judgmental and puritanical is like, hey, maybe, like, don't help the person who is the queen of the TERFs, who is attacking trans people with all the resources and all the clout that she has. Maybe do not increase those resources and clout. You are blackpilling your fucking audience. You're telling them that nothing matters. Oh my god. Don't get fucking moralistic with me. Holy shit, dude. If morals are good for anything, they're for keeping us from hurting each other, right? That's appropriate. We gotta disambiguate like weird, like puritanical, morality about, something that doesn't really hurt anyone, something that is just like a religious taboo from actual harm. And here we're dealing with actual harm. And here we're reinforcing like literal fucking anti-Semitic like tropes, right? There's real harm there. There's real people at stake. Can you please recognize the difference between that and the preacher that tells you not to fucking, have sex? Meanwhile, they're doing who knows what behind closed doors, right?
For being
They're not living those morals.
a part of the left that don't make anybody want to be a part of the left.
My roast beef is amazing, and I will not be shamed. Me neither, right? I love my roast beef.
Who would want to be a part of the left if you're not allowed to take part in one of the biggest gaming phenomenons of the year to be a part of the left, right? If you're going to be shamed and ostracized and whatnot.
Yo, don't make me think about the what's on the end of my fork, okay? I just want to close my eyes and eat it and not worry who I'm hurting. That's what you're telling your audience. You are blackpilling your audience, Xanderhal.
You know, I think it's definitely a weak point as far as the left has gone in the last year or so. And as far as what do we do about it, I think we need to look to the past with situations like this. What happened before? I love the hummingbirds. What happened before? What happened back during Gamergate that changed everything? Well,
like this is I mean, like let me take away the black pill thing and say it's a blue pill, right? And like I hate to say that, right? Because like as I say it, you know, I'm invoking like MRA, PUA, like manosphere shit. But like, let's be real. This was a movie created by two trans women, right? And the red pill represented waking up from unconsciousness, from unawareness, right? Becoming woke. And the blue pill, you can go back to sleep. You don't have to worry about where that steak is coming from, Cypher. It doesn't matter. It still tastes just as good, right?
The left
anyway
got better at arguing.
Sorry.
Figures who knew how to argue against this propaganda rose to the top.
Wait, Pizza's Tower. I've been seeing more of this. Pizza's Tower breaking the Western internet.
Popular. They gained a following. They gained some level of like.
I had some leftists telling me that personas. I mean, there's problematic, you know, aspects to it, but again, yeah, you can criticize. It's a little different than like putting money in the pocket of somebody that's actually hurting a marginalized group, right? Last I checked, Persona's owners or Persona's like, you know, the Atlas Games like CEO wasn't like, you know, giving that money to like, I don't know, suppress trans people.
Notoriety. People like Hassan, people
oh,
like...
wait, I'm sorry. I thought, wait, it was a kappa. I'm sorry. I just took it seriously. There really are some, like, iffy, like, little moments in Persona, for sure, here and there.
H-Bomber guy and...
Although Persona 2 is pretty based.
Philosophy Tube and ContraPoints. All these figures came along out of necessity. I think a leaf just went up. The left needed figures like them. The left needed figures like, I would say, even me to an extent.
The left needs figures like me. This is a justification for his reactionary bullshit. Don't call my reactionary bullshit reactionary because I'm all you got bullshit, Xanderhal. You are not all we've got. You are actively suppressing the leaders we actually need on the left. The people that are going to make online spaces that promote solidarity, that bring us all together, the people that aren't going to let their fragility get in the way of that, the people that aren't all about their ego, the people to who this is not a personal project of aggrandizement, right? You are what's in the way of that. And I'm not going to feel bad. I am not going to feel bad about hastening, you know, your lessening in influence, okay?
No, I don't know how big my splash has been in the internet cultural pool. The left needed figures like us to come along and kind of veer the generally misguided...
the left needed Contra, the woman who says she's not a leftist. Yeah, look, Contra did, like, I mean, like Contra did a good job of... Contra, Innuendo Studios, people like this did a good job of kind of dissecting and deconstructing the alt-right and how it worked and how it functioned and what the meta was, right? But, you know, they didn't claim to be leftists. Like, Contra was sort of forced into that role by her community because she smashed the right wing so effectively in her video essays. You know, she was assumed to be a fellow traveler, which she never was, right? What's up, Trotsky? Heard nothing but bad things about the gameplay itself. Wait, on what? Oh, Atomic Heart. Yeah, I haven't even tried. Wait, what is it? What is the rap against Atomic Heart? I think that, okay, so there's one. Okay, I haven't talked about Atomic Heart yet. I know about it though. Just, oh my god, I'm getting sidetracked, aren't I? I've heard two claims. One of them is that it is Russian propaganda or communist propaganda, depending on who you asked. I don't buy that at all. All right. The second thing is that there's a cartoon in the game that you can watch on TV screens, right? And if you watch the cartoon long enough, it's an actual Russian cartoon. There is a you know, racist caricature that appears, and yeah, that sucks.
methods that online leftist figures tend to engage in, more towards productive.
There's a video about why it's bad? Okay, maybe I don't know the whole story.
Right now, the way you control internet culture, the way you productively control internet culture, is through controlling these platforms.
Is that video by that, their name starts with a K?
With media and entertainment. It's why I make the videos that I do. It's why I try to upload as much as I can and get as many views as I can. Granted, I succeed from it and I get to make money, and I definitely gain a nice warm fuzzy feeling in my heart when you guys hit the like button and you comment down below and you hit the subscribe button.
So he's really talking about my like button YouTube chat. God damn it. You know, I moved my YouTube chat thinking that I'd be able to read it a lot more easily, and I'm not. It's just because like the video ends up in front of it. But at least I can read more of it. What's up, Black Phillip? I'm gonna dry my hands on my pantsuit, right? Vosh convinced him, everyone to the left of them were tankies. That's right, they're tankies and therefore fascists. That's right. There's not the same idea among normie liberals that we no longer need to try and the world will continue. Oh yeah, so I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, the myth of progressivism and that the world just like naturally, you know, gets better without anybody actually doing anything. That's not true, right? To the extent that things have gotten better, it's by people putting themselves on the line, in the line of danger, and sometimes suffering, you know, fatal consequences because of that, right?
I also want
it hasn't come from nowhere. It's not automatic.
These ideas to reach.
Santa's the Nick Jr. version of Destiny.
Far and wide. I want people to agree.
A lot of people are upset with Atomic Heart because the developers sympathizers with the Russian government. It's kind of complicated. I mean, if a developer doesn't sympathize with the government, they will probably not be allowed to sell the game in Russia.
My beliefs. I want people to join the left. I want people to...
Yeah, and also the US has an issue with that too, you know, and it's called first-person shooter games that have accurate representation of military hardware. They all kind of make a deal with the US government to get those specs. They need the specs, right? Yeah, I know, right? Man, Santa's okay. Yeah, I mean, I hope Santa's okay. He just got over COVID, so maybe it has something to do with that. I think we are taught that for a reason. The powers that be don't want to encourage that what it took for some people to... Yeah, exactly. They don't want more change. They want the end of history.
Like, oh, I get it, after they see my video and realize, like, so much of these popular ideas are being fed by right-wing propaganda. Very flimsy right-wing propaganda, by the way. But yeah, that's basically what I wanted to talk about. The shift of internet culture, why it's happened, the ways in which it's happening, and I hope you enjoyed this video. I think it was really cozy sitting next to the fire and talking about this.
We'll take a really quick look here, okay?
So thank you so much for watching.
Let's take a really quick look at The Witcher 3, the controversy over it. This is Rags. Now, can somebody orient me? Okay, who is Rags? What's his deal? What should I be looking for? What should I be expected? Because I've heard of this content creator. Is he kind of like right-wing and stuff? Change your culture, change your history, change the way you portray your folklore, because there aren't people who sort of look like me. But The Witcher 3 isn't about history, is it? It's about fantasy.
Hello.
So this is Rags. The fact that the Ransona is a doge. He is a chud. I thought so. Bad things will always happen, so why should I not do bad? Yeah, that's some black pill shit. That's some, you know, or blue pill, like, I mean, depending on how you want to look at it, right? I want to give him, oh my god. Exactly, the left is less naive than 10 years ago. The Witcher is kind of deeply rooted in Polish mythology. It's been used as a justification for not having a diverse cast. Who did Witcher 3? Who did the Witcher series again? He's right-wing and uses his LGBTQ friends as tokens and as a shield. Dude is not good. Rax is someone I am very familiar with because I'm in the anti-Comicsgate nerds. Wait, there's a Comicsgate? Oh my god, there was a Comicsgate? Like similar to Gamergate? Actual fandom. The Witcher was originally a Polish book series.
Today, we're going to be taking a look at PBS Game Show. Perhaps you've heard of it. Probably not. Now, when I say PBS Game Show...
Wait, is this advertisement? What is PBS Game Show?
I really mean PBS.
What?
Public Broadcasting Service. The one that gets 15% of its budget from the government.
Oh my god, you're paying for fucking... Oh my god, no.
The taxpayer. So yeah, this train wreck of a channel...
Joe taxpayers paying for your PBS, paying for your cyber chase.
Channel is an experiment that we can thank the taxpayer
Paying for your... Anyway.
for. Hooray.
Who watches this shit? 6 years ago.
PBS Game Show was about games. But a lot of the times, instead of being so much about games, they would delve into the fields of games and culture and social justice. We're talking Anita Sarkeesian.
Oh my god, not Anita Sarkeesian. She's evil.
Levels of ridiculousness. He's a...
And ridiculous.
Self-proclaimed feminist.
The idea that you could criticize, you could enjoy games and still criticize them, that's so ridiculous. Just like you can't,
Our host, we'll get to him in just a moment, but they had some videos...
There was an attempt by the Chuds to do a GG for comics?
That were titled things...
I don't even know about this.
Like, Portal is a feminist masterpiece. Are games culturally insensitive? Thoughts on The Witcher 3 and race, which is what I'll get to in a moment.
Yo, look at this. Here's what's funny. Here's what is funny. Some of these same assholes, they want to see video gaming as literature, right? And like, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's there yet, right? I think that it's a new form of art. I do see it as an art. I do see it as a cultural product. I think that, even but calling it like art, even calling it art, like, is a little bit like, I know some people are like, really art? I mean, yeah. I think it's getting there, right? But it's so early, and a lot of times the capitalist drive to sell games kind of gets in the way of anything approaching like art or literature. But I do think the potential is there, right? And that, like, in the same way that other cultural products like art and literature influence who we become, I think video games do the same thing, especially given the fact that, they're somewhat targeted at a younger audience. That's changing, and it's becoming more of a universal thing. But if you want to get them treated as art, if you want to get them treated as literature, then you need to subject them to some criticism, right? And you can't say don't make it fucking political when this shit is inherently political. What you want to say is don't let it become anything other than unconscious. And when we let things remain unconscious, they're just gonna be the vessels for implicit bias and other shit like that. Basically, Rags is one of the people who tried to ape Red Letter Media with an anti-SJW lens, but not funny or clever. Teenage boy me was mad at Anita Sarkeesian because of something she said about Miss Pac-Man, but my school and some basic feminism in class kept me from going down that dark path. When did movies become art? They have the potential to be, right? I mean, obviously, same things, with the fact that that movies have, so to the degree that they're held to a standard of like making money, that undermines the artistic potential, right? True art comes when the artist is freed of some of that necessity, right? I mean, it needs to be, like, if art's going to have an impact, it needs to be influential. But the whole, money, the commodification, I think, obviously dilutes the power of anything like movies as art, or games as art, etc.
How I became a video game feminist, and why are NPCs still racist? The hostess of PBS Game Show is Jammin Warren. He likes to remind you that he is indeed biracial, and he's also the founder of Killscreen. Killscreen,
we're not going to watch this whole thing, don't worry,
is the definitive source for independent games and culture writing. You can tell they're super cultured because they think that the election of Donald Trump literally means the fall of our republic, and showing a...
Oh my god, did this ever not age well? Did this ever not age well? Like, I mean, he couldn't have known. This was 6 years ago, chat. This was 6 years ago. He had no idea what would happen on January 6th of 2021? Yeah, 2021.
Again, how progressive they are. They understand that diversity
You got a whole bunch of French books? Congratulations. Oh no, is he responding to one of those liberal takes about how you can't portray racism even if it's part of the overarching narrative that racism is bad?
of ideas isn't what's important, it's diversity of skin color. Jammin himself also has a Twitter. You can see his channel art here depicts him and his many fans. Now, if you go to the channel on YouTube, you'll find
Hilarious.
they haven't uploaded anything
Hilarious.
in a while because their little experiment of sort got canceled or it stopped or I don't know why. It's over. The channel is still there. You can still view the videos. You see, they uploaded thanks for watching a while back, and that was the last thing.
Oh god, chat, I gotta do a little housekeeping right now, okay? Sorry, I should have done this before we started into this segment. Oh yeah, we're like 6 minutes before another ad break, so yeah, once again, Twitch Prime will get you out of that. $5 spent on a Twitch sub will get you out of that, or just, you know, talking and being friendly in chat will probably get you out of that when somebody comes along and drops a bunch of gift subs. You will be one of them just by showing up and, you know, being in people's social justice. I know, right? Yeah, so I gotta let you know about that again. The other thing I want to tell you is if you look up, you might see something that you're not used to seeing on my stream, okay? That is indeed the leaderboard for gift subs, right? And I just started it, so you know it's kind of like I think like if you got left out of that and you gave some gift subs and you're not seeing yourself up there, that's because I just restarted. All right. Now the reason we didn't have this before, all right, listen really closely here, okay, is because people got like weird messages from sussy bakas, from creepy ass, like, you know, people in their whispers, like, you know, and some of that shit was scary and some of that shit was threatening, like, right now, I want you to let me know if you get anything like that, okay? And I and my mod team will report the people doing it for you, okay? We will take care of that. I just want people to understand because, like, you know, the last time I had any sort of like leaderboard, right? You know, some people got like weird harassing whispers or you know, ones that were like trying to like, you know, say things about me, or like if anything like that happens, just, you know, send it to me, send it to one of the mods, and we will take care of it, right? Because that's not supposed to be happening. You're supposed to be able to give gift subs without worrying about that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, hopefully just keep me apprised and understand that if anything happens, I want to know about it. I will help you. I will, you know, we'll do all we can. Twitter's becoming a little bit more responsive in terms of taking care of the harassment that I've been experiencing. And so Twitter, did I say Twitter? I meant Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is doing a little bit better. So I think we can handle it. I think just let me know, okay? Don't suffer in silence. Let me know, you know, what you may or may not be receiving. And if it ends up, you know, being more of a problem than it's worth, then we'll do something else, right? Because I don't want to get people, you know, like put people in a bad situation. So that's that.
They did. It's done. It's over. The top comment is thanks for making gaming worse. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. That doesn't speak volumes. Let's keep going. And nothing of value was lost that day. The only thing I'll miss about this channel is the great videos of people debunking your terrible thought-out drivel. Well, Maverick, it's your lucky day. Top Hats and Champagne says, bye. And the gaming world became one tiny iota better. And I agree, this channel was cancer. As oneangrygamer.net...
Yo, this channel is cancer. This Rags channel... Is Rags still, like, a thing? I'm curious, what's Rags been uploading lately? 4 months ago? 4 months ago, 10 months ago, 1 year ago, maybe still slightly active. Anyway. Is that a little bit ironic though? Who must go leave? Oh, look who we've got on our recommended channels here. Oh, okay, so maybe this is like a second channel or something like that. Dog bites, like short like clips or something, right? Mauler, anyone? Short fat otaku. Wonderful. Okay, anyway, not very active. Not their last. Oh my god, their last video was trying to be a takedown of Stephanie Sterling, right? Anyway,
says, in the marketplace of free ideas, this particular experiment from PBS failed to provide the gaming community with the one commodity they appreciate.
Oh, is he still a member of that? What is that podcast called?
More than anything else. Honesty and common sense.
SFO is one of those enlightened centrists.
Jammin' Warren has none of these. Becoming an acolyte of the Church of Video Game Feminism and Social Justice requires of you to strip yourself of your common sense.
Oh wait, is it acolyte, puritanical? Wait, is this where Xanderhal got this language? Is this why Xanderhal EFAP? That's what it's called. Yeah. Is this why Xanderhal like? Oh my god! Also, I'm noticing it's a male dog. I didn't need to notice that though. God damn it. Okay. Anyway.
You see, when it comes to PBS Game Show, we can see that there's a...
These people don't even recognize when they're recycling right-wing talking points to own the fucking SJWs. I mean, woke scolds.
A line here. There's smart and there's pretentious. And there's...
Yo, I can see why the dog is past pretentious. Look at this. That's where the dog... Like, you're literally putting yourself past... Like, there's smart, there's pretentious. You are all the way over here. You're all the way over here. You're off the scale.
Everything in between. The key is to be...
That is accurate. That is accurate.
Smart, not pretentious.
Wait, who's the guy that's smart?
Warren is incredibly pretentious. He's very holier than thou. If you go to his channel, you'll see exactly what I mean.
Holier than thou! Xanderhal literally said this shit. Look at, oh my god. Look, I remember, you know what I remember that Rags from? Xanderhal talked about him. And not favorably. Like, even Xanderhal, when he mentioned Rags, was saying this dude's kind of chuddy, this dude's kind of anti-SJW, was not a fan of, but obviously was at some point a fan of, was at some point a viewer of, and seems to have absorbed like a lot of the same like talking points, right?
He doesn't try to teach you or educate you. He actively talks to
He's self-reporting his algorithm
down to you. Anyway, there's a little bit of background because this is my first
a little bit
time
of background. That's too much background already. We want to know about The Witcher. We want to know about The Witcher and what's wrong with it, or not what's wrong with it, but what's wrong with people saying that it's kind of like overly white.
Show in these videos, but the video we're going to be looking at today is one that I knew I would eventually tackle. The video is thoughts on The Witcher 3 and race. And it's really...
Oh, Patricia Taxon did a takedown video of him?
It's kind of strange that we use The Witcher 3 here, because The Witcher 3 features many races in it.
Yeah, we got elf, we got dwarf, we got...
There are humans, there are
elves,
there are dwarves, there are halflings. Even the protagonist, Geralt of Rivia, is a Witcher. He's
But don't worry, they're all white.
Constantly derided by the general populace as a freak, a mutant. But let's take a look.
Being so white, no.
Look at just what Jamin Warren, whatever his name is,
Jamin, maybe? I don't know.
Has to say about The Witcher 3 and race. A game that teaches us a lot about race and tackles the issues of race in fantastic ways because it shows that everybody has the capacity, no matter who you are and where you're from, everyone has the capacity to be terrible and to be wonderful.
Can you get on with it? Please fucking get on with it. Oh my god. How did they survive with 5-minute long intros? Jesus Christ.
Hey everybody, Jamin here from Game Show. So you've probably heard this week or over the last week,
I want to push this forward.
A bit of a controversy.
I don't want to spend this much time on this chud.
If you care about race, or if you are a racist, whenever you play a video game or watch a movie or read a book, if something that comes to your mind is, gosh, there are not...
Spark That Blood, I feel the same way about Bayonetta. They are remastering Witcher 1, nice.
A certain amount of people of this skin color...
let's speed it up.
Then those are the only people this controversy, quote-unquote controversy, affected. Because to normal people, this is a non-issue. Normal people, when they play a game made by a bunch of Polish dudes, that was based on a book written by a Polish dude about Polish culture and literature and mythology and folklore, they will obviously say, of course, it's a bunch of white people. Because duh. This should not require any explanation. Just like you should not have to explain why there are no white people in Egyptian mythology. This is only a problem for people who are going out and looking for problems.
A critically lauded fantasy RPG that's opened to huge...
There are no white people in Egyptian mythology. Whiteness didn't exist. People act, oh my god, like, oh well, no, they're not gonna know this. They're not gonna know this. They're not gonna know that whiteness was a concept that you know has not existed from time immemorial, right?
Huge sales numbers, but it's also been open to criticism about how its characters lack diversity.
And what is so telling about Jamin here is how he glosses over that so quickly and does not instantly say, by the way, this is a bollocks controversy, because The Witcher 3, one of its greatest aspects, is that it does have an extremely diverse array of characters that you fight, meet, befriend, and see. You talk to kings and emperors. You talk to lowly peasants. You talk to witches and witch hunters. You speak with people of every economic background and class that can be possibly offered by society. You speak to everyone on the totem pole here.
We've got ideological diversity. All the different parts of the political compass are represented.
A massive part of
Rags is the nostalgia critic of the internet video criticism. He's literally playing a bit and reacting to it over
the game
and
is going to
over
Skellige and being immersed, bombarded by their culture and having to operate within those parameters for a lot of the story's elements. You talk to dwarves, you talk to elves, you talk to people of every...
Yo, what more could you want? You got dwarfs, you got elves, you got halflings, and... Oh no, not halflings, because that's like owned by the Lord of the Rings, but...
walk of life with their own ambitions and their own concerns. The Witcher 3 has an extremely diverse cast of characters. But
don't worry, they're all...
like Jamin, and that diversity only means the diversity of skin color.
So a lot of this comes from Polygon, who ran a very seriously hot take pointing out that there's not a single person of color in the game. Everyone's Caucasian, aside from the monsters, of course.
Well, generally, it's just a good idea to ignore Polygon. It is some of the most disingenuous, dishonest, and ridiculous kind of journalism that we don't need in gaming. Nay, we don't need on the earth.
Yo, look at these people policing gaming journalism. I thought, like, I guess we want ethics in games journalism, but we don't want, like, free speech.
Remember, Polygon is the website...
You got white dwarfs, white elves, white gnomes. What more do you want?
That gave a 5 out of 10 to Shadow Warrior 2 because the reviewer didn't like the jokes. They're transphobic and sex.
Oh my god, I'm gonna do it in a gay voice to let you know what I think about gay. Oh my god.
And so this resulted in...
Oh my god, look at this guy. Wait, this was 6 years ago. So 2017, not that long ago.
Larger conversation that's obviously been happening for quite some time about...
Even the monsters are white.
Representation in games.
And again, this is a quote-unquote problem that's only being brought up by people who see the world through the lens of skin color.
Yeah, you can talk to all kinds of white people, right?
There are some times where the race of a person portraying a role or portraying a character in some work of fiction or nonfiction can be an issue or can be cause for concern, but...
People need to stop using Caucasian to refer to a racial concept. It's literally not used in history or archaeology, etc. It is a pseudoscientific term.
The Witcher 3 is not one of those cases. Not by a long shot, in fact.
But more specifically, representation in a game like The Witcher itself. So the debate ends up being split. There's a dichotomy of people on two different sides. There's people who are defending it, and then people who are condemning it.
Yeah, but don't play this up like it's half of the people are over here and half of the people are over here. Again, this is only an issue that's brought up by people who are trying to invent problems where none exist because they feel like other people's...
Well, you know, here's what's happening. This is gatekeeping, right? Like, you say what you will about Jamin, or whatever his name is, right? He's recognizing that people who are not white, cishet men also like to play games, right? Now, that's not, by and large, the gamer demographic, because like I said, it's become an identity, right? And that identity is heavily gatekept. Like, traditionally, these games were advertised to a certain demographic. And that demographic has now codified itself into like almost a, political ideology with and its implicit bias is pretty transparent, right? So, you've got the concept that like, games are something that like everybody could be included in, but they're not. And, shit like this is like, and not even like so much like, the cast of, or the way that the characters that are in The Witcher, but just like overall that a game like this is more likely to get made than a game with like a more diverse cast, because the game makers, far from being the woke moralists that the chuds like this want to conceive of them as, are actually just catering to the demographic they know how to market to.
creative visions should cater to their own personal fifis. The discussion on the
No,
race
instead we gotta cater to your fifis, right?
in The Witcher 3 appeals only to those of an authoritarian mindset who feel like they should be able to control other people.
Yo, tell me about an authoritarian mindset, Mr. Gatekeeper of Gaming.
To put things into games that they feel should be there.
What's your feels? It's a feels over reels.
They belong there or not. Or whether they make
They belong there. You don't belong here. Excuse me, Black Dwarf. Get the fuck out. You don't belong in this Polish mythology story. Goddamn.
even any sense to be there.
And so this raises this question: what do we really mean when we talk about diversity? And I feel like The Witcher is a really good test case to discuss this. At least,
yeah. Please don't claim that random people groups as being white historically when they don't even have whiteness.
a little bit. All right, so let's take a closer look at the two different camps. On the one hand, when we talk about diversity, I'd say these are like the pro-diversity folks in this instance.
No. They are not pro-diversity. They are pro-diversity of skin color. Because again, as anyone who's played The Witcher 3 can tell you, the characters in that game are insanely diverse. Just not in skin color. Which really should be about the least important characteristics of a person.
When we talk about diversity, we're usually talking about ethnic diversity, where all people are equal and therefore should be represented equally in media.
But all ethnicities are not equal. Genders are not equal. Cultures are not equal. There are, because of human nature, because of biology, because of the way we think, there are inequalities between different people. A tall person and a short person are not equal. They should all be treated fair.
Wait, I can't tell. Wait, is this just the way that he's coming off here? Is he trying to rock race realism here, or is that just like unintentional?
Every individual should have
How much of a chud is this guy?
justice done unto them. But unless your video game
Yeah, Witcher 3 is diverse in the way that black pepper is spicy, meaning only to white people. Nice, Paul. Nice, Paul.
literally has the exact same...
He is? That's real. That's for real. He is that chuddy.
From all cultures.
I literally don't know this guy, right? I literally don't know this guy from Doge.
Then this isn't
Sorry,
a
bad
discussion
joke.
you really should be having, if you're talking about true equality.
Games should be diverse. And so many people say that Witcher 3 is endemic of a problem that games have with inclusivity, a cause that I am, of course, very sympathetic
So
to.
in other words, it's not about like taking the Witcher 3 game away from you, like deleting it off of your computer or whatever. It is about raising awareness. It is a platform to talk about an issue with gaming in general.
You can tell from your other videos, Jamin, and I wouldn't be too against...
Yeah, I saw that his latest video was on Stephanie Sterling. Yeah,
the idea that that's one of the reasons why PBS Game Show as a YouTube channel is not still currently producing content. It's not...
Get woke, go broke.
an accident that gamers are...
Am I right, gamers?
...happy your channel doesn't make videos anymore. That wasn't an accident.
Done lots of different episodes on it.
Yeah, that video sucked. Just like... pretty much every episode from you sucks when you talk about
Everything you do sucks, you damn SJW.
things like this. The top comment on that video does a really good job of explaining it. I don't get the over-obsession you people have with race. You're actively degenerating the progress that has been made over the last decades, and that's
It's almost like the racists are you.
matter by using racism as a BS argument in any given opportunity. By downplaying ethnic characters in games and shoehorning them into your absurd narrative, it appears as if you yourself have a strong racial prejudice and try to blame it on the medium that invokes
Tell me about this anti-white racism here.
this feeling in you. In that video, you
The
said
progress,
Resident Evil
yeah.
5 is the gold standard in racism against NPCs because God forbid you go to Africa and there are a lot of black people there. Because to Jamin, remember, if you go to Africa and you shoot enemies, and of course the enemies are all black because you're in Africa, that's racist.
Oh my god, I don't know how much of this I can take.
Which is why your channel's a
I
joke,
got
and
a
I'm not
general
going to shed a
flavor
tear
for
that it's not
this.
producing content anymore. Real gamers treat you just like
Yo,
they
who's not producing content anymore, Mr. 4 months since your last video?
treat Sarkeesian.
maybe two
Super fucking ironic. Oh, we gotta invoke the devil, the demoness, Anita Sarkeesian.
too many episodes for some folks, but I feel
What about the demoness Irene Geller?
like we talk about it in a regular amount because it's an important issue to talk about.
It isn't at all.
But the TLDR version is that the games there's a dearth of diversity, not just in how characters are represented, but who's making the games themselves.
Which is probably why you're so much in support of the Game Devs of Color
All people in Africa are exactly the same. White people.
Expo. Because again, diversity of ideas and the merit of people's
Diversity
skill
of
and
ideas. Yeah,
creativity-
let's get some fascism in there too. Why aren't we never talking about like
Fuck
the...
that. It's all about what color your skin is. That's real diversity.
And as we've noted before, many characters of color are often pushed to the sideline as non-playable characters, where they're often stereotyped or they're cast in an unfavorable light as bad guys, or if they're just one person of color.
Why aren't we ever talking about the top right side of the political spectrum, the political compass?
You sort of like get one, one for the year or something like that. So on
there's no diversity here.
Come on. It's like the pro-Witcher folks. On the other side, they're saying that that The Witcher is that series, that franchise, it's Polish, and claims that representation in The Witcher is historically accurate.
Yeah, because this just only makes sense in every possible way you look at it. Polish dudes who make a video game based on a book by a Polish guy about Polish folklore and mythology is all white. You don't exactly have to unfold the Laffy Taffy wrapper to get the answer for this one.
So if you like that, you just got to play a game that's centered in Africa. And oh wait, it doesn't exist. Oh, I wonder why.
They have a diversity problem. They say, but The Witcher ostensibly isn't a part of it. So let's take a look outside of games for an answer. So
I'm sorry, this dude is pure hog. Yes.
Diversity can also mean not just ethnic diversity.
If the internet was alive in the 80s, these guys would have lost their shit about land collision.
But also cultural diversity, where distinctive language and dress and customs are allowed to flourish, which is really, really great.
Yeah, but those clearly aren't nearly as important to you than the most superficial display of diversity imaginable, skin color, because
So yeah, the answer to, to racism is to just stop talking about race, right? Just colorblind. There we go. That's the, and we got to that colorblind spot, and then these racists want to still talk about race, even though that all those problems have been solved. Sorry for giving, no, that's okay. That's okay. Look, it got referenced. I needed to know a little bit about the Witcher 3 controversy. I think I got to get, so is this basically the controversy is somebody was talking about there was an article written about the lack of diversity, and then channels like this jumped on that and were like, look at all this, they're trying to put politics in my gaming, they're not being colorblind, oh my god. Okay, so I guess we got the point. So as far as Xanderhal goes, right, he's got another video, he's been talking about this shit a whole bunch, right? Do you want to see Xanderhal deriding Asmongold? Because that's what we have for you next. Xanderhal deriding Asmongold. And cool people we should watch. Vosh, Dune, Mama Keffels, and Conyer. Who else? I'm curious. Jay Eshy, Merrick, Radical Reviewer, H-Bomber Guy. That is the one that's surprising is H-Bomber Guy, actually. Anyway, let's watch the so yeah, we watched the this was the Xanderhal video about how the left needs to be more like solid constipated shits like the right has, not diarrhea like the current online left is apparently diarrhea. This video was about Xanderhal misusing Innuendo Studios to make a point that Innuendo the basically goes against what Innuendo Studios was saying. And this video is about Xanderhal deriding Asmongold and maybe OT. Is Xanderhal trying to join OTK? I don't know. Maybe not. Ouch, Xanderhal. If I turn it the other way, it looks like he's hitting me in the head with the throwing star.
Who here remember?
The gang is all here. Wait, the gang is all here. Shut up about race. I wasn't ending apartheid good enough for you. The most superficial aspect is skin color. Dude must be school chalk white. I swear. Skin color is what condemns people viscerally by white people, and that is just one nexus of racism.
Gamergate. I imagine most of you do, at least
Who
as
remembers
maybe not
oh yeah, good times.
As a
good
memory,
times,
but
good
you
times.
know what it is. I remember it.
We got the music again. Okay, so I'm glad that we've come in out of the fire pit, balcony, hummingbird, camera filmed zone that he was in before. We're back into the this is Zan's room. We got the cat tower here. I never see any cats though. Look, if I was Xanderhal, wait, is there a cat up there? There's something up on top of the cat tower. Maybe it's a cat. But we never get to see any cats in Xanderhal's room. But yeah, if I was Xanderhal, I'd be trying to get the cats to do things back there. I think that's pretty exciting stuff. More exciting than the content going on in front of the cat tower. Xanderhal was 3 years old and I don't know about that. OTK does sound like a what is it called? One True King. One True King. Anyway, oh god, that almost reminds me. Speaking of kings, like we got to cover what is it called? Corridor Media. We got to cover Corridor Media. There's so much stuff to cover here, chat. Like I need to figure out a way to stream more because there's too many damn stories, right? There's too many important stories.
Like I remember Gamergate, and
yes, we're gonna get into the horrible stuff too, right?
I remember very.
We're gonna get into the Michael Knowles CPAC speech, and we're gonna get into Ron DeSantis in Florida.
Well,
he ate them, the cats or the hummingbirds.
Time after Gamergate.
Oh my god,
the effects that it had on internet culture and the political space.
Sorry.
It was a very complicated
Is that better?
Story and a very complicated line of events, but it all
I remember being in my crib during Gamergate.
Basically culminated in a culture of harassing mostly marginalized public figures in the gaming community who dared to speak out with progressive ideas. That was essentially the culmination and like the
That is okay, wait. Now I don't want to like underplay like the other aspects of Gamergate, because like, right, you're talking about gamers being created as like a political identity that doesn't recognize themselves as political, right? And you're talking about a demographic that is like white, male, cis, straight. The inception of this was, yeah, Zoe Quinn and Zoe Quinn's broke up with their boyfriend, and their boyfriend went to, was it Reddit? Went to Reddit to cope about it and talk about all this horrible monster, terrible demon-esque girlfriend that, really sucks. And, she getting a game made. Well, that's probably because she's a woman. That's probably because she's fucking the dude, right? All this shit about Zoe Quinn just got spread. And it's because that demographic, like, it was ready to hear that story, right? This is a figure, the character that Zoe Quinn's ex-boyfriend, painted of them was a character that community was just primed to attack, right? Was primed to project all of their insecurities into, right? So that's the inception of Gamergate. As we go forward, we have people like Anita Sarkeesian, who are trying to do cultural critique basically on video games, right? And getting gate kept, right? Part of what people had, the problem people had with Anita Sarkeesian, including some, Twitch creators I did content with really early on, would tell me that Anita Sarkeesian is not a real gamer. Anita Sarkeesian does not know games. She does not understand games. She has no business talking about games, right? And they point to like, some mistakes that like she made in some of her videos as proof of that. I actually read an academic book about Gamergate, and all I can say is I cannot believe people would ever be proud of being part of multiple campaigns of hate and harassment. Now, like somebody mentioned black cosplayers, right, getting some harassment as well, right? Queen Anita, yeah, the demoness Anita Sarkeesian. I remember Gamergate, it was when a bunch of chuds in their 30s showed themselves to be absolute losers by attacking teenage feminists, right? But like, so I don't want to downplay like, other aspects of Gamergate, because I know that these are chuds. I know that, like in addition to being like misogynist, these are probably, people who have some racism and some other issues. And like, I know that like, once they became active as this like, marauding like force of harassment, they didn't just attack, women and non-binary people, right? But yeah, I think that something has to be said about the inception of this thing being, it started with misogyny, right? And if you watch I pointed this out in the intro, right? If you look at Vosh, if you look at Xanderhal, if you look at these networks, the one thing that you never hear from them, maybe with the exception of like Demon Mama, like, and I don't even watch enough Demon Mama to know this for sure, right? But the one thing that you consistently see is that like there is no consciousness of feminism in Xanderhal or Vosh or a lot of these people, right? So they claim to be leftist leaders, right? The left is a coalition that runs on solidarity, and you have these, you know, essentially the Gamergate demographic taking it over, refusing to unpack their shit, and becoming a conduit for misogyny, racism, etc., to enter into leftist discourse. Becoming a conduit for the right-wing reaction against trans people developing their own political consciousness and exercising their own, you know, political movements, right? I actually missed out on Gamergate. The content creators I watched only mentioned it in passing, but they were sort of sympathetic towards Gamergate. Yeah, because if you heard it from people sympathetic, you would have heard it's about ethics in games journalism. And when they talked about the harassment, they'd be like, well, that's not Gamergate. Like, that's these other people. That there's probably an Innuendo Studios video that we need to watch to really like understand Gamergate as well. It's kind of funny. Gamergate unironically was political awakening for a lot of people, but both socially progressive and reactionary people.
The essential like pull of a lot of it. Now, the slogan of Gamergate, the thing that most Gamergaters, self-identified people,
here we go,
would say was that it was about ethics in video game journalism.
Take a drink, hydrate yourself.
You see, they believed that it was prevalent for
okay, so we are once again we're like 7 minutes and 6 minutes and 30 seconds ahead of another ad break on Twitch. If you want to get out of that ad break, if you don't want to be part of that, you can connect your Twitch Prime up to your Prime up to your Twitch, get that Twitch Prime synthesis, you know, that synergy going, and you can get out of it that way for free. If you've got $5 laying around that you don't mind paying, and again, I'm not asking anybody who doesn't have that money, who doesn't have disposable income to spend it on me, but that is another way that you can get out of it. The other way is to just keep on being your wonderful selves, and eventually somebody giving out community or gift subs will find you and will give you a sub, and you'll have a little Persona 2 character right next to your name, and that's how it works. So
it to be easy to get favorable
remember to smash that like button on YouTube.
Coverage of a video game by, say, a female game developer sleeping with the reviewer. Now, they tried to use a scenario in which
so that's Zoe Quinn. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I believe that Zoe Quinn goes by they, them pronouns and is non. Oh my God! Thank you, Contact Vamps. Thank you, Vamps, for giving that gift sub to the smartest man in the world. Who's you know, we are graced with their presence today. But like, yeah, just to set the record straight, right? That is Zoe Quinn goes by they, them, and it identifies as non-binary. I know that Xanderhal might not have kept up on Zoe Quinn, but I believe that is correct.
They claimed this happened as like the bouncing point of all of this, and they successfully did so. But as it turns out, that's not what happened. Like, it was just some like dude who was mad that his ex wasn't with him anymore and was with.
Wow, Xanderhal does not seem to know the story. Like, look, I don't know like the story of Gamergate as well as I should, but even I know more than this.
Someone else, and so he made up.
And if you're gonna make this the mainstay of your like rhetoric, you might want to get like, right. I don't have like, you know, 5 videos in the last month about Gamergate. If I was gonna do that, I think I would read up on it a little bit.
About his ex,
okay,
and
I should
and like a game reviewer in order to like make them look bad. It was really degenerate and disgusting.
Degenerate, huh? It was degenerate. Of all the words you could find, right? And there's plenty of words to describe that, right? Do you really need the one that like Nazis use? Or does he think that somehow like, you know, we're gonna take that from them? Or is he trying to appeal to them? Which do you think it is, right? He uses Nazi. Yeah, well, no, it says he loves it.
But as you can imagine, a vengeful incel making a.
Here's the thing. It works like this. Like edgy commentary bros are a little bit more fash adjacent than they'd like to admit. They use words like degenerate, like people like Turkey Tom, like just like live and breathe, you know, anything that is bad, it's degenerate, right? We're gonna use that word for it, right? And so Xanderhal, not to be outdone, not to be out-edged by non-leftist, kind of chuddy, you know, mostly kind of centrist and, you know, unaligned, but you know, slightly right wing commentary bros. He's got to use it too, right? It's just like the tactical N word, right? You can't be a cuck. Oh God, there's another word. There's another word that the right loves too, right? And if you don't say the same word as Turkey Tom, apparently that makes you a cuck. They never consider the fact that, like, wait, Turkey Tom is dictating like your lexicon? Really? You're gonna give him that kind of power? Really?
You know, hit piece to try to rally an entire internet-wide harassment campaign against somebody. That's the kind of person that, you know, the internet likes to rally to, right? And so Gamergate began. And as it grew, it started to fractal, right? There started to be more
to fracture?
Factions and fractions of it, basically.
Factions and fractions. Okay, I got it.
Factions and fractions.
Yeah, both in one.
And
totally.
You had like full-on alt-right neo-Nazis. You had your tradcons. You had your like...
Well, that's diversity, right? We got ideological diversity.
Centrists who are just kind of barely getting into it. But for the most part, it was like a lot of reasonable people who were perhaps even on the left who had been convinced that something was happening, mostly coming from the left, to try and fuck up video games. Like someone...
A lot of reasonable people. There were good people on both sides. Is that what we're saying?
Like people on the left, or some group of people on the left, were trying to fuck up video games and other types of media in that sphere with their political agenda. That was the essential pull of their argumentation. And they would argue ethics in video games journalism as sort of a shield against any criticism they would get for their harassment. The problem is, since then, ethics in video game journalism has become a poisoned word. I do think that video game journalism is a pretty, like, bankrupt field. Like, it really is shit. Like, game journalism really is shit.
And I mean, here's my opinion of it, all right? The people doing Gamergate were chuds. We're at the very least fash adjacent. Like, not every single one of them was like a card carrying, you know, ultra right wing shithead, right? But they were, if they weren't, they were tolerant of that. They were, you know, oblivious of that, you know, right? And they were definitely not worried about maybe possibly giving their power to that, because that was kind of what was driving that movement, right? At its very core, Gamergate was a right-wing movement. Gamergate was the success of Steve Bannon's attempt to politicize the gamer identity, right? It's a, you know, the test run, if you will, of like, let's take this jalopy out for a spin, see what we can, you know, see what speeds we can do, right? And like the people that will tell you that these were like normal people, these were good people, these were okay people, there's nothing wrong with these people, like, right? You know, they're just like whatever, right? Those are the oblivious ones, right? So Zan's identifying himself as, at least during that time, having been oblivious, and in the time since, having like learned nothing. If somebody really wants to talk about Gamergate, if you really think that this is an important thing that needs to be talked about, and sure, I mean, like, right? And you know, Studios has done videos about it. A lot of people have done videos about it. You got to at least make yourself aware of what was actually happening. These weren't. The fact that you think of these people as normies is really telling about your social set. It's really in your algorithm and everything else. And Xanderhal's already self-reported enough without me having to, you know, beat a dead horse or anything. Like, what's going on? Is Xan coming out as pro Gamergate? Yo, you kind of missed that, right? I mean, I think he's going to talk about it some more later, but essentially Xanderhal blames Gamergate on the victims of Gamergate, right? The cause of Gamergate is that lefties, feminists, sought to criticize video games when what they should have done was make their own game. Now, if you know about the history of Gamergate, you understand that that's like literally what Zoe Quinn did. That's literally how this whole thing started, from making, from somebody making their own video game that was like, I think it was called Depression Quest, right? It was a SJW video game. That's how it started out, right? But the right wingers, when they would criticize Anita Sarkeesian, etc., it was always like, hey, stop criticizing our video game Femoid. Shut up, sit down. If you don't like the video games that exist, make your own video game. And that's what Xanderhal is saying that the left should do. Xanderhal is saying that critique of video games, a la the critique of Hogwarts Legacy, is leaving us open, is allowing another Gamergate to occur. The conditions are ripe once again. And this shows that the blame that Xanderhal places on, allowing this to happen is on the victims of Gamergate itself, right? So that's gross. The fact that he wants to use this to justify his existence, right? What he's saying is that there's a great and terrible monster outside, and it's going to eat you. It's going to eat you all right? And the only hope you have is to get behind me. And don't criticize me. Don't have any problems with me. Follow my lead. If I say trans people shut up and sit down, trans people shut up and sit down. All right? I got this. I know how this works. I was there for the first one, and listening to me, following my lead is the way that we're gonna get out of this. It, a lot of ways echoes like the same sit down and shut up. Do not criticize the game's media, right? You're causing the problem. When in reality, if we look at it, who is handing the right wing these W's? I would say it's the people attacking trans people over the Hogwarts Legacy on the left, right? We didn't just get this from the right-wing chuds. We got this from Vosh and Xanderhal. And why? Because Vosh and Xanderhal are fundamentally reactionary. They came from this edgelord, atheist, douche bro community, and they've never unpacked their shit to become anything other than that, right? Xanderhal had a chance maybe to squad up with some different people than Vosh, right? But he didn't. He didn't. And because of that, because of the community that Vosh created and the lack of, scrutiny towards, these kind of reactionary elements, like Xanderhal, it has never been encouraged to examine his own implicit bias, examine his own misogyny, right? And that's one fundamental thing about Vosh and Xanderhal is you will never really seriously hear them talk about feminism. Prove me wrong, right? But that's one issue that you don't hear from them. And contrary to that, Vosh is embracing edgy, red pill misogyny bullshit these days, right? To try to expand his audience. He's seen the writing on the wall with Destiny. He saw how Destiny expanded his community. Vosh wants that for himself. And he's going to get us, and he's going to get it. And he's not going to let SJWs like me get in the way of that, or SJWs in his community, or feminists, or anybody else, right? That's, we saw this last year with Vosh's strategic misogyny, tactical misogyny against J.K. Rowling, much like his tactical racism, tactical N-word, back in the day. Like, these people have never changed. They haven't gotten better. And they've been seated like leadership in a certain segment of the online left. We're seeing now what that causes. We're seeing what that brings about, and we're seeing why we can't allow it to continue, and why we've got to make the most of the fracturing and dissolution of their community as people who were involved in it early start to realize what this is. Start to realize that far from a Gamergate slayer like Xanderhal claims to be, far from an edgy boy messiah, Xanderhal has a lot of the characteristics of the original Gamergaters. Xanderhal blames the same people that were victimized by the original Gamergaters, and Xanderhal is attacking, the next set of victims, that being trans people, right? Something's got to change.
And it really sucks that the Gamergate, movement, which was so focused on harassment and hatred of minorities.
Also, speaking of that, whoops.
Unwokifying games, it's so sad that it got derailed and sort of co-opted, I guess you could say, by that group. The idea of fighting against that issue. Speaking
of that, there's my Twitter thread. If you have a Twitter, go ahead and click that link. go like and retweet and or comment on that, boost that thread to help bring more awareness to this, because I'm trying to do something fundamentally different, and I feel like there's more of a need for that now than there ever was. So I'm going to put that in Twitch chat, and I'm going to put that in YouTube chat, right? Once again, I am asking for your likes and retweets. If I can figure out how to Alt-V that, or Control-V that. Alt-V? What does Alt-V even do? Oh my god. Wokeifying? Yeah, it's getting woke. What's up, Dat Katie? Good to see you. Thank you for the follow, Sandia.
One of the most recent things that has happened involving this is the release of Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy was released, and this was one of the most hyped up games of all time, right? Definitely one of the most hyped up games of all time. Yeah, without a doubt, it is one of the most hyped up games of all time, and it has absolutely smashed the records. It is doing very, very, very well. It is doing extraordinarily well, and less than Hytale though. Hytale will destroy it. However, though, the game is popping off like crazy. It is doing extremely well for itself. And a lot of people are loving it. Apparently the game is pretty good. Apparently it's a very solid game, especially in the Harry Potter IP, which a lot of people are a fan of and enjoy. It's a good execution of a world and of gameplay and of the magic system in that IP, from what I've heard. And I also watched some gameplay of it, and it seems like it's pretty fun. But game journalists have been rating the game 1 out of 10 simply because J.K. Rowling, the creator of Harry Potter, is a transphobe. Now, personally, this doesn't really upset me that much, but if you're somebody who really does care about, like, this kind of stuff, and it's gonna look a certain way when game journalists are now giving 1 out of 10s to games that are considered a masterpiece by everybody for political reasons. It makes the left look bad. It makes us look like sore losers who will look at something that's so culturally moving and relevant right now that everybody's talking about playing and enjoying, and we're the assholes in the side yelling, "No fun allowed! No, if we see you having fun, you're fucking done!" You know, like that shit. It really is sad to see. And what upsets me even more is how it is looking to people who mean well, but do not have the interest in burying themselves in politics and discourse to figure out what is going on. Notably, Asmongold. We're going to be reacting to an Asmongold clip. This video is called J.K. Rowling Haters Attack Asmongold for playing Hogwarts Legacy.
Katie, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do some content right now. This is not your place for self-promotion. Thank you for that tweet. Leave it in my stream suggestions if you want me to get to it, if you think there's something that I need to cover. I much appreciate that, but yeah, we are trying to do some content right now. I apologize for the fact that I can't stop everything to, I understand getting excited about something, and I will take a look at it. I've just got a lot on my plate today, so I've got to get, I hope you understand, right?
Unfortunately,
no worries, you're good.
This is making us look pretty bad. For those that don't know, I'm a pretty big Asmongold fan. I really like his stuff. I'm actually a big fan of Asmongold.
I was just trying to kind of...
We'll probably end up criticizing him a bit here, but that doesn't change the fact that I enjoy him. I'm a big fan of his content.
That is the tweet that I'm trying to promote right now.
Hundreds of hours of his content.
Sorry.
It is my go-to listen to content while playing WoW and leveling, without a doubt. Just without a shred of a doubt.
People have been apparently attacking me for supporting Hogwarts Legacy. I didn't even...
Oh no, see, Yellow Flash 2.
I mean, you know me, right? I get distracted by anything and everything. I'm trying to stay on task today and get through this Xanderhal segment that I'm doing.
So for those of you guys that don't know, Yellow Flash 2 is like literally a quartering clone. You see what happens here? Now Asmongold's gonna react to fucking Yellow Flash. This is the guy, for those that don't know, this is the guy who freaked out about Doom Eternal having female demons. This is literally the guy who freaked out and got upset about the news article talking about Doom Eternal having the series' first ever female.
Okay, so I mean, you heard Xanderhal just like the is it hagiography? Okay, let's just use words that I know. You heard Xanderhal just dick write Hogwarts Legacy. right? He jumped on that broom and he rode it for all it was worth, right? And why? Because it's successful. And if you don't dick ride something that's successful, you're like no fun and you're an SJW and you're a woke moralist or something like that. Like, what the fuck is that, right? Like, now look, if you want to say that, like, that it's not a 1 out of 10 game, I don't know. It's a mid game in my estimation. I haven't played it. I am not a game journalist. I don't know how like rating games work, but like you maybe it's not a 1 out of 10, but like the way that Xanderhal just talked about it, like this is not a well-made game. This is a mid game, and of course it's going to be a mid game. It's using a major IP. It doesn't have to be a good game. Its success is largely based on the fact that it is Hogwarts. It is an established, very popular IP. Of course it's going to be successful. But Xanderhal, it's like he has to, I don't know, what is this, like a vice signal here? I gotta let you know that I am not one of these woke morals that's going to make your game playing unfun. Yes, this is the best game in the world. Can I please suck it off some more, right? And he's not done sucking things off, right? He's not done dick riding. Xanderhal is going to go even harder when we bring up Asmongold, right? He wants Senpai to notice him. And, that's what's the best way to get Senpai to notice you? Dick ride, right? And, like, what he's bothered by with Yellow Flash is that Yellow Flash is trying to ride the dick that he's trying to ride. Now, not that there's anything wrong with riding dick, like that's probably the most base thing possible, right? But like, look, I'm trying to use like language that I'm comfortable with. I can't pronounce hagiography or hagiography or whatever the fuck that word is. Chat, I'm a bimbo cat girl, okay? I'm a based bimbo cat girl, and I know what I know, and I don't know what I don't know, and I don't know if it's a j sound or a g sound in that word, so might as well not use it and just say dick riding, because I feel like everybody's going to understand that if I say that Xanderhal is dick riding J.K. Rowling, right? And it presents a great image, too. Maybe not, maybe kind of a cursed image. Maybe a slightly cursed image. Because of you transes, Asmongold is going to... is looking at this chud instead of me. Yeah, that's basically it, Photophile. That's basically it. Did I pronounce it? Can anybody just like, okay, I'm not gonna try. Yeah, we're gonna do Michael Knowles too. Yeah, we're gonna do Michael Knowles. We're gonna do Katie, we're gonna do Michael Knowles, and we're gonna do, what is the other, Matt Walsh. We gotta catch up with Matt Walsh. And what is the other one? Ron DeSantis. We got to catch up with all the chuds, right? I haven't talked about the chuds enough, right? There's too many debate bros acting like chuds, distracting me, stun-locking me, making me derail, right? And I just can't concentrate well enough to keep stay on that Sigma grind.
Female demons.
Oh my god.
That's this guy. That's who's being platformed by one of the biggest streamers on Twitch right now, because the left had to go fucking nuclears, fucking psychotic on the Hogwarts Legacy thing. The left is literally running headline into another Gamergate. That is my...
There we go. When you criticize a video game, that's what gets you Gamergate. Do you want Gamergate? That's what gets you Gamergate.
Point here. Let's go back to when I predicted this. Why BreadTube is dying and the next anti-SJW wave is rising. Left wing YouTube.
Look at this, I predicted it. I called it.
Tube dying. Is BreadTube, as they say, dying? And is the online right, as Turkey Tom goes on to say, going to see a resurgence? Are we going to see just...
So when we're not dick riding Turkey Tom, we're going to... Anyway, I got to get off the dick riding thing, right? I don't want that to be my only move, right? Just like Zan's only move is calling people crazy. I don't want my only move to be associating dick riding with something negative, because honestly, dick riding is a wholesome activity that I myself enjoy very much, right? And I don't want to give it a bad name. It's just when dick riding is used improperly, I think it's where we run into problems, right?
A big jump.
If my stick is going to start chafing, lol, Shakespeare. It's a hard G. It's hagiography. Why did I want to say hagiography? Yeah, you're right. That sounds much better.
In right-wing content, right-wing pop.
I still can't get over Trump calling him Ron DeSantis. Doesn't slap as hard as crooked Hillary. Yeah, Trump's off his game.
Popularity online.
Trump is off his game.
YouTube going to die? I think yes. I am fully convinced yes, and I'm going to explain why. When did I upload that? January 15th, 2022. Anyway, I like Asmongold. He's a pretty chill guy, but he is not a
Yeah, but Katie, do send me that link, okay? I'll take a look at it. I just don't have to. I'm. You know how bad I am at getting through content, right?
Politically minded person.
So I think it's a skill issue, Katie. It's a skill issue with me. Yeah.
I think it's very valuable for us to look at this like reaction.
Oh God, I got more coffee. Speaking of skill issues,
and to essentially use that as a way to understand how your average, like, normal person is going to react to the behavior of the left. Because this guy's a perfect barometer for how normies would react to something the left is doing.
Yes.
I come back, I'm like, I read this, and I'm like, I see this video, I'm like, what?
Wait, Asmongold's a perfect... Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, okay. God, what do we think about this? What do we think about, like, looking at Asmongold as your target demographic? Can anybody see any problems with this? Can anybody see where this might go awry? Yeah, we just finished a rags video. Well, we didn't finish the video, right? But we got it through as much as brown nosing, sucking up to. That's probably a better way to say it. Yeah, I don't need to give dick riding a bad name. Dick riding is, like I said, a wholesome activity. A very, very wholesome activity indeed. Holy shit, this guy. Nobody's calling this game a masterpiece. He's literally talking about the game like it's Skyrim because he wants to make the journalist look bad. Duck riding. That's what we should say, duck riding. Duck riding is so much better. Ducky ducky.
And I'm getting harassed.
We'll be doing some ducky ducky tomorrow, okay? We're gonna react to the ducky ducky takedown of nocommentchick. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, I'm being attacked. Wait, what? I thought everybody agreed with me. I have no idea.
Chances are most of the people that were there, like, agree with him because the whole point of Yellow Flash and, like, the quartering and these...
But do you see what I'm saying? If you're using Asmongold as your parameter, do you see the problem with that? Now, granted, I don't think that Asmongold is a chuddy chud, okay? Asmongold's, you know... Like the only normie, the only way in which Asmongold is a normie is he's a normie of the he's a normie in terms of the gamer demographic, right? He kind of like is like, you know, like if that's what you're talking about, then yes, right? But like, I've already talked about the fact that demographic is slanted, and it's slanted not because like other people don't like to play video games, but because the advertisers don't know how to advertise to other people. They don't know how to target, like, you know, other parts of the gaming demographic. They have cultivated this group that has like a self-identity that recognizes itself as gamer, and yeah, it looks a lot like Asmongold. But the problem with that identity is it's very gate-kept, right? Not that you can't be like a girl gamer, not that you can't be, you know, that you have to be a white cis het straight dude, but if you're not, you gotta play to that audience. You can't get out of line, you can't piss them off, right? I mean, you've been in voice chats before, right? We talked to Ferociously Steph earlier, like a week ago, right? And you know, about the whole voice chat issue. Like, you know, the game changes, your interaction with other players change when you add voice chat to something, and you know, that's generally because if you sound too much like a grill, or you sound like you might be trans, then you're gonna get treated different than the rest of the people on your team, right? So, you know, that's kind of what we're dealing with. And Xanderhal, supposedly a leader on the left, might be the one to point that out, should be the one to point that out, but is not the one to point that out. Why? Because he's duck riding. He's riding that duck. Yeah, whoever said duck riding, you're a genius. Was that you, Shaxpia? No, Catalina Gearbox. You came up with that, right? You could have saved me from some demonetization. We're talking about duck riding. I'm sorry I misspoke earlier. It's duck riding. That's what we're talking about. Try to be a girl in Rust, right?
Types is to make up false outrage. Like, Asmongold probably wasn't getting that much shit, judging especially off his reaction. So it's
time to open the wine. You are correct.
It's funny to me that, like, he's like
riding that duck so hard your mom clapped.
Wait,
exactly.
What? I was getting harassed? Huh? And the thumbnail's like, they want him dead. Oh my god, his intro is so cringy.
Couple of updates.
Can we get a poll? Mods, can we do a quick poll? Or like, wait, okay. One in chat if you think that Xanderhal's intro, the throwing star going whoosh, is more cringy than Yellow Flash's. What do you think? Which is more cringe?
When it comes to
Two if you think it's like Yellow Flash.
Hogwarts Legacy, we have the user scores now over on Metacritic. 9.1 for PlayStation.
God, I would love to debate this Yellow Flash guy. He really does not have any charisma. Oh my
Both.
god. Like, just his way of speaking is so cringy, and like, he just, like, it would just be an over for him the second he talked.
5.
Yellow Flash is so cringe that it almost becomes good. It's also 2013 YouTube intro.
For Xbox Series X, we're at a 9.0. Pretty good, actually. These are great ratings.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
And then on the PC, we're at an 8.4, which I think is actually fair because it has some... The
PC does have slowdown issues.
game has some problems on
Yeah,
PC.
it does.
It's because of Denuvo, the anti-piracy software they're using, I bet. That's why, let's just say my copy isn't going to have that problem.
I played it on PC quite a bit. Well, at least 3 or 4 hours worth. And
Okay, so credit where credit is due. I'm glad you're not giving J.K. Rowling money, but like, damn if you didn't give her a lot of free promotion.
a little bit of problems, especially with the frame rate here.
Yellow flash, aka when you hold your P too long. Wait, do you actually see a yellow flash when you hold your P too long? Is he admitting to Oh my god, I hope not. I hope not. And I'm definitely not trying to dry snitch here. Xanderhal is defending Hogwarts Legacy against Asmongold. Yeah, that's kind of funny, right? Because Asmongold is the duck that he's trying to ride, right? And he's just kind of mad that Yellow Flash got there first.
In there.
Mm-hmm.
When somebody else gets to the duck first.
Need to fix the game ASAP. However, it's still a really good game, and the user scores are reflecting.
You can see how bored Asmongold is, by the way. This Yellow Flash guy gets, like, good viewership on his videos, by the way. Like, the bar to make left-wing content is pretty, like, substantially higher than it is for right-wing content. It's actually ridiculous. Like, it's absurd. Like, you can... I could literally shit on a plate and just spell out the N-word with it and post it on YouTube, and conservatives would just flock to it and drop 1 million likes on it in a day. That is legitimately what the right is into, okay? That is how low their standards are, all right? They will literally listen to you fart a racial slur with your butthole, and that will make them happy.
Wait, what else would you fart a racial slur with, Xanderhal? What else would you... Oh my god, if anyone wants to know more about Comicscape in the... Oh, nice. Wait, can you put some of that... Where are you putting that? Wonderboy, where are you putting the Comicscape information? I should probably look into this. This sounds relevant, right? And at this point, I'm not sure, like, do we need to go into, like, Innuendo Studios, right? I feel like Innuendo Studios is, like, my go-to source for Gamergate stuff. I feel like Innuendo Studios, like, deconstructed Gamergate. That made me laugh. Good job.
Reflecting that. So,
I gotta pay more attention to the video.
This is gonna be...
I'm so ADD.
A pretty big game this year. I think this will probably be up for whatever game awards there are this year. This is a surprise hit.
I don't think it's a surprise.
Oh wait, Wonderboy, you just brought something up. Do y'all want to have like a little post-stream get-together in my Discord? Does that sound good? Does that sound like something people want to do? We did it last night in Polly's Discord, right? We all got together and talked and had a good old time. It is still the weekend, right? So, you know, I'm thinking maybe we should do that on Sunday. Maybe Sunday night could be our night, right? Polly's night is maybe going to be Saturday night. Then Sunday night could be for the NCC fans, right? The Surfs did a cool documentary on Gamergate. Interesting. The Surfs did a documentary? I've never seen them do anything other, or not for a long time. I haven't seen them do anything other than, like, you know, if you can stay up late enough. Yeah, that's right. NCC streams way too long, doesn't she?
Eyes at all. People knew this game was going to be good whenever.
He takes forever to get through content. Meow, and she gets distracted and derailed.
Like, I don't know if this is a Game of the Year game. Like, is Hogwarts Legacy going to be played in the same way that God of War 2018 is still played?
Do you see that? Yeah, so somebody pointed this out earlier, that Xanderhal is duck riding Hogwarts Legacy harder than Asmongold, right? You fall asleep. Well, I'm on the West Coast, so, you know, I'm hard to stay up as late as.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I hope that this game doesn't win Game of the Year.
It's a video essay, but it's very long and thorough. I didn't know they still did stuff like that. That's really cool.
Not because of this game, but because I know that something can be so much better.
However, it's still got a lot of controversy, and we're going to get into that.
It doesn't make it a bad game.
I wonder if Yellow Flash will go mask off about not, like, about him, like, thinking trans people are degenerate or whatever. I wonder if there's going to be a point in this video where Asmongold's like, wait, what? Where he starts talking about, like, when the guy starts being transphobic. Because I don't think Asmongold's transphobic. I think he's pretty solidly not transphobic.
As you know.
Did the Surfs make a documentary about Bad Empanada? Where they meet him in Argentina? Wait, what?
The game's officially...
I'm 3 hours earlier, true.
#1 single-player game ever on Twitch with 1.28 million peak concurrent viewers at launch.
It's always easy to claim these numbers whenever you have...
Drops.
What's
up, SoapU? They call me Hogwarts Express because... to ride me, it takes 9 3/4.
For example, if Elden Ring had drops, it would probably have...
Were there Twitch drops for Hogwarts Legacy? Damn. Okay. I like how even Asmongold is calling out the bullshit points here. Like where areas where it's like, well, yeah, I remember though, they were doing drops, so like a lot of people were tuned in just to be able to pick up the drops. I have an add-on specifically that just cycles through streams picking up drops automatically, so I don't have to watch the streams. I use it for Rust and Tarkov and stuff.
That many players too. So it's like, I don't think you can compare a game...
There's a picture of Lance pretending to bite Bad Empanada in Buenos Aires.
Launch with and without drops.
Pretty big deal. Took down Cyberpunk, which was the former single-player #1 game. But that's over with. It's now Hog.
This is such an awkward video to watch, isn't it? Like, this is such a... Does anyone else who thinks that Asmongold... maybe like a dollar store Jared Leto. I hope that's not taken as criticism. Is that taken as criticism? Is that shade? I'm just saying, like...
Hogwarts Legacy. They can't be taken away. So thank you, boycotters.
Boycotters!
You helped make this happen with your constant tears, your constant making...
I'm going to be honest, I think most people didn't even pay attention to that shit at all. Like, they don't even know what's going on. That's the truth. It's like, because if you're not on Twitter, you don't even know about this. I think the biggest reason, like...
He does not look like Jared Leto.
People that are, like, reflectively,
other people disagree.
Reflexively supporting the game because other people are not supporting it.
I can sort of
I
see
feel
it.
like a
little bit.
That's, like, such a small percentage. It's not super relevant.
The game trend, even right now, you can see it's trending in real time.
Yeah, unless he's in the Joker, like, get up, Jared Leto's usually pretty attractive, I'd say.
They've taken Hogwarts Legacy out of it because they think, well, it's called Hogwarts, and that won't help the game. People.
What is this conspiracy?
What?
They're gonna call it Hogwarts instead of Hogwarts Legacy in the trending, so it won't help the game. You got it, dude. The New World Order is stopping the proliferation of this game. You got it.
The Matrix has you.
People are stupid. There's more.
No shade.
Some tears, and then we'll get...
Even the people in Asmongold's chat are typing question marks and lol W's. They're starting to realize this guy's a dumb fuck.
Get into the Asmongold stuff.
Okay, that's the important part.
We've got this.
Okay, so there we go. We got a duck ride Asmongold. If you want Asmongold to watch your video, you got a duck ride. Xanderhal's just mad that he didn't get on that duck first.
This was funny. This is a lot of people commenting on this right here. So this tweet kind of blew up for this person.
Jared Leto get interviewed by a VTuber? I don't know, but you're going to see NCC... get taken down by a VTuber tomorrow if you're watching me, yeah? Are we excited for that?
I've really, really, really got to say that, man, if you like Bloodborne, and you say
That teen show he was on with Claire Danes? Wait, what was
that
that?
you should play Bloodborne instead of
Danes.
Harry Potter? Oh man, that is just, oh wow. Where did that come from? The Last of Us 2? I don't know about The Last of Us 2. I like Bloodborne, but
I wish I could ride some duck. Me too, Quo.
the two games are not the same. Bloodborne was made by From Software. From Software has
How do I call you, Quo? Is it Quo 33A? Or are the 33 supposed to be like a letter, or
no, like, they make video games, okay? They don't talk about these issues. It's not about their games.
I'm told that the yeah, maybe
But
maybe
Bloodborne is like fucking
maybe
super derivative.
I haven't seen it.
Of Lovecraft. And Lovecraft, this guy is like a massive fuck.
No, Lovecraft stopped being racist in his later life. I know Asmongold knows about H.P. Lovecraft's.
Oh my god, it's pronounced Cora. Okay, the 3s are R's. The Q-U, the U is silence. The U is silence. The U is silent because that's how Q's work. They have, yes, I should know this. I'm so silly. Your name was Cora the whole time. And I've just been pronouncing it any which way. And you are such an awesome chatter. And you always have good comments. And here NCC is just being a bitch to everyone. A bitch that, like, she jumps down Dat Katie's throat. Now she's like mispronouncing people's names in chat. God, I'm such a bitch. Chat, I'm such a bitch.
Cat. Every dude on the internet knows about H.P. Lovecraft's cat. But from what I've heard, H.P. Lovecraft stopped it.
Yeah, H.P. Lovecraft named his cat the N-word or something. That's
Stop being racist. People keep telling me stop. Hold on, let me Google it. We're Googling it. Did H.P. Lovecraft?
Okay, so once again, H.P. Lovecraft, maybe his work inspired Bloodborne, right? Not alive. Works are out of copyright. Not even his estate could possibly be making money from that. H.P. Lovecraft is like not the queen of the turfs, is not like using his clout and influence and money from the grave in order to enact a transphobic agenda or a racist agenda or any kind of agenda whatsoever, because he's dead, you know, like, right? I don't know where the freaking comparison comes here. That is such a stretch. That is such a fucking stretch, right? Is H.P. Lovecraft tweeting out? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, show me H.P. Lovecraft's Twitter, okay? Show me H.P. Lovecraft's Twitter.
I guess not. I don't see anything
I'm
coming
not a bitch, and even if I am a bitch, I should own it because bitches are cool.
Says he was like.
Okay, I'm reading a little bit into your chat, but rawr.
That he went back on anything. A genuine inquiry on his racism. 10.
Yeah, H.P. Lovecraft's ghost is making big checks.
You should know about H.P. Lovecraft. 10? I think there's probably just that one, right? Regardless, people are not here arguing that like consuming. I love Asmongold. I do love Asmongold. He's a cool guy.
Oh my god, I just realized there's a Ben Shapiro thing we gotta watch too.
Somebody who thinks it is bad to support.
Is it okay if we do the Ben Shapiro tomorrow?
Or J.K. Rowling's work is a hypocrite for supporting Bloodborne.
We've got so much to get through.
When Bloodborne is derivative of H.P. Lovecraft's Lovecraftian horror, and H.P. Lovecraft was racist and also dead. Like, that is okay. So you have to understand the people we're dealing with, the people we have to convince, the normies literally operate on this.
I feel a little clickbaited here, right? I feel a little bit clickbaited. Like, Xanderhal is gonna put out a video that is like him making breakfast, and he's gonna title it Gamergate 2, right? Like, he's somehow gonna clickbait, like that's gonna be like he's gonna do a vlog with Demon Mama where they're eating breakfast, and it's gonna be like Gamergate 2, the breakfast. I don't know. Like, everything is Gamergate 2 for this guy. I got clickbaited, didn't I? This is just Asmongold getting rode by Yellow Flash, not really enjoying getting rode that much. And Xanderhal's like, but I want to ride. And like, meanwhile, yeah, we're calling Asmongold the normies. Look, I don't think that Asmongold would call himself the normies. Like, yeah, he does exemplify in some ways, like the gamer demographic, right? But like, that is not fucking normies. That is that's a subset. That's a subset of people, right? When I hear normies, I'm thinking of just like the general populace. Isn't that, am I wrong, chat? Does normies mean like primarily white you know, dudes, white, like, cis dudes? Is that what normies is now? Why is he so obsessed with appealing to the normies? He's so ridiculous. Normies don't even know what Twitch is. Yeah, normies don't know who Xanderhal is. Normies don't know. Anyway.
Level of logic, okay? Asmongold is more reasonable and well thought out than most, okay? And yet he still said that dumb shit just now. You have to remember, the right is very good at appealing to people on this.
Damn. He's really mad that Yellow Flash got there first.
Very, like, down-to-earth bro level.
Fucking racist.
For me, Xanderhal is a normie.
So it's like, how, like, yeah, so like you have a game that's completely built off.
Hey, what's up, Puff?
Off of a narrative, not narrative, like a world that was created by a huge racist. It's really kind of an exact thing.
Did Asmon vote Trump? I don't know. Did Asmon vote Trump?
No, it's not.
So this tweet kind of blew up for this person.
The thing that most people have a problem with when it comes to supporting Harry Potter, I really don't think Asmongold even knows this because there haven't been any lefties willing to reach out and say this, but it's because the royalties that she gets. She's using the
I think he means he finds rightoids appealing
money from the royalties in order to get in order to push her anti-trans narrative. She's even opened up
hungry,
like rape shelters that specifically don't allow trans women. Like, they're advertised and made as a political statement.
So here's what's frustrating about Xanderhal, right? Like, he's acting like the target demographic, the target, you know, the trans people we're trying to reach was somebody like Asmongold, all right? Now, granted, Asmongold has influence. Asmongold's a streamer. Asmongold might even have some trans people in his audience. So, like, some people are going to probably ask Asmongold not to play it. A lot of people are going to have a lot of opinions about the video games that Asmongold plays. I think that if you're a gaming streamer, people have opinions about your games a whole lot, right? Like, you know, if I was like just like you might have opinions about what I cover on stream, people have opinions about the games that Asmongold's going to play, right? But in general, like, Xanderhal is more exemplary of the people that trans people were trying to reach out to talk to say, hey, you're not a normie. You know what J.K. Rowling does. You know what she supports. You know where your money's gonna go. And granted, Xanderhal did say that he was going to find a way to not spend money. I don't know what that possibly means, but, you know, good for him. But he still wanted to play the game, and he promoted the fuck out of the game, and he attacked trans people who were simply trying to talk to people like him, trans allies, or at least people that say that they're trans allies, other trans people, right, that are like, ooh, this is a big trend, let me ride this duck, and say, no, get off that duck, okay? That duck is going to a bad place, and there's transphobia there, and you're not gonna have a good time. Also, the game is mid, right? Also, the game is mid. Maybe you don't spend $70 on it, right? Maybe you don't promote that game, right? That's all that was happening, right? And the result of that, right? Not only did Xanderhal, like, not listen to us, right? He attacked us over this. We weren't trying to micromanage everybody's Steam purchases, okay? We weren't trying to micromanage people's mouse clicks. We know that we can't do that. Jesse Gender said as much, right? This was for people who like Xanderhal. Oh my god, Young Black Economist with the gift subs. Wow. Look at this. Just like I told you, okay? What time is it? Okay, we just got done with the ad break a little while ago. Meow, thank you so much. Salmon Moose, you got a gift sub. Joint Specialist, so the person that you want around when you need to roll something up, right? Joint Specialist, yeah? You got a gift sub. Johnny X Starlight, you got a gift sub. Ariel Fire, you got a gift sub. Fist to me gently. That's definitely something that, a sentiment that I can get behind. You got a gift sub. Thank you so much, Young Black Economist. That is really cool of you. So like I said, yeah, if you hang out in here, in chat, you will get possibly a gift sub. Like, right? I get that not everybody has disposable income, and I don't want to tell you not to, like, stay in here and watch me. It's no skin off my back if you want to do that. I'm not gonna berate you. Like I said, it is just $5 if you got it. But if you don't got it, you don't got it. And if you don't have a Twitch Prime if you don't have an Amazon Prime, you don't have an Amazon Prime. But if you stay in here and you're cool and you're in chat and people are digging what you're saying, then yeah, you're gonna get a gift sub at some point too. So those are the ways that you can get out of the evil ad break. Make sure to drink lots of water and take breaks. Oh my god, I need to do that too. You slept for 3 hours? Oh no. Oh no, wait, you got something due? Oh shit. Good luck with whatever that is. Good. I'm guessing it's a school assignment or something. Good luck with it. It was your own damn fault. Look, I oversleep too. I can wait, no, you're not oversleeping. You're undersleeping. You're undersleeping. Oh my god. Well, like I've been doing a little of that lately. Yeah.
To not allow trans women in the rape recovery shelters and the domestic abuse.
Okay, so he knows what's wrong with J.K. Rowling, right? He should know what empowering a person like that does, right? And I'm more, concerned maybe even with like her cultural relevancy and clout. And that doesn't just come from a product like Hogwarts Legacy, which, like I said, major IP. Definitely going to succeed. Hasn't been a game in a really long time, and maybe hasn't been even an execution of a Hogwarts game that is even mid, right? So maybe this is the best, Hogwarts game, ever, or in a long time, or something like that. So, right, we kind of know what Xanderhal was talking down to us about before, as far as this game, being destined to succeed. And I think that like his concerns seem to be that like we're encouraging the chuds by going on the record as being against something. And if he goes on the record as being like, oh, it's going to be a sick game, oh, major event, lots of fun, great game, oh my god, no way it's a 1 out of 10, it's a really good game, it's almost game of the year. It would be game of the year, except there's this one game, Hypixel, that I like more. And oh my god, Cryptid Mage, thank you for the community sub. Yeah, if you're not careful, you're gonna activate the hype train. Look at that, hype train is close, right? You got 2 minutes to activate that shit and get a weasel. You can get a weasel dance out of me yet if you activate that hype train. I almost want to dance to that. Do you remember we listened to that German song that was about trans rights? Like I want to listen to that, and then maybe Shakespeare can tell me what they're saying. Shakespeare, could you do that for me? What do you want? If we get a hype train, would you rather have the weasel song, or would you? Yeah, we're very close to the train. Oh my god, hype train activated. Xerix, you have given Trotsky Vajotsky. There he goes, hype train incoming. So what do you want, chat, really quick? 1 for weasel, 2 for that German song about trans rights. What do you think, chat? What do you want? I'm gonna give you either one you want, whichever you want more. I will do it for you. Let me do it for you. Let me do it. We got 1 for 1. We got 1 for 2. We got 1 for 1. We got weasels. A lot of people want the weasels. Let me do it. Like, I'll do it for like... I'm sorry, chat, I've got that song. Weasel. We got weasels. Oh my god. Anybody else? Any last... okay, we're gonna go to weasel. We're gonna go do the weasel. We're gonna do the weasel. Wait, I'm gonna have to like type it into the search or something. Like, well, look, we needed a break. Thank you for all of you who made this hype train possible. Weasel assembly. I think that should come up. No, I don't know how to type it right, do I? There it is. It came up anyway, even though I can't spell. I can't do math, but I can dance. And that's what I'm good for. I know what I'm good for, and it's dancing and being a polypeople orbiter. Oh my god, thank you, Sarah. Oh my god. Oh my god, level 4 achieved. Cryptid Mage, thank you for the gift sub to Yosiel. Oh my god, 100%. What did we do? We got hype train 100%. Oh my god. Young Black Economist, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits, and thank you for letting me know, Dragon Princess, that I need to lower that bit like level back down to like something more reasonable, right? Like 100, in case people have extra bits hanging around. That 100 makes a lot more sense. Oh my god, we're on hype train level 4. Wait, so should we go with the oh my god, 200 bits from Puff29. Thank you so much. We got 2 pride flags there. Wait, like let's do the... Can somebody give me the link to the German like trans rights song? Because that one did not get copyright claimed. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to dig it out. Dig it up. I have to dig up the trans rights song that is in German and that I need to like learn the lyrics of, because like, look, I think that maybe Shakespeare can tell me what they're saying in this song. Trans Agenda Dynasty. There we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you? Okay, I can't do it. I'm not a wrestling announcer. Oh, wait, here we go. All right, we got, what, 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to try to get that hype train to level 4, if we can. Sick. Okay, we got 29 seconds. If you want to make the hype train even longer and see me dance even more, give me like a really good workout. That was a decent workout. Decent workout. I'm happy with that workout. If that's all I get for today, I think if you want to like test me though, right? This would be the time to donate some bits or some gift subs right now to keep that going. Welcome to the I almost said welcome. Welcome to the Trans Agenda Dynasty. Yes, hype train successful. Level 3 hype train emotes in chat. We got some emotes, right? Wait, no, 4? Level 4, 50%. Okay, so level 3 completed, level 4, 50%. Do I have the link to the song? I sure as hell do. I sure as heck do, even. Oh my god, that was really fun. That was a lot of fun. We got the level 3 hype train emotes. Joint specialist, yeah, you got the gifty. You got the gifty from Young Black Economist. Thank you, all the gift sub givers. Thank you, all the bits cheerers. I'm gonna try to fix my shit so that you can get a cheer with like 100. The only issue I don't want is like people like spamming or like, you know, I think there was somebody that used it to like be like Vosh good actually. I was like, oh, you know, I gotta raise my rate a little bit, but you know, I want people to be able to use their extra bits on me. So the singer is, yeah, really hot. Here we go. Somebody asked for this, right? Control V into chat. Boom. There we go. And to you in the YouTube chat, just in case you want to check this person out too, right? And we want to let them know that we appreciate what they have done. Please do not copyright claim me because we love you and you are awesome. And you are like, we chose you for the hype train, right? We had to go a little bit longer than just the Weasel song. Vosh schlecht. Yeah, Vosh is, yeah, wirklich schlecht. Anyway, a lot of fun to get, like, wow, I needed that exercise. Thank you for making that hype train happen making that hype train happen in here. That's right. So where were we? We're like, we're riding the duck right along with Xanderhal. We're gonna be riding the duck a little bit tomorrow. Not Rags, not Xanderhal's favorite content creator growing up. No, I don't know if that's true. Me and my trans cuties, I've heard the trans cuties part. Me and my trans cuties having a party today. Your theory shatters into 1,000 shards. We are not a made-up shadow. We are a million existences. Your opinion is not real, not a real opinion. And then ihr kriegt mich.
Recovery shelters, they're turned away. So, like, this is just the beginning of what she plans to use her money for, particularly in the UK, to fight against trans rights. She's going to be lobbying for bills. This money is going to go to her fight against trans rights.
Wait.
It's really frustrating how many of these people are unwilling to, like...
It's really frustrating that you get that. And yet you decided to attack trans people, right? Like, even if you... Phoenix Dragon, hey, what's up? Even if you don't agree, right? Even if you want to, like, you know, like, right, you could use this time, like, because it's a discourse, right? Whatever you say about this discourse is going to be magnified. It's going to have like a Natalie Marie, meow. It's going to have like a megaphone that it goes through. Young Black Economist just took the lead, I think. Wait, am I right about that? Young Black Economist is now in the lead as far as gift subs go. So like I said, look at that up there, okay? That is your leaders. No. Those are the sub gift leaders, right? Now, I get that in the past, like, you know, this has been reason for people to get weird messages, weird whispers and stuff like that. Sometimes they'll be harassing whispers, sometimes they'll be scary whispers, sometimes they'll be like saying weird shit about me, right? Understand that this is harassment. They don't want us to form a community. They don't want me to be sustainable as a streamer, right? If you get those whispers, do not suffer in silence, right? This has happened in the past. I don't know if it's happening going forward, but if it does, like, get a hold of me, get a hold of one of my mods, and we will report these assholes, right? Because Twitch does not want these scumbags on their platform. Twitch wants to track these motherfuckers down, and they want to get rid of them because Twitch doesn't want this happening, right? This is not in Twitch's interest. This is not in my interest. This is not in your interest, right? Do not suffer in silence. Let me know if this happens again. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully whoever was obsessed with me for years and years, or not years, but like at least like 2 years, like has decided to move on and is not gonna, fuck with people. The reason we didn't have a leaderboard in the past was just to keep that, in check and keep like people from, being targeted according to that. But I put the leaderboard back in place because I feel like it's about time. And we can do that. What's up, Hilmandra? Yeah, it was Xanderhal is who we're watching. But like, this is frustrating, right? Because he does understand, like, he is the kind of person that we wanted to get to with this message in hopes that he would spread the message, in hopes that he would help us amplify our voices. Instead, he attacked us. Instead, he lent credence to the right-wing narratives that were being built against the trans community, right? But he understands how bad J.K. Rowling is. He's letting us know right now that he's very much aware of, like, and that hence the reason that he didn't want to like actually spend money on that himself, but he's still duck writing the game for some reason, right? And still duck writing Asmongold too. So
at least grapple with that being the thing people are talking about. Like, you can still, like, it's still, like, not a big deal if you buy the game. Just, like, acknowledge that and don't pretend it's like, oh, people are saying you're transphobic because you're consuming content made by...
There was one part of the song that made me laugh.
...a transphobe. There are people out there saying it. The insane woke scold types, yes.
The insane woke scolds. Oh my god, like I said, he's got one mode, right? Xanderhal, you gotta stop calling everybody you don't like insane. For several reasons. I know you don't care about the ableism, right? I know you don't care about the pejorative that you are reinforcing against people that deal with mental health issues, right? But for at least for practical purposes, at least for tactical purposes, could you stop spamming the same button over and over again?
Which is what I have a big problem with.
The middle finger part?
Ones who are causing this perception. But like, to be very clear, that is not what I believe. The problem I have is this like inability for people to like accept, okay, yes, if I do buy the game, then yes, I admit that money is going to this, but it's boycotting doesn't work.
Like, what is that cognitive dissonance? Boycotting doesn't work, so I might as well go buy the game. So don't say anything. Don't even let somebody know. Don't even acknowledge the fact that buying the game is like a bad idea, right? Don't say anything. Shut up. Sit down. You are here to make me look good. You are here to brandish. Burnish? Is it burnish or brandish? Shakespeare knows. Either burnish or brandish, whatever the big word that I don't know is, my image as a trans rights advocate, right? And if you're going to get in my way, then I'm going to attack you instead of the chuds, right? I'm going to reinforce those transphobic narratives of the people using the Hogwarts Legacy thing as an opportunity to attack trans people once again. These woke scolds are forcing the anti-SJWers to start doing more anti-SJW stuff. True.
Work, like, whatever.
True.
Right?
True. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I wanted to know about the turf part, right? Such cold bloodsuckers turfs, they are afraid of their own queerness. Nobody is... Oh, my God.
Just
yo, that is a take meister. Nice. I love that.
Do the Chick-fil-A thing. Just own it. Just say, yes, okay, I accept it, right? Yeah. Own it like you would eating Chick-fil-A.
Well, why do you need to eat Chick-fil-A? Again, mid-game, mid-sandwich, if you turn that Chick-fil-A over, right, you're going to find that it smells like crayons. You're going to find that the bottom of that Chick-fil-A sandwich that you're eating smells like crayons because they put a hot bun on a waxy, like wrapper and it melts a little bit and it smells like crayons. It's a terrible sandwich. You could make a sandwich at home. You could get a sandwich in so many different places. Like, own it like Chick-fil-A. Like, I love this, like, supposition. And this is a TYT thing, right? This is pure Anna Kasparian. Oh, but Chick-fil-A tastes so good. Oh, but it's so delicious. Oh, but I don't want to miss out on my sandwich. Oh, no, but I'm gonna... Look, I care about gay people, but oh, the Chick-fil-A is too good. I can't stop myself. Fuck you, Anna. You're doing a Chick-fil-A commercial.
my childhood.
If you want to fucking go buy a Chick-fil-A, nobody is stopping you. Nobody is judging you, okay? Nobody's like gonna fucking take pictures of you eating Chick-fil-A, right? But if you every single day on TYT do a commercial for them, you're not even getting paid by them. What the fuck, Anna? What the fuck? You're TYT. You can get advertisements, you can get sponsors, and yet you're gonna do free advertising for Chick-fil-A because, oh, it's just so good and I can't do the boycott and whatever.
I loved it so much.
What the fuck ever. Right, try just fry your food in peanut oil if you want to have that flavor. Oh, is that where it comes from?
Sleeved out my whole
Imagine the Chick-fil-A paparazzi. That's right, the woke scolds.
arm around 20.
Popeyes. Look, I don't eat chicken, okay? But I do remember Popeyes being quite good.
12. I'm honestly embarrassed about it now. F J.K. Rowling and your turf game, and F your excuses.
Oh, F your J.K. Rowling and your turf game and your excuses. Oh.
Allies.
Okay.
Her whole arm is a Harry Potter tattoo. Oh, no.
You're gonna laugh at the fact that book meant a lot to a lot of trans people growing up? And that now that they realize what J.K. Rowling is about, they want to do something like you. This is like, if anybody's looking cringe here, it's Yellow Flash. All right, even more so than Xanderhal, even more so than Asmongold, even more so than Xanderhal. Yellow Flash is the true cringe lord here.
And then she says, "Go play all these games."
Yeah, I only played Bloodborne. That was the only one.
Well, to be fair, some good games here. Bloodborne,
yep.
Celeste. Great games.
Oh no, does Yellow Flash know what Celeste is about? Let's hope not.
Wait, what? Why are we hoping not? Right? No, you know they have. Wait, who has fried pickles? Can't you get fried pickles in a lot of places though? So now the fact that a guy like Yellow Flash knows what Celeste is tells you that it is more than just a niche game. Tells you that it is more than just like a trans, culture game. Like, right? This is a game that has a fandom outside of whatever demographic that you might think is the Harry Potter boycott demographic, right? They opened a Popeyes in my city. It's all right. I'm good. Oh, nice. You went to a con. God, you know what? Can I admit something to you? I've never been to a con. I haven't been to TwitchCon. I haven't been to oh my god, you know what? Like I feel like I would enjoy like a anime con. I feel like I might enjoy that, right? I love fried pickled hamburger. Mary's has great fried pickles, but they're not everywhere. Yeah, I don't even know that place, but and I've never have I had? No, I have had a fried pickle. I have had a fried pickle before. I'm a conversion. True. Yeah, true.
But
and photophile too, right?
Not enough reason for me to not play the Wizard games.
They're exhausting, but are they fun though?
And then
the only thing I know about cons is I guess people like there's NecoCon, a con especially for and about cat girls. That sounds like fun. I feel like the only thing I really know about cons is that you get laid. Apparently, you get to do some duck riding.
There's also stuff like this.
Okay.
They're definitely fun, but they're definitely exhausting.
I thought this was kind of telling.
Wait, is this guy literally not going to say like anything overtly transphobic the whole video? Does he stay mask on the whole time? And Asmongold never has like a. This guy. Someone in chat said this guy is pathetic. I like that guy.
This person said,
"Oh, it's also cat boys. The NecoCons are also for cat boys."
Can we please stop making videos about somebody who gets 7 likes?
Wait, people are getting laid at cons? I thought that was one of the big activities. Was sits in the corner of the con asexually.
Can we please stop this? Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, YouTube conspiracy.
Okay, all right. Asmongold's doing.
You guys are getting laid.
Doing the work for me.
Can we please stop?
I mean, I don't know. I've never, like I said, I've never been to a con, so.
Like, this is a person that has 7
also non-binary cats
likes. What are we doing here? And they have more quote retweets. And you know why? It's because people are all quote retweeting them, calling them stupid. Who cares? Like, who really? And you know it's probably 6 likes because they like their own tweet.
No, you do deserve
Probably.
your threats.
I went to an anime con once and I traded some cookies for safety pins for my wig. Also gave a dehydrated cosplay. Oh, I'm a dehydrated cosplayer right now. Oh my god, you're like a con mom, so that you take care of everybody at the con. That's awesome. Also, yeah, because to me it just seems like a summer festival, right? Like that just like makes me think of like a summer festival. I mean, cons are an easier way to get laid without worrying about it being a big deal. I probably need to get, yeah, I need to, wait, first I need to finish my coffee. Oh, yummy. And then, okay, I can do this at the same time.
You're ending your self-threats. You do deserve your suffering. You do deserve
What
your
the
abuse
fuck?
for playing this game.
I recognize that account. I have this person blocked.
Wow, not really hiding anything there. Not really putting anything under the covers, under the rug there, trying to hide or mask it. No, just straight out saying KYS. That's quite the statement there.
To be fair, they're not explicitly saying to kill yourself. They're saying that you deserve for other people to tell you to kill yourself, which is probably why they didn't get suspended for this. This is a difference, and anybody could see this. However, it doesn't make it any better, but it is slightly different.
See how that works out. Oh, it got violated. It violated.
Oh,
Twitter's
well,
rules.
never mind.
Oh,
Well, too bad.
Damn, that's such an unfortunate thing.
I didn't read the bottom text.
I like how they are complaining, by the way, about a tweet that ended up getting taken down.
Now, a huge.
What if I want to watch NCC and eat gelato? Wait, that sounds yummy. Cons are overstimulating? Yeah, I get overstimulated easy.
My videos, that was pretty cool. Thank you. I got a ton of subscribers out of that.
Thanks for making it.
Awesome. So thank you.
Oh God,
we're doing it again.
He's been commenting on the Hogwarts Legacy.
Asmongold, look, Asmongold admitted that it's a mid game, okay? And that, like, this is like at the very best. Even if you're gonna ignore the chud factor, which I don't ignore, even if you're gonna admit the less than stellar intro to Yellow Flash's video, right? Like, it's still at best like a mid video. Like, I don't wow, Asmongold really spreading the cloud around, I guess.
Thing. And
oh Jesus, oh God, oh Jesus. See, we're getting into Gamergate too, boys. They're gonna dick ride the popular streamers to react to their content.
Excuse me, Xanderhal, it's called Duck Ride.
Because Asmongold spends like half of his stream reacting to YouTube videos, so you better believe these guys are gonna be dick riding on him hard to get him to watch their right wing.
And there's more reason that you trans people need to sit up and shut down. Sit up and shut down. Sit down and shut up. Yeah, there we go. That's the right way to say it. You need to sit down and shut up. You need to be seen and not heard. You are there for ornamentation. You are there as bling for Xanderhal stream bling. You are stream bling. If you ever criticize him, if you ever ask him to do the bare minimum as an ally, not to do something. Nobody's asking Xanderhal to do something. We're asking him not to do something, which is promote the fucking game, and he's doing it anyway to spite us. He's like, you know, he's flipping us off, right? And it doesn't feel good.
Propaganda stuff. That is like, oh man, oh fuck, dude. No, I like Asmongold.
Trans people sit up and shut down transphobia. All duck sizes are valid. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I want to ride a huge duck. Sometimes I want to ride a mid duck. Sometimes I want to ride, you know, a smaller duck. All ducks are valid. Yes.
And
I will quote a game review journal I have trusted for years. The game is mid. That's what I'm saying, right? Even I can tell that it's a mid game at best, right? Also did some karaoke and the Homestuck cosplay photo shoot. Okay, that sounds like fun. I like Homestuck.
pretty balanced guy, pretty chill guy, I think.
I agree.
I wonder if Asmongold knows this is the guy that was...
Medium-sized ducks aren't necessarily mid ducks. True. Mid has a connotation, doesn't it? Yeah, I need to not ignore that.
Screaming about the female demons in Doom Eternal.
Take his...
Yo, I feel like this video was a fucking waste of our time. How is this Gamergate 2? Motherfucker. Xanderhal, you're calling everything Gamergate 2. Jesus Christ.
If you don't want to play the game, don't play it. If you want to play the game,
Right, Amanda? Right?
Oh, I'll even go a step further. I think that I absolutely respect somebody for refraining to play the game based off of what they believe to be something that is not in line with their own personal values. I completely support.
What? Yo, somebody told me that Asmongold voted for Trump. Is that right? Did Asmongold vote for Trump or something? Is that true? I feel like, no, I haven't watched every video. I mean, like, right, Asmongold had some video that was like blaming in 2016, but not in 2020. Asmongold, there were a lot of real politically naive people that were like, yeah, let's give Trump a try, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, Hillary Clinton's uncharismatic as fuck, but Jesus Christ, that is not like right, that is not justification to vote for that shithead. Oh my god, Dragon Princess, meow. Wait, oh my god, it's Pixels Mixel emotes. I haven't seen those in a while. How is Pixels Mixel? He did it in 2016 and not in 2020. So he learned his lesson. I mean, I guess that's good at least. But here's, yo, I respect people for not playing the game because they have like a moral qualm with it, right? That's kind of more than Xanderhal did. Right? Xanderhal is all like duck riding this game.
Support somebody in doing that. Because you should never feel like you're compelled to make an unethical choice or something.
You couldn't resist it with all the duck talk. Yeah, I'm trying to stop getting demonetized all over the place. I wish they would just like demonetize the part of the video where I say the F word or whatever. Just demonetize that part, but leave the rest of it monetized.
It is not morally in line.
Oh my god, I love Pixels Mixel singing. Yes, makes the news tolerable. That's a skill. I'm going to try to do that for you all in a second here.
Even if it's something I disagree with.
And if you like ducks, okay, understand that we're going to have a little bit of ducky literature club nocommentchick takedown to watch tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that.
That is stupid, which I agree with, because they never work.
She sings during Neville's breakfast? That is awesome.
Boycotts never work. If anything,
dude, this guy literally supports boycotts against anything he considers woke, by the way.
I honestly think there's been good examples of boycotts in history, but for the most part...
Wait, somebody attacks Asmongold after he blasts the... So he did a video, right? He did a video shitting on people, like, you know, and to be, like... There wasn't a boycott. There wasn't, like, anything that you could characterize as like an authoritarian action to prevent people from playing a game that they just have to click a mouse in order to play, right? Like, that's ridiculous, okay? And if you look at the leaders in the trans community, what Jesse Gender was talking about, it was not a boycott. It was like, this is a message to, you know, trans allies. You care about us. Don't support J.K. Rowling's fucking blood libel game. Jesus Christ, right? Just, and like, we shouldn't have to say this. And, you know, there was a little bit of disappointment in the fact that people are like chomping at the bit to play this mid-game, right? But at the same time, it wasn't harsh. It wasn't anything that you could characterize as authoritarian, right? So yeah, like, I mean, what we did have with some streamers, right, was that, like, if you're a streamer and you had a sizable trans audience, playing this game was going to disappoint some of them. And you really have to make up your mind of which side are you on, right? You're trying to have this cognitive dissonance. You're trying to maintain this position where you know how bad J.K. Rowling is. You care about trans people, but you really want to play the Hogwarts game so bad, and everybody's going to play it, and oh my god, am I the only one who doesn't get to play it, right? You're being a baby. You're being a big old baby. I just saw Frida Kahlo wedding dress, and it was intense and amazing. Okay, I'm curious now. Do you have the link to that, Shakespeare?
Is this the guy who also made the video complaining about the Black Lives Matter free PS4 background. I got it as a meme because of that, didn't I? Because like PS4 made a free BLM like PlayStation background, and I ended up getting a PS4 after I covered that. I think it was this guy, the Yellow Flash dude, who made a video complaining about it. Like, oh, PlayStation's virtue signaling by making this free background. You could tell.
I want that to be my wedding dress now. Yeah, I want to see that.
During Black History Month, it's virtue signaling. It was really funny.
Like, for this game, this is stupid and it's not going to work. In fact, the boycott in cases like
yeah, he got a BLM background to his PS4 for a meme. Yeah, that's
boycotts usually.
Well, just basically to own the, I guess to own the chuds. That's like his whole thing, right? He's got this like Gamergate mentality of like, you know, make your own game, right? So like, you know, he's on board with thinking that criticizing video games is cringe. He's blaming trans people for possibly enabling Gamergate to, and that the implication is that like the people that people like Anita Sarkeesian are to blame for Gamergate 1 being that they criticized video games. You're supposed to sit down and shut up and not say anything and not yuck anybody's yum, right? And like, you know, then wait for the right wing to criticize your woke video game, like, right? And then when they do, you're like, I don't know. It's weird. Anita Sarkeesian did nothing wrong, right? What is a Frida Kahlo wedding dress? I want to see. Hopefully, Shakespeare might be able to find us a link to that so we can take a look at that and see for ourselves what exactly a not Hogwarts. What is wrong with me? A Hogwarts wedding dress. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Very different than Hogwarts. What's wrong with me, chat? Oh my god. Okay, look, I'm gonna have to make some executive decisions here, right? We can only cover so many things in a day. Just like how they I'm not gonna end anytime soon, right? But I think I might have to go. We might have to keep Matt Walsh and his fight with like everybody else on the right? Over Dylan Mulvaney, right? People on the right think that Matt Walsh was too mean to Dylan Mulvaney, and you know, we got to cover that. That's important. I'll probably cover it tomorrow along with Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's, I think he talked to Pierce Morgan, and there was some interest. We've been talking about objective versus subjective. They kind of touch on that. But like, yeah, we've also got to cover. We got to cover all of Matt Walsh's hoggery. There's so much Matt Walsh hoggery. I don't even know where to start with the Matt Walsh hoggery. Okay, just trust me, there's a lot of hoggery going on with Matt Walsh. Designer had to do it for a challenge? Nice. Skipping Matt Walsh is always fine with me. I hate chuds. Yeah.
Don't work whenever they're on massive products because
Pierce Morgan is a super weirdo, isn't he?
So much of the amount of people that are consuming the products are outside of the space of people that are discussing them. So that's why, for example, the Dungeons and Dragons boycott was a lot more effective, is because the Dungeons and Dragons community is much smaller, much more insular, and much more interconnected.
Okay, so here's a connection to Gamergate, right? Gatekeeping. You're not allowed to criticize Hogwarts Legacy because you're trans and not a gamer? Whereas the Dungeons and Dragons boycott is okay because these were typical D&D players? I don't know.
The Harry Potter community.
Is that what Asmongold's saying?
Harry Potter is so much bigger that you're never going to be able to get this message out, even if people agree with it.
We're never going to get this message out if people keep on shitting all over us. When we're trying to say something simple, something that even Xanderhal fucking gets, right? But he literally is throwing us under the bus for clout. Look at this motherfucker. Right? That's not a leftist. That's not a leader. That's not a trans ally. That is something else entirely. Everything about Xanderhal is all about his own ego aggrandizement, right? And not about like trans rights or solidarity or anything like that.
So people are never even going to hear it. Versus the Dungeons and Dragons boycott, if you compare that with that, like I would say like half of people hear it, like a third of people, like a massive
515.
No, it's different. The problem is that the Harry Potter issue is a political one, while the boycott on D&D.
I mean, that's true. There's like a difference.
D&D related. See, this is the issue.
So wait, Xanderhal's okay? Is Xanderhal okay?
Dude, guys,
let's let him
like,
talk.
I like
Let's let him cook.
Gold, but not all of his takes are good. The D&D boycott worked because the users of the game wanted their game to be better.
There was something with like, wait, does anybody know about the D&D boycott?
The Harry Potter boycott doesn't work because J.K. Rowling being transphobic only affects transphobic or trans Harry Potter fans.
There you go. There you go. Shut up and sit down. And don't bother us while we're playing our anti-Semitic goblin rebellion smashing game, right?
Like, and like people who are
only affects trans people.
Harry Potter fans that are like very pro-trans, who don't feel comfortable supporting a transphobe.
Well, wait, that's who it was targeted at. Oh my god, Xanderhal is so fucking useless. So fucking useless here, right? That's literally what Jessie Gender said. And yet you attacked her. You attacked trans people trying to advocate for ourselves because he doesn't want us to be able to advocate for ourselves. He wants us to rely on him. I am done relying on him. I am done relying on people like that. I am done with these edgy boys and their messiah complexes, all right? It's fucking cringe. We don't need you, Xanderhal. You are not a leader, right? You are allergic to solidarity. You are allergic to intersectionality. And you are not a leader on the left.
If you're just like some normie who doesn't care about politics and doesn't care about...
Good night, Spark That Blood, meow.
Supporting like...
D&D is exploitive copyright clampdown. That's what I thought, yeah. Not a marginalized community. So yeah, we can care about D&D, we can't care about trans rights.
Someone's...
and this is what it is. Xanderhal wants to claim to be, you know, a leader, wants to claim to care about trans rights, but at the end of the day, he will not walk the walk the way that he talks the talk.
Like funding some...
I know, right? This guy's supposed to be on the left. What the fuck, right?
Push for like destroying a minority.
They were canceling their one D&D subscriptions. Oh, okay. I don't know how D&D works, huh? Wait, Polly plays D&D, right? Well, chat if you want. Like, I feel like I need to talk to Polly about this.
Party group, then like you're not going to know.
Polly's a DM, right? Polly really knows D&D.
All of that, right?
Larger a percentage of people are going to hear it because of the type of community that it is and the size of community that it is and the media that it exists on.
And more people play the game because of it. Especially now, making this game a culture war thing.
More people play the game because of it. Citation needed.
It was really stupid to do. It was really stupid to do. Because if anything...
He's right about that. He's right about that. I sincerely believe this Hogwarts Legacy thing might be the thing that starts Gamergate 2.
You're so fucking cringe, Zan. You are so fucking cringe. It is so hard to take your bullshit.
If you want to call it that.
You know, who's really benefiting from it? Well, Warner Brothers is. But I mean...
Yes.
Well, J.K. Rowling gets royalties.
Well, we're benefiting from it too. We have content.
If it wasn't for these activists, it still would have been big.
Oh, her game isn't based on the 20-die D&D system. It's based on a different tabletop? Interesting.
This week it would have came out and been big. But I don't think it would have had the kinds of reactions that it's gotten as far as, you know, all the attention and the sales that it's got. I know a lot of people that have bought this game just to buy it.
You know, the only thing that really keeps me from doing D&D is it seems really complicated. Gamergate 2 is nigh, and Zan's the only edgy boy messiah that can save us, right? He's the one that can be on all places at once. He's the Maudib.
To spite.
To say fuck you.
Stupid a-holes.
He wants it so badly, yeah.
They just want to run around and make people miserable.
I like how he won't just... Like, these right-wing figures, they're like, he's being so careful... Because he knows Asmongold was going to watch the video, I bet. He's being so careful not to say...
Xanderhal, this would be a good reason to do a little pre-watching, do a little research. I don't know, like, right? You literally... Do you realize what a fucking risk you're taking? Like, he thought that he had something in this content, right? He thought that he was going to have a mask-off moment, that Yellow Flash was going to be like, as we all know, that trans people aren't real anyway, it's just the agenda of transgender... Like, he thought he was going to have that full hog moment, and he didn't have it, right? Xanderhal, you are playing so, you know, what is it called? Playing, you know, something and dirty, you're taking risks that you shouldn't be taking, right?
Like, because this guy's literally made videos where he talks about how trans people are not, like, valid. This guy...
What would they even have a GG about this time? I mean, Fast and Loose, thank you, Puff. I can't fucking think of anything. I couldn't pronounce hagiography. I couldn't I couldn't tell the difference between burnish and brandish. I think it was burnish that I was looking for. Not brandish is like you brandish a sword. Burnish is like you polish and shore up something.
Like outright said he agrees with J.K. Rowling. He thinks trans women are predators and like not real.
I'm a bimbo cat girl, so I don't know these things.
Women and all that stuff. Like he's a full-on right-wing, like quartering style content creator.
But here's what he put on Twitter.
Yeah, okay, Photophile's with me on this. That like, I don't know, maybe it's not as complicated. Maybe it's only complicated on the outset.
Shocking to me that people think the way to protest Hogwarts Legacy is to bully and harass those who are playing streaming it.
Yo, and as far as bully and harass, that is like people in your chat that when you say, I want to play the turf game, I want to suppress the Goblin Rebellion, they say, please don't. Oh my god, what a bunch of bullies. What a bunch of harassers. What the fuck?
No one likes this. You're not helping anyone. You're just being a piece of shit.
Look, yo, I want to turn this fucking edgy boy shit back against them. Fucking receipts, motherfucker. Who were the people harassing you? What did they do? What are you even talking about, right?
True.
Now, I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm not saying, I know there's a lot of harassment on Twitch, and I know that this is the exact kind of thing where a transphobe will jump in, do like black propaganda, and I mean the kind of propaganda where you pretend to be the other side, right? Jump in and pretend to be a trans person, be toxic as fuck about somebody playing Hogwarts Legacy. That is entirely possible, but I want to see it because I have not seen shit. I have not seen shit from these people, right? And these are the same people that whenever we get harassed, they want evidence from us. Okay, so you want evidence from us? We want evidence from you. Agent provocateurs. Yeah, exactly.
Pretty true statement there that he's saying.
Very true.
More into Magic the Gathering.
There's no lies detected.
Maybe that's the whole point of like, card games is like that they make the, you're doing kind of the same thing or a similar thing. It's not exactly the same thing, is it?
Here, it's true. No one likes this. You're bullying and harassing people over a game like this.
No one disagrees.
Literally, someone saying to end your life, end yourself because you're playing a game, because you bought a video.
Now notice this, right? Asmongold said that they didn't say KYS. Like they said that you deserve to be told to KYS, right? And there's a distinction there, although it's still not something that I definitely don't support this. It's a bad idea to do this on Twitter or anywhere else. Like it's not something that I would do. It's not how I conduct myself, right? But like Asmongold, admitted that like technically this is usually not TOS. People get away with this shit all the time. Look at who doesn't get away with it though. Look at who doesn't get away with it. Oh, who gets popped for it? Tweet has violated Twitter rules. Yep, that's right. Trans people.
Yikes. And banned from Twitter.
Is an unhinged look. And to be honest,
this whole video is going to be about that.
Yo, you want me like do you do this to everybody on Twitter who advocates for has somebody every single issue that has somebody advocating for it that where they get all like this and they say KYS or you deserve to hear KYS or whatever every single person like this right do you do this to do you drag the whole movement, do you drag everybody having that opinion for one person going over the way overboard with this kind of rhetoric? I don't think so, right? Who gets banned for this? Only marginalized people, right? Who does this shit every fucking day? Actual bullies, actual harassers, transphobes, racists, anti-Semites, shitheads.
People that you're trying to
the whole video
up for look bad.
Oh god. So yeah, do you guys understand what I've been talking about now this whole time?
Oh yeah, you got us on your side now, Xanderhal. It's totally true. It's totally true. Gamergate 2 is gonna happen, and it's gonna be all the trans people's fault. It's Jesse Gender's fault. I can't believe that how toxic Jesse Gender was for asking trans allies and trans people to reconsider playing the fucking blood libel game. Jesus Christ, how could I have not seen it before? Thank you for illustrating this. Like through seeing Yellow Flash make a cringe video, Asmongold react to it and actually, kind of not super positive reaction, not agreeing, disagreeing with a lot of what was in there, right? But still being kind of like a, chuddy at the end of the day. Like, right, what does he think he's shown us here? What does he think he's shown us?
about how like the left is basically like dedicated itself.
The amount of anti-Semitism on Twitter is just so high, it's ridiculous.
To just self-destruction.
Yeah, you also got to the release of the remastered best Metroid. Yeah, that's right. People say that this is gonna be the game of the year. Bullshit. It's February, or it was February. It was February when this was released, right? God, they hurt Asmongold's Fifis. Pack it in, everybody. It's fucking over.
Fucking
SJW owned.
Destruction. It's so upsetting to me that I remember how this happened originally. I remember how the right dominated the online culture war originally, and I'm watching it happen all over again.
Please.
But there's nothing I can do to stop it.
Please tell us more, Xanderhal. I mean, he already kind of went mask off with this. He already blamed the victims of Gamergate for the original Gamergate. He's blaming trans people for Gamergate too, right?
Because other lefties who have bigger platforms.
We have Tears of the Kingdom coming out. That's guaranteed Game of the Year. I'll fight anyone on that.
People like
There's a new Zelda coming out, right? Oh, is that the new Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom?
Jesse Gender are making...
Oh, yeah, blame fucking Jesse Gender. Yo, you just showed somebody saying, you know, you deserve to be told to KYS, right? And you're gonna lump Jesse Gender in with that. Fuck you, Xanderhal. Trans people in Xanderhal's community understand this is not your... DJ Mule may have been right about one thing, and that is that Xanderhal is not your ally. Now, right? I'm not gonna defend a lot of like what went on in that video, and obviously DJ Mule's no fan of NCC or anything like that, and vice versa. We're not close, right? But yeah, DJ Mule did get one thing right. Zelda Pog, what's up, Pet the Cringe? How are you doing? Meow. Oh my God. Okay, so wait a minute. Shaxpier, I think, sent me that picture of the Freda wedding dress.
Videos getting on board with this goddamn culture war shit.
Why did I say
that's just a losing battle? That's a definitively losing battle if the left takes the anti-Hogwarts Legacy side. You're not going to win against the cultural impact of Harry Potter. The best you can do is educate people about what...
That's literally what Jessie Gender's trying to do. That's literally what she's trying to do, right? And she's trying to get people like you, if you're gonna fucking talk the talk, you need to walk the walk. You're not willing to do that. Every single thing you've done is a commercial for Hogwarts Legacy, is an attack on trans people, trying to take down our leaders because you want to be our leader. You will never be our leader, Xanderhal. We know what you're about. We know you're not our ally. We know that you're not gonna be there for us when we really need it, because guess what? You're not here for us on the most basic thing of all. Wait, did somebody give a gift sub? And Zara, thank you for the gift sub to It's Me, Natalie Marie. Meow. Wait, Shaxpier gave me... There it is. Thank you, Shaxpier. Thank you. Meow. Sorry to everybody sending me links and stuff. Sorry to Dat Katie. I want to get to everything. Hopefully we'll have more time tomorrow. I'm just like way over stimulated and over taxed, and I want to do a little get together in the Discord. Does everybody know about our Discord? Can we spam some Discord links in chat, right? Because I want to hang out after stream in Discord. I'm going to try to get through what we got to get through, and have a little time left to chill with people in the Discord, because we never get to do that enough, right? And Polly, we hung out with Polly last night. I want to hang out with you tonight on the Discord. Meow. Okay, so here it is. Are you ready? I can't do the wrestling thing.
Wow.
So this is the wedding dress. Oh crap, I gotta mute the music. I'm gonna get popped for this music. Aw, you have to tuck your puppies in and go to bed? Wait, is this it? 5:15. Did I get the right dress? Is this the dress we're talking about? Yeah, it's got to be that one. That was the wedding dress. Okay. Nice, nice. All right, so let us proceed. Come on, open Twitter. Thank you. No, not Matt Walsh. Wait, what am I looking at? Ron DeSantis. DeSantis. Okay, so the Jacksonville substitute teacher. So if you don't know, Ron DeSantis has been hogging out more than normal. Let me change our now and next. Oh my God, sorry for not like proceeding. Like, Piers Morgan is pretty hated in the UK. Only the gammon the like him. Sometimes you want to ride the duck while someone rides your duck. A nice lady brings you all water and yeah, and everyone's happy. Okay, so wait, what are we doing here? We're looking for this is Ron DeSantis. Hogs out. Sure. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. That feels like a, oh my God, what do you call that, right? We got Ron DeSantis and we've got Michael, oh my God. No, wait, what's his name? The boring guy from Daily Wire. Not boring, not literally Jeremy Boring, but Michael Knowles. I can never remember his freaking name because he's so boring. Michael Knowles. CPAC Hoggery. There we go. It's all hog in the latter half of this, right? So this is a Jacksonville. Oh my God, Jacksonville substitute teacher posted the video of empty. Oh yeah, has been fired. So like that, right? This is after Ron DeSantis was banning books. Ron DeSantis, there's so many things that he's done. I can't even freaking, keep track of them. Look at transgenderism is trending. That is because of Michael Knowles. Let's watch this TikTok though.
Warning sign. So what you see, as you probably know, Florida Governor DeSantis's personal crusade against public expression includes the creation of a list of books that are banned in public schools. In fact, Florida is in the top 5 states in the union with the most banned books. A few weeks ago, a substitute teacher out of Jacksonville, his name is Brian Covey, posted a video I'm about to show you as a warning sign. So what you see here are empty shelves in a middle school in Jacksonville. And those are not the only shelves that have been emptied in the state of Florida. Schools across the states are removing all of the books that are in the school in fear that any book might trigger the sanctions associated with them.
So there's sanctions, right? So we were talking about like authoritarianism, like trans people accused of authoritarianism for telling their favorite streamer like that they would prefer that they not play the turf game, the anti-Semitic blood libel turf game, right? But meanwhile, Ron DeSantis, the real fucking authoritarianism is like this, right? They removed every book in their library because they don't even know what like DeSantis is gonna what's gonna trigger DeSantis to apply his sanctions, right?
Ban. And Governor DeSantis was asked about this video. And
now remember, let me talk about how did DeSantis come to power, right? How did DeSantis win his last election? The Democrats nominated former Republican Florida governor Charlie Crist, right? The Democrats thought that maybe if we present you with a centrist, the ooey gooey centrist choice, right? Of like a kind of like, like a centrist Republican. What's up, Timmy the Bee? Good to see you. Meow. Welcome to the stream. You're trans. Wow. Me too. actually. Yeah, you just missed our. I was dancing to like a German song about trans rights, which was pretty cool earlier. So now we're talking about DeSantis. Ron DeSantis has a special kind of hatred for trans people. He hates a lot of people, right? He's banning books left and right, and nobody even knows what's going to trigger him to come down on their school. They are emptying bookshelves, right, in response to try to just like get ahead of this, right? And look, this person, substitute teacher, posted a video of empty school library shelves, got fired. This guy has way too much power in Florida, right? We got dictator DeSantis in fascist Florida, and he is going hog wild.
The implication of the video in a press conference, and he basically dismissed the whole thing, saying that,
oh, are we talking about the Matt Walsh thing? SSPX is anti-Semitic and thinks fascism is good because it will bring about a Catholic monarchy. And that's the Matt Walsh thing, right? Michael Knowles is literally a right-wing Catholic, but he's not part of the SSPX. So that's the difference. And that's what they're doing. There's a competition, right? For attention. And a lot of this is, thank you, Timmy the Bee. Thank you for the follow. Meow. There's a competition right now, for attention. Who can be the most hog wild? Who can be the most transphobic? Who can be the best fascist out there? And now you got Matt Knowles asking for the eradication of transgenderism. We're going to get to that later. There's a hashtag for that too. Okay, but yeah, this is what's going on. This person got fired, right? You can't even do a TikTok showing the bookshelves without Matt Walsh pulling the strings and getting your ass fired.
it's a fake video. I guess that's the new fake thing in the state of Florida, saying that the school that is being depicted in that video hadn't even put out books yet altogether. And then today we find out that Brian Covey, the substitute teacher,
Covey. I'm sorry, I said Covey earlier. It's Covey.
Has been fired, allegedly for violating that school's cell phone policy. Now, while I think that in and of itself, the simple concept of a government banning books should...
Chat, I am so lucky I'm not in Florida right now, right? Because I would have to register. They're talking about like registering people as like a political blogger. If you talk about the governor of Florida, you have to, Matt Walsh is SSPX, right? So yeah, Matt Walsh has got, more fascist street cred, more fascist bona fides, right? And you've got Michael Knowles trying to outdo him by calling for the eradication of transgenderism. And as we talked about earlier, right? When the Gamergaters came for women, wanted to push women out of games, they said they were fighting feminism. It's not a person, it's an ideology. And if a person comes to represent that ideology, well, then we can demonize the fuck out of them. But it's because we're against feminism, we're against politics. We don't want politics in our gaming. These people are ruining the games, and we got to stop them, right? And here you got they're using the same kind of tactic. They're using the same kind of rhetorical flourish, right? By not attacking transgender people, not trying to eradicate transgender people, but eradicate transgenderism. And when they got called out on it, as well they should be, they complained. They threatened to sue, right? Michael Knowles and other people have like threatened the publications that are going forward with this story, for misrepresenting their viewpoint. They're like, we only wanted to eradicate transgenderism, not transgender people. But really, it's a backdoor way of attacking transgender people, and using language like eradication does not happen by accident. It happens on purpose. I'm transmasc and I'm happy I don't live in Florida. Yeah, I can understand that. God, Florida is turning into a DeSantis dictatorship. All these pastors that burn books are in Florida too. Literally shutting down libraries, emptying out the books. Yeah, just to get ahead of it. As a trans girl, I feel like Michael Knowles is an undercover... Oh, might be undercover. It might be like a on the down low, and Matt Walsh comes across as a chaser. Oh my god. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can neither confirm nor deny. Charlie Crist is more like Hillary Clinton than Hillary Clinton. Yeah, and it still didn't work, right? You give them a watered down option, and what they read from that is that you are not serious about your ideology. Your ideology is subject to negotiation, right? Replace the word trans person with the word Jewish person, and you would have exactly what happened in the Cold War, what happened in World War II with, Ron DeSantis is literally, I mean, that's what it's coming to, right? Fascist Florida, DeSantis dictatorship. That's what we're dealing with, right? The Nazis weren't against they were. That's right, Paul Squall. They weren't against Jewish people. They were against cultural Bolshevism. And if you're Jordan Peterson, you're against cultural Marxism. But you're gonna talk about how communism is the literal equivalent of fascism, and that there is no, the leftists are not apologetic enough about that, right? The SSPX doesn't accept the decision. Wait, okay, so Shakespeare, can you tell me, is SSPX, is that the thing that, is that the same thing that Mel Gibson and his dad are part of? Doesn't accept the decision to have, stop having as dogma, which you have to believe. So we're talking about the Second Vatican, or Vatican II, right? Decided to get rid of I think it's called blood guilt, right? You have to believe in, as a Catholic, on pain of excommunication and eternity in hell. The charge of... Oh, Michael Knowles used to be an edgy new atheist? I did not know that, actually. I was not aware. That's wild.
Send chills down of every literate person's spine. What I really want you to focus on are the implications of the dismissal, of the fact that Brian Covey was fired. Because if you think that banning books is bad, what's even worse is the threat posed by a political system that silences its dissidents through authoritative bullying.
Wait, but I thought it was only trans people that did that, right?
Because now the Florida political system is a system that wants to move forward with it.
Wait, I thought trans people were the bullies.
Rewriting history.
Wait, does anybody else think it's a little effed up for people like Xanderhal and Asmongold and even Hassan to call trans people bullies? When we got DeSantis to deal with, right? Did anybody else see the problem with that?
With its marginalizing those that it considers unwanted, and now it wants to silence the dissidents and dissension in general using public display of force. And this is obviously the latest iteration of Florida's unwarranted public display of force. You'll remember a few months ago, DeSantis had a press conference just to score political points, just to push the false narrative of the widespread voter fraud after he arrested.
Well, Mel Gibson says he's not part of any group and goes to an independent sedevacantist congregation called the Holy Family. But he's got the same thing, right, where he's against. So the Vatican II was when they decided to stop, for making it part of their dogma to blame Jewish people for the death of Jesus Christ, right? That was. Yeah, it's a misuse of the term. I don't know if these people knew what bullying is. Yeah, it's irresponsible. It's very anti-Vatican II. Yeah, that was when the Catholic Church finally came around and said we gotta stop doing this. We can't do this anymore, right?
A bunch of Floridians,
which should be freaking obvious, right?
And now we're finding
to anybody who's not a fucking Nazi.
Now that 2 of them at least were arrested in their underwear by heavily armed police, some of whom were in SWAT gear. And now this, if you disagree with DeSantis, you are summarily terminated. And these events should worry every American, not just Floridians, because we all know that these are some of the ethics that are going to be on the 2024 presidential ballot.
And whether it's DeSantis or whether it's Trump, right? They are both like, we don't just have like one candidate that could be the nominee for the Republicans, right? We have two candidates competing for who can be the best eliminationist, who can use the most eliminationist rhetoric, who can signal to the transphobes and the fash that they are on their side, right?
Conference just to score political points, just to push the false narrative of the widespread voter fraud, after he arrested a bunch of Floridians, and now we're finding out that 2 of them at least.
Okay, so we're talking about people that were arrested for voting after they thought that they had their rights restored, right? So this is talking about like the felony thing, right? In some states, like Florida, they deny felons the right to vote. And they changed that because there was enough political pressure in the wake of BLM to change it, right? But the way that it was done was messy, and there were people who were told that they had the right to vote, and they registered to vote, and as a result, now this is the DeSantis election, right? This is DeSantis versus Christ. From I think what was it, 2022? This election that just wrapped up, DeSantis won with 60%, right? 60-40, DeSantis won over Charlie Crist, right? But you have situations where people are being arrested for trying to vote. Right? There should have been more people put back on the rolls, but people got scared because not only was it confusing, if you were allowed to vote again, if you were wrong, the result was you get thrown in jail. 2 of my grandmother's brothers were at the Vatican II, at the Second Vatican Council. Patriot takes. What is this? A police officer outside the Ron DeSantis. Oh, now wait. So look, this is delicious, okay? That's books a million. Those are Trump flags, right? What do we got going on here? What do we got from Patriot Takes? What does Patriot Takes have to say about Ron DeSantis? Police officer outside the Ron DeSantis book event in Leesburg, Florida, was told to remove anyone wearing Trump, like he's a fucking designer. Like, are you wearing Gucci? Are you wearing? No, I'm wearing Trump. Okay, I'm sorry. This is Trump I have on, right? If you're wearing Trump, anyone wearing Trump has got to go right now. Okay, here we go.
Yes, why? Because.
So chat, this is hog on hog fighting.
You're wearing? Because they told me to say anybody wearing Trump has to go right now. Oh.
Look at that. Look at that. Now, here's what's weird, right? Where does Trump live? Do people know? Is that Hassan? Oh, yeah. Wait, Hassan Chud. Yeah, there you go. That's hog on hog. We got hog on hog fighting here. We got hog on hog conflict, right? So my understanding is that was this like DeSantis a book event? Okay, so he's got a book event in Leesburg, Florida, right? These people are Trump fans. These people are like I think Laura Loomer organized this, right? And, brought Trump fans in to exercise their free speech. They got free speech. United States, we live in a state, the United States of America. The First Amendment says you got the right to free speech, right? And so here they are exercising their right to free speech at a DeSantis event. They don't like DeSantis, they like Trump, okay? What does this cop say?
During the sign. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I have to call LPD now.
I hate to break it. I hate to say it, but the Hogs got a point. The Hogs are saying they got free speech, and it seems like it's being suppressed here in West Palm Beach, Florida. No, that's where Mar-a-Lago is, right? So, Laura Loomer brought these people to see if there was free speech in Florida, and apparently there's not.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. We get suppressed. They're gonna get arrested if they stay there. They can't. They're in a parking lot, right? The event, I think, is in Books a Million, right? If I'm not mistaken. And they can't be out here in the parking lot because they're wearing Trump.
And they went that line with that. Yes. Why? Because of what you're wearing? Because they told me to say anybody wearing Trump.
Wait, what are they saying?
And they went that line with that. Yes. Why? Because of what you're wearing? Because they told me to say anybody wearing Trump has to go right now. Oh.
Anybody wearing Trump has to go right now. The parking lot is private property. Okay, so they can do this because of what Joint Specialist is saying, right? They can get on the sidewalk. Well, I mean, and obviously Laura Loomer's trying to, you know, like, right? This is Trump versus DeSantis, right? But this is dictator DeSantis going after the Trumpies. Now this is going to get messy, right? This is going to get, oh no, go homo. Wait, what? Ron DeSantis is in California. Not cool. He was met at his book signing. Yep. Wait, wait, am I right about this? Is this not even in Florida? No, this is Florida, Leesburg, Florida. Okay. So maybe this wasn't it's a Ron DeSantis book event, but maybe DeSantis, because it sounds like from this one that DeSantis is actually in California, I guess, you know, in California, you know, getting, visiting states as future presidential candidates often do. Still remember when Laura Loomer handcuffed herself to the front door of the Twitter offices wearing a Star of David. Okay, I don't know about this. The cop is enforcing the desires of the property owner who surely isn't influenced, by DeSantis. Yeah, true. Okay. DeSantis is in California, not cool. He was met at his book signing. Yep, the book ban guy just put out a book. Oh my god, it's ironic. It's more than ironic. There's another word for this, isn't there? With over 100 people protesting him. There were two Ron supporters who came, but the crybabies left in a huff. The Washington, D.C. Post, ABC News, and the Sacramento Bee were on. Okay, so this is a thread. This is a thread. No, it's not a thread. Okay, why did you have the... Oh, sorry. There we go. We're on hand reporting. I interviewed within ABC. Lots of old white people attended his event. We let them all know Ron isn't welcome in the free state of California. Resist fascism. Okay, so this is the protest that met Ron DeSantis in California. So here's the deal, right? Why is he in California, right? He's not going to win California. If he gets to the general election, he's not going to win California. California doesn't matter to Ron DeSantis or to Trump in the general election, right? But it is up for grabs in the primary. So that's probably what DeSantis is doing, right? He's written a book, and he's new bill by Florida would require. So, okay, this is what I'm talking about here, right? It is simultaneously so scary, but also funny that Ron DeSantis wants to put mean tweeters on a list. Like, truly, it alarms the hell out of me, but it also is the most baby behavior imaginable, right? A new bill in Florida would require bloggers writing about Ron DeSantis to register with the state or be fined. Jesus Christ, right? And that's not even the end of it. That's not even the end. There's so much shit here. Here's a pro DeSantis. Ron DeSantis humiliates Gavin Newsom at the Reagan Library in California. I know you got a lot of problems out here, but your government... Okay, anyway, so it's the DeSantis speech. He's throwing shade on Gavin Newsom.
You know, we're not going to mess with Social Security as Republicans. I think that's pretty clear. We should try to look at entitlements, look at restructuring Medicare. There's nothing left in Social Security. It's guys like me pay into it, and then the people who are on Social Security, the check immediately goes out to them. So I would embrace proposals, like Paul Ryan offered. We're not going to mess with Social Security.
Okay, so there it is. There's him talking out of both sides of his ass. It's like the Joker said, when the chips are down, these so-called civilized people will eat each other. Okay, so how it started, we just want to protect women's sports. How it's going, the state will seize trans children. Okay, now this is disturbing, right? There's a bill. Follow up to the Don't Say Gay law. Let's take a look at this really quick. British journalism, wonderful. Okay, so when even Turf Island is taking note of your anti-trans bills, that says something, right? Florida Republicans are under fire for a slate of bills targeting transgender use, including a proposal to allow the courts to take custody over trans kids. That's being called fascist by its critics. On Friday, GOP lawmakers submitted State Bill 254, which allows the state to seize custody of children, which when they are quote-unquote at risk or being subjected to gender-affirming medical care, including from families where the child at question may reside outside of Florida. What the hell? Like, some of the shit is just like how? How are they're gonna go outside of Florida and kidnap kids? And is it what is it, like Florida citizens or something like that? That I don't even understand how this works, right? Critics argue that the bill was a legislative attempt to erase trans people. I can't believe I'm writing this, Carlos Guillermo Smith, a former House lawmaker, said, and the state's first Latino LGBTQ representative wrote on Twitter on Friday, "This is fascist." Alejandro Caraballo, former staff attorney at the Transgender Legal Defense and Education Fund, argued on Twitter that State Bill 254 would empower anti-trans family members to seize children. Okay, so this is like if the father lives in Florida or the mother, one parent lives in Florida, the other parent with custody lives outside of Florida. Anti-trans family members to seize children from potentially more supportive environments and find safe haven in Florida. This is a green light to transphobic family members to engage in state-sponsored kidnapping, she wrote. Backers of the bill defended the effort. Parents have the right, said some HOG, to raise their children as they see fit, and the government intervention should be the last resort. Senate President Kathleen Pasidomo said in a statement to WUSF, "Unfortunately, all too often we are hearing about treatments for gender dysphoria being administered to children, often very young children. That's just wrong. And we need to step in and make sure it isn't happening in our state or outside of your state, apparently, right? Other bills in Florida legislature this session have sought to restrict bathroom access for trans people and make it illegal for doctors to provide gender-affirming medical care like puberty blockers or hormone treatments to minors. The bills follow Governor DeSantis' approval last year of the controversial Don't Say Gay law, which forbid teaching about sexual or gender identity to younger children. As The Independent has reported, the Republican lawmakers across the country, following the lead of Florida, are seeking to pass what the Human Rights Campaign calls a historically bad slate of bills restricting access to transgender healthcare, inclusive literature, and quality education about sexual and gender identity. So yeah, they are trying to erase us, right? If you have a child in Florida who is trans and you are a hog, you can have them go and kidnap. Wait, or would they have the parents do this, or would the state of Florida send like law enforcement to do this, right? It doesn't have to be legal the way that the court is. The Republicans are getting the civil war they wanted, but in their own political party. About the Trump versus DeSantis. Look, I feel like that's our best bet, okay? I feel like that's our best bet. Like, play DeSantis off of Trump. Play them so hard off of each other that whoever loses decides to run as a third party. Like, that would be the shit right there. I mean, and it's more likely with Trump than DeSantis. DeSantis? You can go and kidnap them essentially and leave Florida, etc. So if mom takes kid and moves north to North Carolina, the kid starts puberty blockers, dad in Florida can file charges and sue to have the kid and mom extradited, imprisoned. Okay, so it is the law enforcement that would be doing this, right? Either parents or law enforcement, CPS. Like now CPS is the Florida Gestapo. It's done through extradition. Florida law enforcement would request extradition of mom and trans kid. Yeah, I mean, like, that's usually the way we think of it, is like that, you know, you expect maybe the dad would be the one trying to enforce this. But yeah, I mean, it could be the other way around too, right? Or hogs are going to pressure each other to commit custodial interference, aka kidnapping. Yeah, I mean, like, what is there any way that others, I mean, like, I guess you'd have to, like, maybe blue states could like, the only thing I could think of that could help this, right, is if blue states like barred Florida law enforcement from doing this, or made some law to, like, I don't know if that would work. I don't know if that's a solution there. Republican operatives are running anti-Trump, pro-DeSantis propaganda. I think the RNC is going to run DeSantis and someone DeSantis adjacent. Blue states would have to pass laws saying they would deny extradition. State could unilaterally declare they won't enforce the extradition. California has done that in some cases. Okay, so Biden says, no matter how hard some try, we can't just choose to learn what we want to know and not what we should know. We should learn everything, the good, the bad, the truth. So, you know, this is in reaction to DeSantis's anti-CRT efforts in terms of education. Ron DeSantis wants bloggers who write about him to register with the state or face fines. This is exactly how what fascism looks like. Oh my god. Thank you, Sky420, for giving Deleter01 a gift sub. And that saves another person from the evil ads that beset us on Twitch. I don't think Asmongold even ever pretended to be an ally. It's a bad look either way. Yo, it's a bad look when Xanderhal's like in some ways like worse than Asmongold, right? He sounds like a heterosexual Steven Crowder. I see DeSantis trying to out Trump. That's what's going on, right? Because Trump made his whole announcement. Did we cover this? I don't know if I watched it, but yeah, this was a while ago. Trump gave a speech and basically, you know, put forward an agenda that was eliminationist against trans people. Like, just whole speech talking about trans people and what he's going to do in terms of laws to, you know, to harm trans people, right? Then DeSantis has come back with all this hoggery, right? It's a race to the bottom. Okay, so this is the thing. These are the bills that have been introduced by Florida Republicans, requiring bloggers to register with the state if they criticize Ron DeSantis, banning the teaching of inclusion in Florida higher education, right? We're going to get back to this, right? This is important. There's a specific college that DeSantis has his sights on, right? Banning the Democratic Party from running candidates in the state. How is that free? Newt Gingrich is now attacking Florida Republicans for trying to pass a bill requiring all bloggers who blog about Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Florida lawmakers to register with the government and tell them how they generate an income. Okay, wow. New bill would eliminate the Democratic Party. You read that right. Florida Republicans are now so drunk with power, emboldened by Ron DeSantis' fascist tendencies, they have filed legislation to abolish the Florida Democratic Party. If you're not worried about how far Florida has fallen, then you're not paying attention. There's a lot to cover, though. There really is. Fox News is supporting Ron DeSantis for president, so they went to where DeSantis represented while in Congress, Ponte Verde Beach, to ask residents who they support for president. It didn't go as planned. They all supported Trump. Even one lady wearing wait, what is this?
A lot of Trump fans.
Trump and Nikki Haley.
And hi, Lawrence. First off, Metro Diner here. I got a question for you. Ready? All right. 2024. Who's pumped up for the election? All right.
I feel like we got to cover some of this too, right? Something's going on with Trump, okay? Something's going on with the Trump administration, and it has to do with the whole, election fear-mongering and demagoguing, right? The Mike Lindell stuff, right? So Fox News, including Rupert Murdoch, was aware of the shit that Trump was pushing being a lie, right? And there's a court case right now. Dominion is suing, I believe, Fox News. Fox News usually does not settle, right? They tend to countersue, and that's what's going on. And because of this, there is discovery that's going on. Discovery means that stuff that is private is made public, right? Is brought to the public. Some of it's redacted, but some of it's made public. And what we're finding out right now is that Rupert Murdoch was aware of his employees making false claims. Now, he's going to try to claim that that is not Fox News making false claims, that is his employees. But, they're doing it using his platform. They're doing it on behalf of Fox News. I don't know what else you can say, right? The other thing he's hanging his hat on is like the, it's the fiduciary responsibility a company has. Now, what this means is that Fox News's branding consultants were saying that Fox News has an image problem. And that problem was this: you had OAS and Newsmax, two startup, just weird, like conspiracy-minded, right-wing, Trump-supporting news outlets, right? And they're starting to steal the thunder from Fox News. They're starting to imply that Fox News does not support Republican candidates to the degree that they do. They're starting to take some of Fox's demographic away from them, right? So the brand consultant said, you need to stop this. And their response was to have Mike Lindell on. And we all know that Mike Lindell is the person probably, having him on is what got them so much liability, that they're, being sued now by Dominion, the voting technology company. So they're being sued for a lot. There's a lot of money at stake. Fox News is trying to countersue, but that countersuing is allowing more and more stuff to come to light. This stuff does not look good, right? Their fiduciary responsibility to shareholders caused them to basically enable more Trump election denial. It's not red. Yeah, exactly, Yelkio. It's not red or blue, it's green. Rupert Murdoch actually said this like some kind of 90s B movie villain. So they literally outfoxed Fox. Yeah, they literally outfoxed Fox, and it caused. And do you see what's happening like over and over again? This kind of race to the bottom, this kind of like competition of like who can get to fascism first, right? Like who is the hoggiest hog out there? I mean, this is scary stuff. Now, it also could be their undoing, right? And especially with Fox News, the Dominion case looks bad. The Dominion case looks really bad for Fox News, right? So let's take a look at this Breakfast with Friends.
Fire. Who's your man? Who's your woman?
My man, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Christie, no. Christie, no.
Who's your man?
Trump.
Or woman?
Trump.
Wait, who did they say? Who's the other person? Christie something?
Trump. A lot of Trump fans.
Definitely in the death rattles of white identity as it stands. This all ties to the stuff that Zan and Vosh are saying, why the RNC is hedging their bets on someone who's not a white dude and trying to reach out to minorities, why they're okay with platforming white radicals along with minorities to get any crumb of power. Fascism with American characteristics is the worst, right? Christy Nome, thank you. She's the governor of one of the Dakotas. Okay, so that's somebody who might run. Wow, this is interesting that it's more than DeSantis and Trump being talked about now.
Trump and Nikki Haley.
Trump and Nikki Haley, okay.
Donald Trump and Nikki Haley.
All right, so far.
South Dakota, okay.
Donald Trump. I see Governor DeSantis. What about President DeSantis?
Yeah, I don't get it. Who's not the...
I like it. I like it.
Who's your pick?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Trump or DeSantis? I'm either or.
She's wearing a DeSantis shirt, and she's still considering Trump.
Yes,
what you pumped up for?
It's not looking good for DeSantis, and like polling kind of backs this up, right? Polling is Donald Trump is still strong in polling, right?
I am super pumped.
I feel like we need a little bit of a break from election to election. It goes from Lawrence.
Look, he tried to shut it down. They are not hearing what they like. He even goes over to the one person wearing DeSantis in this fucking establishment, right? And she's like, I don't know, maybe Trump, right? She's not convinced, right? Coordinate. Okay. So they're trying to show crime, going on in Los Angeles, and like be like, oh yeah, but like let's worry about DeSantis, right? Okay, there's this DeSantis himself bragging about tourism in Florida under COVID, right? Unscientific vax mandates for overseas travelers. Yo, look at this. He's like, we spread more COVID than any other state out there. Oh my God. Okay, that's Jeb. Jeb is backing DeSantis. I mean, this person's using this as a sign that the establishment is backing DeSantis. This is probably I can't tell, but maybe a Trump supporter. Jeb Bush. Oh, here it is, Jeb Bush.
They were gonna
Wait, he was governor. Oh, he was governor of Florida. Oh, this is the guy that didn't Jeb play a role in his brother being. So Florida was the last state to give its results, right? Jeb was the governor, and there's something about some allegations of like home cooking, right? As far as Jeb, pressuring. Oh my God, there was like a Secretary of State. Did Jeb stop the recount? Is that what happened?
Governor DeSantis on how he's only giving the vaccine to people that voted for him. What did you think of that?
They were trying to set him up, and he knew it, and he punched him in the nose.
What?
How would you say he acted in crisis?
Gets an A for sure.
What?
I think Governor DeSantis would say, as he told me once, I'm a better hitter.
They were going to hit Governor DeSantis on how he's only giving the vaccine to people that voted for him. What did you think of that?
They were trying to set him up, and he knew it, and he punched him in the nose.
What did he do? He didn't literally punch anybody in the nose, but what does the punching in the nose represent?
How would you say he acted in crisis?
Gets an A for sure. When the storm when Ian hit, It's devastating. I mean, it's wiped out Southwest Florida. They're looking for someone to give them.
Okay, so here we go. I signed legislation to end Disney's self-governing status because Disney stood up against and advocated against his Don't Say Gay bill after a long time, right? They didn't get out in front of it. They were not brave about this, right? But at some point they realized, I don't know, that this would be bad for business or something like that, potentially. And they opposed the Don't Say Gay bill, right? Or they got enough pressure or whatever, right? So, so as this is what you're going to see again and again, Ron DeSantis acting as an authoritarian to stifle dissent, right? In Disney's self-governing status. Now, they probably shouldn't have ever had this, right? Disney has way too much power. Corporations have way too much power, right? But it's not just that he's not doing this to like end corporate power or anything like this. He's doing this to punish his political enemies. And apparently Disney is one of those. Disney no longer has its own government, will live under the same laws as everyone else and pay its debts and fair share of taxes, but only because they stood up to Ron DeSantis, right? He did assist the Brooks Brothers riot, which stopped the recount by doing nothing to stop it. Okay, so that's, thank you, Yolkio, for remembering, for knowing the history. That's 2000 is like, you know, long time ago. I know some things about it, but couldn't remember what Jeb's role was. Prior to the 2000 election, during Jeb Bush's government, there were large unexplained purge of voter. There was a large unexplained purge of voter rolls. Yeah, that too, right? And this has been a classic thing. This is a classic thing that the Republicans do, basically to suppress black people voting. And you know, the DeSantis thing with you know, with the attempt to restore the rights to people that had served their time, and then the confusion which resulted in people being thrown in jail. So, you know, feigning like they're gonna, you know, they're gonna restore people's rights to vote, and then when people try to exercise those rights, they go to jail. That causes a panic of people who think that their right to vote might be iffy, right? So another way to kind of massage the electorate, right? Ron put a fascist clown in charge of Disney's special tax district. Disney's lawyers and accountants are going to run circle. That's the thing, is you can't really fuck with Disney. Disney's huge. Disney is yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but that's like a fight that maybe he doesn't want to pick. Now Disney is run by the state of Florida. Isn't that, now they also said that they wanted to regulate Disney's content, right? There's so much shit going on. That's why I have to go down Twitter to kind of cover all this, right? I literally have to scroll Twitter to make sure that we're not forgetting, like, you know, there's so much going on in Florida. There's so much going on with DeSantis, and some of it is hog on hog. There's a new sheriff in town, whatever. Okay, this is the, wait, why does it say go homo? I don't get this sign. That's weird. Am I the only Trump supporter not hating Ron DeSantis? Probably. It sure feels like it. I love them both. Oh my god. Wait, like they're just like this is the like, you know, the daddies are fighting. The daddies are fighting. Florida death row inmate convicted killer used his last words before he was executed to insult Governor DeSantis, saying the Republican politician has done a lot worse like than he has in his life. I know I hurt people when I was young. I really messed up, but wait, I think this is like, he said basically, like, even I haven't done as much harm as DeSantis. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is using propaganda techniques developed by Goebbels, but instead he's targeting black, and instead of Jewish people, he's targeting black and queer Floridians in the indefinable wokeness. It's like, oh god, there's a great. There's a video talking about like anti-woke fascism. That is that like, I'm trying to remember, Second Thought or something that does that, that did that.
Groom access to knowledge. After World War II, U.S. military personnel discovered a large diary dictated by Paul Joseph Goebbels. Louis Lochner translated the diary in 1948, and Leonard Dube wrote an article reflecting upon the diary in 1950. The article is still available today through the Oxford University Press. Goebbels' main principles of propaganda are noted in the diary, and they can be identified again in today's American politics. To which degree? Let's find out. Number 1, avoid abstract ideas and appeal only to the emotions. DeSantis satisfies this with black queer theory, indoctrination, and morality as a fear-mongering perspective, and uses that as a hinge to remove AP courses, limit school libraries, groom access to knowledge, and threaten teachers with felonies if they don't comply. Essentially, DeSantis is guilty of that which he's arguing against. Number 2, constantly repeat just a few ideas and use stereotyped phrases. Undoubtedly, Trump championed this with "lock her up." DeSantis is following with "woke goes to die." Both are phrases that are used.
Yeah, where woke goes to die. That's what he's calling Florida.
Mindlessly chanting what their Führers instill in their heads. Goebbels number 3. Give only one side of the argument. This is generally a political condition. However, DeSantis equal to Trump will absolutely never apply consideration because that takes critical thought, but maintain a constantly simple-minded narrative. Simple to Goebbels, they count on the intellectually less developed, which is also an outcome of removing access to knowledge, which allows for greater appeal to emotions. This is also evidenced by removing critical thought embedded in curricula, such as critical race theory, among other theories. Trump and DeSantis are both in variations on record with wanting to remove or reduce African American history, which is inevitably American history. Number 4, continuously criticize your opponents. Again, a political condition, but it is the hallmark of Trump, as has been evidenced for decades with increasing velocity since his last campaign, and he's at it again. Demonizing opponents based on identity, where facts are a foreign language. Trump
Wait, can you not see that?
Fact base, as it requires critical thinking for processing, which
oh god, that's why. Okay, I'm sorry. No.
Pick one
sorry.
or two special enemies for special vilification. In the 1930s, it was the Jewish community. For Trump, it were the Hispanic and Arabic communities. For DeSantis, it has already started with our Black and African American communities, and who knows what he's going to add next. There are far more principles of propaganda, and all will come into effect in one way or another here in the next couple of years. And the consequences may very well be dire, as history has shown. The antidote is to be aware and educated by establishing a clear filter for what is said, how it's said, and who is being targeted, and what is the ask.
So in other words, media and narrative literacy is what we're talking about. And that is what a big part of what I've been trying to concentrate on in terms of, you know, whether we're talking about like a Republican politicians or debate bros, right? Like deconstructing narrative is huge, is important. And, you know, like that's something that takes a little bit of practice, but, you know, once you start to do it, you can not only like be able to kind of build your strength to unwind that stuff, but show other people how to do it too.
From supporters.
Yeah, Michael Knowles went full Goebbels at CPAC.
The material is available from several universities, although, as I mentioned in the beginning, the Oxford University Press article by Dube is a great starting point.
That TikTok thing is so loud. Anyway, yeah, okay, so if Germany can face its past and teach children about the Holocaust and the Nazis, we can face our past and teach children about slavery and racism. That's what he's trying to erase. There's Laura Loomer. There's Laura Loomer. Speaking of hog on hog. Okay, so somewhere tonight, Rupert Murdoch and Ron DeSantis are coping and seething. Okay. Turns out all those national polls that show DeSantis beating Trump in 2024 are total bullshit. Yeah, the reliable polling still has Trump ahead. Like, it's not that, like, Republicans like DeSantis, they like what he's doing, but he hasn't supplanted their daddy yet. It's yeah, wins a CPAC straw poll, 62% at CPAC. Now that's a straw poll. That's, you know, what it does show is the people that are willing to go out to CPAC and stuff, you know, the real active hogs, what are they thinking? And they're still thinking Trump, right? Americans are terrible at media literacy. My best friend said she wouldn't visit me in Vietnam because she's watching Locked Up Abroad. Oh no. Oh my god. It's going to be kind of funny seeing who's going to root for Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis. Republicans are trying to push DeSantis, but Trump's cult is still too strong.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you, communist invading radicals. Thank you for subscribing, Ed Sterock. Ed Sterock? Okay, however your name is pronounced. Thank you. I see DeSantis is trying to out Trump. Exactly. Jeb Bush bought felon info from other states and blocked anyone with the same name as a felon from voting. Lots of African Americans were disenfranchised. Yeah, basically, you know, they were kind of going for you know, stereotypical African American last names, from my understanding, right? Yeah, let them fight. Let them fight. Exactly. I mean, I think that's pretty good. Let them fight. Ron DeSantis is cooked. Clarence Thomas, the tank engine? What the fuck is that? What is this account? Donald, this is a CPAC straw poll. Okay, so this is the one that we saw. 62% for Trump. Now, like, I assumed that it was 62% for Trump, 38% for DeSantis, right? No, 20% DeSantis, 3% Nikki Haley. And that, I don't know, I guess the rest go to that South Dakota governor. That's a Florida thing. Okay, some Biden stands there. Ron DeSantis lost his cool with a reporter and angrily refused to answer how he would actually handle the war in Ukraine as president instead of just criticizing Biden. DeSantis said, "I think I've had enough," and demanded the reporter change the subject. Look at how authoritarian this guy is, right? Do you see this? Like, even a reporter, like, he cannot be, he's so used to being able to just like exercise his fucking will that, like, you know, even a reporter asking him a foreign policy question, right? Which, you're gonna run for president, you gotta answer foreign policy questions, right? He's above that somehow. Why the Lincoln Project is going after DeSantis over? Anyway, the Lincoln Project is Republicans who, in general, like, hate Trump, think he's too radical, think he's too, you know, reactionary, I guess, and even they are going after DeSantis here. So I don't know what to say about that. Making Florida an even warmer place to live, and here he is, you know, lighting up, burning books, burning wokeness, demagoguing against wokeness, LGBTQ, women's rights, COVID vaccines, race, Pink Floyd. Oh my god, did he say something about the Pink Floyd thing? This was like, Pink Floyd has an album that has a rainbow on the cover, and there was some kind of weird hog reaction to it, like where they forgot that the album always had a rainbow on it, and acted as if this was some kind of woke shit that is being imposed on them, that Pink Floyd never had a rainbow to begin with, even though they absolutely did. They had a prism and a rainbow coming out of it, and that is the cover to Dark Side of the Moon. I saw a tweet today saying that Trump will make America become the new USSR. I was like, I wish. Oh my god. Lincoln Project, if I recall, has a bunch of neocons in their ranks. Yeah, so that's why it's kind of weird. Like, usually, like, you know, these are never Trumpers, right? These are true anti-Trump Republicans, and like Meghan McCain kind of style Republicans, right? And it's kind of weird that they have time to go after DeSantis, given that, like, my thought was that they were just kind of like anybody but Trump. But yeah, in some ways, DeSantis is giving Trump a run for his money. So threatening us with a good time, right? Oh wait, was there like an anniversary of the USSR recently? I feel like I saw the. It was trending. I have no idea what this is. I have no idea. Okay, so here we go. I want to talk about this. This is New College in Florida, right? Small liberal arts university, I think. First university in America to abolish diversity, equity, and inclusion programming. It wasn't voluntary. Ron DeSantis seized the institution through hostile right-wing takeover, consolidating power over higher ed. Your campus is next. This is Carlos Guillermo Smith, who is history-making former Florida lawmaker, LGBT. Oh yeah, we read about him earlier. Yeah. New College has become the first university in the nation to abolish its DEI bureaucracy. Is this the board member that DeSantis imposed on them? Ban coercive diversity statements in programming, prohibit identity-based preferences in hiring, administration, and other procedures. Okay, so this is Gates supporting Trump. This is a Ron DeSantis commercial. Mike Lindell still writing that Trump duck. He's at CPAC. He's calling DeSantis a Trojan horse for the left. He didn't do enough to fight Disney, alleging the media is running cover for him. Do you agree with Mike? Oh my God, this is my pillow guy.
Went for defamation. Now I'll tell you what, Ron DeSantis, and he's got money behind him. Did he do anything for Disney? Did he do anything? Remember, that was the big thing. You're going to go after Disney.
He went after Disney.
He did nothing. They got everything they wanted.
What are you talking about? He went after Disney.
Everything. Look it up. The media is covering up for Ron DeSantis. He's the Trojan horse. He is the Trojan horse. He's the Trojan horse.
Look, and meanwhile, this guy's the Trojan horse who got Fox News sued for billions of dollars, right?
Do not
like if anybody's doing if anybody look, I mean, I don't really believe this, right? This is the My Pillow guy. He's I don't even know how to explain him. He's off kilter. He's you know, he's a Trump duck rider. You know, he spread all those election lies, etc. Right? But like this guy, if anybody is a Trojan horse, if anybody's harming the right from within the right, it is Mike Lindell, right? That's wild.
Anything you're reading by the media about Ron DeSantis. That's why Donald Trump is ahead in the polls by over 40%. Are you back?
Okay, well, I mean, he's right about that. Trump does seem to be the, favorite. Who is that guy? Rick Scott. That's a former former Florida governor. Rick Scott and Mike Lee, it's not just them. Okay, so there's a lot of people trying to come after Social Security. Like I said, even Obama was somewhat complicit in that, right? Trump just torched DeSantis and the establishment at CPAC. Okay, what is this about?
When we started this journey, a journey like there has never been before. There's never been anything.
There's never been a journey like this, folks.
We had a
folks. There's never any. I know journeys. Okay, I know people who know journeys, and they've told me that my journey was completely unique in the history of journeys, and there's no journey like it.
Republican Party that was ruled by freaks, neocons.
No, I don't like the neocons, but Jesus Christ, I mean, Trump, who are you to call people freaks?
Globalists.
The best journeys that there are, yeah. The globalists.
And fools. But we are never going back to the party of Paul Ryan, Karl Rove, and Jeb Bush.
You gotta throw in DeSantis. Fascinating. The first one, his list as freaks really shows what's on his mind.
We're not going back to people.
Christopher Rufo was one who made up the stuff that caused the entire panic moral panic against CRT.
People that want to destroy.
I feel like their moral panics are going to start to get in each other's way, right? They're, like, can you really ride that many moral panics at once? They kind of.
They are great.
Who even remembers Paul Ryan, right? He's so irrelevant.
System, even some in our own party. I wonder who that might be.
DeSantis.
That want to raise the minimum age of Social Security to 70, 75, or even 80 in some cases. And that are out to...
They want to end our senior meal discount at Wendy's buffet. Wait, I don't think... Is there a Wendy's buffet? I feel like you would say some shit like that. Like, you...
Cut Medicare to a level that it will no longer be recognizable. We are never going back to a party that wants to give unlimited money to fight foreign wars that are endless wars, that are stupid wars.
Paul Ryan launching something at the New York Stock Exchange. Denny's senior discounts, yeah. Wendy's buffet now open thanks to Donald Trump. The best buffet out there, folks.
This journey.
Okay, anyway, starting this journey, we had the best journey, sure. A new floor, yeah, this is the blogger thing. We're starting to loop. Passing a bill prohibiting white discomfort. Passed a Don't Say Gay bill, required teachers to whitewash slavery, book bans, cops in the classroom. Wait, didn't Trump say something about cops in the classroom? He was like the cops should be the ones enacting discipliners. I feel like it's not just DeSantis with this. Yeah, like it's a race to the bottom. Who's the worst? I don't know. Okay, so let's take a look at Ron DeSantis new school. Wait, it would be really cool if Democracy Now, like they're doing shorts, I guess, but wait, is that actually gonna, yeah. Have they been covering this? They're kind of limited in terms of the segments that they're able to do. The Chicago mayor lost, yeah, the student loan, Biden's student loan cancellation, or not cancellation, but the little bit of crumb that Biden threw people who owe money on their student loans is in jeopardy according to the court. Really sketchy thing too. Like, right, when you look at the issue, they're staking it on the idea that the state of Nebraska has some kind of fund that theoretically could get money from student loan repayments, and so therefore the state is claiming damages. It's really sus, right? But there's a lot of sus shit that the Republican court has passed. Okay, so now I've already watched this. I've got to go to the bathroom really quickly, so I'm gonna put this on. This is going over new college. It's New College. Sorry, I said New School. I think that's like, I'm thinking of a New York school here. New College of Florida. That's what it's called. And I will be right back. Amy Goodman will always be my #1 celebrity crush. Amy Goodman is fucking awesome, right? Let's take a look at this, because this is DeSantis's like understand, this is DeSantis's plan. This is his blueprint, right? If he's successful here, right, this is gonna come to so many other colleges. Many many red states are gonna try to rein in in some red states, like a college or university is the only institution pushing back on this this kind of agenda. And if he's successful here, this model is going to be used on other colleges, right? Looking for something like this. Oh wait, on I gotta use the bathroom really quick. I will be right back. Yeah, Florida, his war on woke.
New college graduates
so
go on
bad.
to earn PhDs at a higher rate than many of the nation's other liberal arts colleges. New college students have received 74 Fulbright fellowships over the past 15 years, making the college among the top Fulbright factories in the state of Florida. But New College remains the target of DeSantis and his allies, the focal point of his anti-woke campaign against education that journalist Michelle Goldberg compares to the autocratic regime of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. When DeSantis took over the board of trustees at New College, he installed loyalists like Christopher Rufo, a conservative activist who's led the battle against critical race theory in public schools across the U.S., calling it the perfect villain for his conservative causes. Mr. Rufo's claims and his ideas have been picked up by conservative politicians and pundits across the country, and they are all watching how he applies those concepts at New College. As the New York Times puts it, for Rufo, a reconstructed New College would serve as a model for conservatives to copy all over the country. As Rufo himself said, if we can take this high-risk, high-reward gambit and turn it into a victory, we're going to see conservative state legislators starting to reconquer public institutions all over the United States. Since Rufo joined the college's board of trustees, he has joined Governor DeSantis in his call for ending the school's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office, claiming it divides people.
One of the items that I discussed today with Governor DeSantis and with legislators present is that diversity, equity, and inclusion, which sounds great, but in practice divides people and offers separate judgments on the basis of race and identity. My opinion does matter, actually, unfortunately for you.
Tuesday, Rufo and DeSantis' other installed trustees eliminated that very DEI office. And students at New College are bracing for more.
What is it like to be a student at New College and be accused of being, a victim of indoctrination by the governor? Go for it.
I think it's really unfortunate because one of the reasons I really love New College is, as everyone said, you learn about different perspectives. I think there's this myth about us, which is why I think we're kind of being targeted, because a lot of the students do think alike. But what we think alike is people are people. People are human. We have empathy. We see someone who's not like us and we say, that's okay, you don't have to be like me. That's what's seeming as indoctrination, because we're actually learning about different perspectives that are not the majority. We're not just learning about white male history.
Is that what you think the governor wants you to learn about?
I think so. I think a lot of what they've talked about has been cloaking language. And I feel like they think we're not smart enough to see that it's cloaking language. So they'll say classical liberal education, they'll say family values, they'll say all these things. And every time they have the opportunity to change leadership, to change anything, it always is another white male.
When we talk about like wokeism, we're not actually talking about wokeism. That's not a thing. What is a thing is the belief in in freedom and the freedom of investigation, the freedom to learn the truth and to find the truth, that freedom which is under attack here, as well as the freedom to feel safe as the person that you are, whoever you may be. And those are values that I think the majority of people in this country have, and they're values that are under attack right here by DeSantis.
Governor DeSantis had some criticism of the academics here, and this is what he said. The core curriculum must be grounded in actual history, the actual philosophy that has shaped Western civilization. We don't want students to go through at taxpayer expense and graduate with a degree in zombie studies.
What is his definition of actual history? That's very, very vague.
What do you think it is?
I don't know.
I know.
He didn't tell me.
I think I know it.
I think that he just wants to show one side of history, but the world is messy. The world is the world is diverse. You have to show that.
Yeah.
So when it comes to that statement by Ron
And
DeSantis,
back.
I personally find it, I guess, comedic and ridiculous in my own sense, because I'm a neuroscience major and I'm minoring in applied mathematics, computer science, and chemistry.
Zombie studies.
And so I don't think I've ever seen actually a major that was ever listed as zombie studies, and how that connection with history came about. I think that's someone who must have taken a zombie studies major to make that argument.
I mean, I'm an economics major with a finance minor. I would love to sit down with Mr. DeSantis and have him call me radical to my face. I mean, my views are not radical. What I want to do as a career is not radical. I'm this semester I'm taking 5 economics classes, 1 political science class, and interning at the radio station. I'm not taking a gender studies class, and I will not take a gender studies class. No advisors told me to take a gender studies class, because at the
I mean, what's wrong with gender
At the
studies?
end of the day, we learn what we want to learn here. We've been hearing words
Freedom
like
to make
woke
word
and,
salads,
like,
exactly.
race theory for years
Meow.
now. I could not tell you what they mean. I literally could not tell you. Like, when woke, you mean, practicing basic empathy, like valuing people who are part of your community. Critical race theory, you mean American history. Like, it's so confusing. So it's incredibly frustrating to constantly hear all of these buzzwords and meaningless things being thrown at us when they have no basis and they don't even seek to understand.
Like, people that are against wokeism are accusing this school of offering a degree in zombie studies. Really?
Why we're here. And I think the bottom line is that here at New College,
Why is he
we do
by
not
signaling?
fear
Yeah,
the
right?
uneducated. We do not
Well,
fear
no,
people.
he's trying to show that, like, it's not about, like, that like, I don't know. I guess he's trying to show that he's not the NPC that Ron DeSantis is trying to present him as, even though, like, really, like, I mean, to be fair though, like, right, you wouldn't take a gender studies class unless that was your major or fulfilled some kind of general grad requirement, right? So far from being forced to, participate in anything like that, you're not likely to participate in, gender studies.
Learning about history, and above all, we do not fear any books. And I think that speaks for itself, honestly.
The New College students are fighting back. They have organized campaigns, and they are asking people to join a coalition to defend their college.
The funny thing is that all capitalist hellhole for-profit colleges, they will make up majors like zombie studies. Ron DeSantis says we're woke. Actually, we hog out quite a bit. Yeah, exactly. Do you need a degree in zombie studies to be a professional necromancer? Possibly. I wish I wasn't a loser when I did school. I would probably take a gender studies class. Yeah, I should have taken some zombie studies. That would have been really good.
And their educational freedom by
Some
visiting
zombie studies.
savenewcollege.org. But Governor DeSantis is a well-funded and very powerful opponent. He won re-election last year with 60% of the vote and is now armed with what he believes is a political mandate. He has a supermajority in the state legislature. He now controls every aspect of Florida's education system, from higher education down to the school boards at the high school level, where he's endorsed and supported candidates across Florida. He is preparing for a likely 2024 presidential bid. Some of the wealthiest Republican donors in the country are cutting him seven-figure checks for his presumed campaign. And when it comes to New College, DeSantis has already earmarked more than 50...
No, let's, like, seven-figure checks, right? Single donors giving a presidential candidate $1 million plus. That's what we're talking about, right? How the fuck is that even legal? I mean, like, now granted, they're going to do it regardless, right? There's a way to funnel money to presidential candidates. There's the way to buy influence. Like, they usually do it through super PACs. They usually do it like it's a, you know, it's not, they basically try to hide, like, you know, the flow of money to make it not look like that they're buying candidates while they buy candidates. But why can't they cut seven-figure checks for NCC? Exactly. It's yeah. I mean, how many gift subs could that buy? How many people could that get out of the ad break, which is coming up in about 3 minutes? I think that's how it works. What's up, old sickback? Is fire to bribe with lobbying? Oh, it's fine to, like, well, look, there's like ways that they get around, like, the, you know, supposed laws against, like, you know, bribery, and still, yeah, fine to bribe. There's ways that they, like, you know, like, it's a very corrupt system. It is, you know, the government, the elected officials are very much bought and paid for. The real election goes on before, like, the actual, or the performative election, right? And the real election is, like, who can raise money, like, to even run, right? So, you know, in a lot of ways, you know, like, the you know, who is even a possible candidate is controlled by, like, that money race, and then, you know, like, they're able to run more or less ads and spend more or less money based on that. So yeah, it's a corrupt system, but it's like a single person cutting a seven-figure check to a political candidate sounds like it's something that should not be legal, like to just straight out do. But I mean, it's going to get done anyway in some way.
$15 million for his changes to the school.
It would free 200,400 and what, like 4/5 of a person to from having to see the top of the hour. Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's the top and the middle of the hour. The way that Twitch makes me run ads to get you out of those horrible pre-roll ads. So the pre-roll ads are the really bad ones, right? They're the super long, unskippable ads that happen right when you come in here. Hopefully we don't have any of those. If you get that, let me know. If you're getting that, let me know, because that should not happen. Like, right, I set my Twitch ads up in a way that you shouldn't be getting those, but you do get like 2 ads every hour, and it's still a lot. So we try to get as many people out of that as possible. And if we get enough people out of there, right? So I'm looking at, like, if I can get up to 200 sub points, right, then I'm going to do a cosplay. I am going to do the original Kami Babe wrestler, Nanochka, from the Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. I'm going to do that cosplay, including a hammer and sickle tattoo, right? This will definitely get multiple Debate Bro streamers to call me a tanky, for sure. I'm gonna get called a tanky, right? And not even a fake tanky this time. I'll get called a legit tanky for being a Kami Babe wrestler, because they can't take it.
This is an asymmetrical fight. What's your expectation about what's going to happen?
I think that he's going to keep pushing forward this aggressive anti-democratic program across Florida, across the Florida university system, and he's going to try to take it national as well. And that's why it's important, if you are somebody who does not agree with these anti-democratic ideals, to pay attention to what's going on.
I'm kind of surprised that this has not gotten some sort of a video, like that there's not some sort of bread tube video on this specific issue, because like this is a big deal. Like the model of a hostile takeover of a college and the imposing of the anti-woke agenda on it, right? It seems like it would be something to do. Maybe it's just too. Maybe there's maybe some are in the works, right? But I haven't seen anything
going on at New College, because it is something of a canary in the coal mine.
Governor DeSantis and his allies have said, well, New College needs to be overhauled because people aren't graduating at high rates. They're not getting high-earning jobs immediately after graduation.
There's too many zombies.
There's the dropout rate after the first year is quite high. The school needs to be overhauled, really undermining the academics here and the performance of the students here.
I think it's absolutely fair to say that New College has issues. I am not a person that's going to say this college is perfect or fine.
My understanding is the main issue that they have, right, is that their dorms suck, right? So, you know, dormitories, on-campus living, it facilitates students being able to live really close to their classes, you know, having an easier time getting to school and, you know, less distractions, being able to study and stuff like that, right? And them not having that is, you know, is contributing to issues for the students, right? The problem is that DeSantis is giving money to the school or plans to, you know, contribute money to the school, but it's to make the changes that he wants. So, you know, it's like he's got like leverage here, and that you know, there's just not the money. You know, here's how it works too. My understanding, right, is that when somebody gives money to the college, right, they kind of dictate how that money is going to be spent, usually, right? It is not just like, here's the money, use it for what the college needs most, right? That's not usually how, like, how money is given. It's more like, here's some money to make a new building for sciences, because I really like science. Here's more money to build a pool because I was a swimmer at the school and now you don't have any pool anymore and I want the pool to be like, right? It's just kind of like there's like too much, like, you know, like the way that this works is that like there's too much dictation of like how the funds get spent, you know, by the people giving that money, and as a result they're not able to get the money to where it needs to go. Also, like, schools tend to try to like basically they're spending money on stuff that's going to make the school look good in a brochure. That's kind of how it works. We got some 420, we got some pentacles.
Financials are great, our graduation rates are great, but there's our housing is great. The issue isn't the students here. That's not the issue. The issue isn't, oh, there's too many LGBT and it's too woke and it's too diverse. That's a strength of ours, and I feel like they're using that as a weakness.
People have been advocating for greater finances to build better
What's up, Bold Peanut?
Build better options and support systems for students. A lot of infrastructural things need help, and the state never would expand funding. But now DeSantis is all of a sudden throwing in $15 million to our administration now that they're coming in for some conservative takeover. They wouldn't just support this school. They wouldn't actually.
Yeah, and the best solution is probably for the state to actually fund the schools.
Start supporting the school financially until they see it's being taken over in a conservative, ideological manner. And that really speaks to where their priorities are.
Is he going to win, though?
I think he's going to win if people don't take notice.
The main thing is the students. The students are still here. The students are still, you know, LGBT. The students still respect and encourage for like a diverse array of studies and want to really understand the truth of society. And as long as we are here, they can't change the culture of the school.
And this isn't to in any way shortchange the fight that I know you guys all have in you. and the desire to stay here. But have you at any point considered leaving?
If it comes to a point where I no longer feel safe on campus, and it may come to that point, that's the point where I would have to very seriously consider going elsewhere.
What does that mean, not feel safe on campus?
There are a lot of extremist right-wing groups that have become aware of the school, and that attention is to the detriment of the student safety.
Do you think the student body is resilient?
So this is kind of bringing us back to some of the issues brought up in The Cost of Doing Business by Innuendo Studios, right? The rights attack on education has been going on for a while now. Like, right, Innuendo Studios highlighted a certain way that they do this by bringing extremists on campus to give speech in the name of free speech, right? And, expecting some resistance, expecting that the student body is not going to like this, expecting that, people in the community are not going to like this, expecting that they're going to meet with opposition. And then, basically a violent situation breaks out and it's blamed on the intolerant, students, or the intolerant, right? It's blamed on that. So people who want to get clout, right wingers who want to get clout, announce a giving a talk at a school, get counter protested, and then use those counter protests to raise their profile. At some point, students and others become wise to that, and they don't want to give them that anymore, right? So then the strategy becomes, okay, here's the deal. We're not going to acknowledge their existence. The right-wing extremists are going to come, they're going to do their thing, they're going to shout and stuff like that, but nothing happens, there's no clapback, there's no, opposition, and then they're gone, and nobody even remembers that it happened, right? Now, the problem with this is that then the right-wingers, they're there not just to give their speech. They don't just want to, be able to talk to, a room of 30 students and say a bunch of right-wing shit. They want to cause a conflict. They want a fight. They want a news story. Right? So they start saying stuff like, I'm going to, say slurs. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to dox your LGBT students. Right? I'm going to, right? So they start raising the stakes, putting marginalized people in the crosshairs. And the cost of doing business is the idea that, we don't want to, if you're so focused on the fight against the right-wing extremist that you refuse to stand up for marginalized people when they are personally put at risk, as has happened in many of these situations, you're not really standing up for what you think you are, right? You're pretending to stand for an issue, you're pretending to stand for people, and meanwhile you're letting these people, go hog wild on marginalized students, and then marginalized people become the cost of doing business, become are thrown under the bus, are ignored, are in order to own the right, and it's this whole dynamic that goes on, right? So there's been that, kind of agitation for a long time now, probably since before 2016, they've been doing, this kind of thing. And, this is like a ramping up of their, attack on higher education, because higher education offers the potential for a new consciousness to emerge, for new understanding to emerge, for students to go to school in, potentially a more diverse setting than they would have at home, and be exposed to more different kinds of people, and to go out into the world understanding that there's nothing to be afraid of, with trans people, because, you went to school with them, you There's, you know, like all these kind of bigotries are going to be somewhat ameliorated, somewhat tamped down by, you know, by higher education. This is threatening to the right wing because it has the potential for changing the world so much that they can't change it back. They can no longer return to tradition. Yeah, so much for the tolerant right. Went to a small school with a trans girl, and she graduated in 2010. Nice.
And enough to withstand like a concerted onslaught from the governor of the state?
I think we are. I think students are very passionate about New College. It's different than other schools because New College students develop a very special connection and bond with the school itself. So a lot of people are prepared to stay here and fight.
Governor DeSantis' war on New College has been specific and aggressive and thus far very successful. And it is far from over.
Okay, so yeah, there's New College. I wanted to, let's see. Let's go back to Twitter and take a look at this hashtag. This cursed hashtag right here. Now, like, if you read my tweet, you understand how I feel about this word. And I've been talking about this for a long time, right? Transgenderism is not a thing. Transgenderism is a purposeful reframing of, you know, the existence of trans people as a ideology that is up for debate. People are much more tolerant of debating an ideology than they are debating people's rights to exist. And by calling the existence of trans people transgenderism, the right is able to go a lot harder on trans people. So this was, this came up because Michael Knowles talked about eradicating transgenderism in his CPAC speech. And I mean, like, so the issue with this, right, is that, like, you don't just hear the word transgenderism from people that are, you know, chuds. You don't just hear it from hogs. You hear transgenderism from well-meaning people that have heard the discourse and they think that transgenderism is the way that you talk about the phenomenon of people being trans. And they don't mean anything bad by it. And it's hard to go hard on somebody like that. And, you know, you don't want to assume that they are a hog, right? You don't want to come at them like they are a chud, just because they're using that word. Because some of them have just, like, it's gotten out there so much that there are, you know, people that will say that not meaning any harm. But you do need to correct that. You do need to confront that, right? And yeah, you're going to get some really fragile reactions sometime. You're going to get people, you know, assuming that you're calling them out in a way that you're not even calling them out. But it's so important to fight for this language because the language is the framing. The language frames the narrative, and it's the narrative that allows them to hurt us, right? So it is worth fighting for. I feel vindicated by this, but at the same time, you know, not good that it's gotten to this point, right? Where it's so common, it's such a common framing that so many people see this word and they don't see it for what it is. They don't see that they're using transgenderism in place of trans people in order to oh no. Okay, so this is bad. Okay, so 6 hours ago, right? This is Eli Ehrlich. So you saw my tweet, right? You saw Michael Knowles threaten Rolling Stone, threaten several media entities with legal action based on this. CPAC speaker calls for transgender people to be eradicated. Right? So this is Rolling Stone's author or headline writer or whoever seeing through the rhetoric and calling it out for what it is. And here you have Rolling Stone giving in. letting him get away with his bullshit. Letting him get away with his lies. There's no such thing as transgenderism. So if you want to eliminate the fake word from the headline because of that and call him out for what he's really saying, which is this, that's perfectly acceptable. But yeah, obviously Rolling Stone does not want the smoke. That is fucked up. They weren't the only ones to cave. So here we go. That is Daily Beast. Michael Knowles says transgender community must be eradicated at CPAC. Michael Knowles says transgenderism must be eradicated at CPAC. Like, this is really dangerous shit. And this is cowardice. This is why it's so scary when people like, you know, Xanderhal or whoever, right? They want to talk the talk. They want to say that they're allies. They want to say that they're there for us. But when it's a simple thing like don't spend $70 on the fucked up blood libel game that gives money and clout to a turf, that's too much to ask, right? So what hope do we have when assholes like this, when scumbag, companies like the Daily Wire want to use eliminationist language against trans people? Adding an ism is a way to make it seem like it's a political ideology. Well, a political ideology or a religion, and we saw some of that language like used earlier today, right? I went to Okay, so just everybody in chat, make sure, don't give too much information, when you're chatting about where you're at. Like I said, I think that a lot of the harassment is over, but we don't know that for sure. Just be really careful, okay? Because I want people to stay safe out there. And I haven't been reading super, deeply into it. I don't know, maybe I'm reacting, maybe I'm being a little like overly cautious and stuff, right? But I just don't want anybody to give away your location and allow, sussy bakas to either scare you or like, right? Like I personally have been targeted by some pretty bad people, trying to find out information about me, and for the transphobes are horrible people, and there's a lot of fucked up shit that we're up against. So just be really careful, everybody. So if I don't read your tweet or read your chat, that's why. I just want to make sure not to read anything that might give away anybody's location. Or there we go. There's my thread. There's the Michael Knowles show. Okay, so this is 3 days ago.
That I called to ban transgenderism entirely. I made the point that if you want women to have their own bathrooms, if you think women ought to be able to have their own locker rooms and not have to look at gigantic, gross men while little girls are getting changed. If you want any of those things, you have to ban transgenderism entirely. It's not enough to say, well, you have to wait until you're 12 or whatever people are saying now. Yeah.
Ban transgenderism entirely. I was harassed a couple of weeks ago in my stream by someone who was upset I was hanging out. Oh my god. Yeah, definitely report those people. And like I said, if anybody's getting harassment, you know, if anybody's getting whispers or anything else, let us know. We need to sort of track that, and you know, if it is harassing, we will help you report it. Like I said, Twitch moderation has been a lot more proactive lately and has been responding to reports that I've been sending. So, you know, it's worth doing it. And, you know, I'm very much wanting to be proactive myself in terms of stopping this harassment and hopefully helping Twitch figure out who's doing it and ban them from the platform entirely.
It has to be the whole thing, because if men have the right to behave as women and identify as women for the purposes of public life, then women can't have their own spaces. And we as a society cannot have our own standards and norms, and we're not allowed to live according to reality. We have to live according to the delusions of these troubled people. And I think we the people have a right to reality. And I think women have a right to their own spaces. And so that means you got to ban the thing entirely. And oh my goodness, what these people
The thing, God, can we be more dehumanizing?
say. They said that I was calling for the extermination of transgender people. They said I was calling for a genocide against, I said, what? I must have missed that part of my show. When did I say that?
Yeah, I don't know, like eliminating us from public life? Denying who we are? Yeah, I think so.
I don't know how you could have a genocide of transgender people, because genocide refers to genes. It refers to genetics. It refers to biology. And the whole point of
refers to genes? Wow.
Transgenderism is that it has nothing to do with biology. That's what the transgender activists say. They say, forget about biological sex. My gender expression doesn't have to have anything to do with my biological sex. Okay, well then there can't be a genocide. That refers to genetics.
You're just banning us from, like, oh my god. Did he consult denial box? Yo, I think Polly might have tweeted this stuff. Well, I don't know if she did or not, but she should. Like, right? I don't know. Denial box has a lot to answer for. I gotta say, for somebody that downplayed the threat of genocide against trans people, Lonerbox needs to give a full apology. Or I don't know what.
Genetics. But furthermore, nobody's calling to exterminate anybody, because the other problem with that statement is that transgender people is not a real ontological category. It's not a legitimate...
Yeah, last time I checked, trans people have genes. Yo, I don't know how Lonerbox lives with himself. Let's be real, okay? I don't know how this motherfucker lives with himself. You need to apologize, Lonerbox, to trans people. Yeah. Your bullshit is running interference for monsters like this.
Category of being. There are people who think that they're the wrong sex, but they're mistaken. They're laboring
Okay, so we're mistaken, so we're going to be forced to detransition, but that's not a fucking genocide. It's just imposing your bullshit reality on us.
For delusion. And so we need to correct that delusion.
I mean, there's some delusion that needs to be corrected, but it's not with us, Michael. It's not with us. All right? Your reality check is about to bounce, sir. Yeah, they only want to eliminate transgenderism. That's not genocidal. Meanwhile, transgenderism, derogatory. Okay, well, I mean, like, look, I mean, it doesn't belong in a dictionary because it's not a real word, but, like, I mean, yeah, it does have, like, derogatory on there. The quality or characteristic of being transgender. So we want to eliminate the quality or characteristic of being transgender. Wait, Denial Box is watching what? Laughed at how he and Michael Knowles shared argumentation. He's collaborator box now. Yo, fuck that guy, okay? Like, he already played into the, like, the trope of trans people being mentally ill. Fuck that guy. Like, he's got no excuse. Okay, so here is Michael Knowles at CPAC, Right Wing Watch. They are always cataloging the stuff when it happens. Let's see.
There can be no middle way in dealing with transgenderism. It is all or nothing.
Fuck. Can we just, like, yeah, there we go.
There can be no middle way in dealing.
YouTube, how are you allowing this shit on your platform? Like, this is a Daily Wire guy. You allowed Matt Walsh to demagogue against us this summer. No consequences at all. Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire. What is his position at the Daily Wire? How are you fucking allowing this guy on your platform?
With transgenderism. It is all or nothing. If transgenderism is true, if men really can be...
Yo, there's no middle way with these people. It is all or nothing. There's no middle way with transphobes, okay? It is us or them. And it's not going to be us.
Women, then it's true for everybody of all ages. If transgenderism is false, as it is, if men really can't become women, as they cannot, then it's false for everybody too. And if it's false...
So this is the shit that Matt Walsh has been saying all summer, and he's drawing the demagoguery to its logical conclusion, which is exterminationism.
Then we should not indulge it. Especially since that indulgence...
I'm done indulging you, motherfucker.
...requires taking away the rights and customs of so many people. If it is false, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole...
From public life entirely, right? Now, like, I would say, how could he make it any more obvious? How could he make it any more blatant? There is another step, right? The next logical step is justifying our elimination from more than just public life, okay? That's where this motherfucker is taking us. That's where the shit is at right now. And I totally lost monetization like ages ago, but like, fuck me. Not only is this too much to ask to not buy the Wizard game, it's also too much to tell streamers you're disappointed that they are streaming the TERF Wizard game, the blood libel, anti-Semitic, smash the Goblin Rebellion fucking... Fascist Box literally titled it Michael Knowles Trans G take. Yeah, it's just a take. It's just his take. It's just he's a spicy take. Oh yeah, like that's a real take meister there, Michael Knowles. You're really stoking that controversy, really pumping that engagement, aren't you? Yeah. Bro really just said to eradicate us. Yes. And then it isn't genocide. Yo, I'm done playing patty cakes. Okay? Whether it's Michael Knowles or Loner Box or any of these motherfuckers. Whether it's casual transphobia from Chud Logic, I'm done playing, okay? I'm fucking finished with this shit. You got the denial box clips? Yeah, go ahead and link them. You have the ability, Natalie Marie. You have the power. I mean, it's gonna make people really mad. Okay, so let me say this, right? I've gone pretty hard. on some people, right? I've gone pretty hard on some people. I want everyone to understand that I don't support any sort of harassment. I don't support any sort of, I don't support anything like that, okay? Don't harass anybody. That being said, we don't have to put up with this shit. We don't have to take this shit from these people, okay? I'm done playing games. Finish this.
Technology at every level. There can
It sounds like Fascist Ball is downplaying the direct call for our annihilation allyship. Wait, is this gonna like open? Nope, it's gonna open like that. Okay. Make Irene bounce. Oh my god, bounce, bounce. I'm gonna I really got to get my
It allows them
I really need to bring my trampoline back in here, don't I?
to justify violence against you and death threats and all the rest of it. So
Ooh. Oh, Michael Knowles been using the loner box arguments at the end.
Oh
there.
shit.
He's been watching.
it allows them to justify violence against you and death threats and all the rest of it. So
Ooh.
Oh, you got a rebounder. Nice, Dragon Princess.
Oh, Michael Knowles been using the loner box arguments at the end there. He's been watching. Okay, what kind of discourse do we have around here? See this statement here from
There is no excuse for this guy. There is no excuse for this guy, honestly. Okay, there's one more clip that I need to look at. There is no excuse for this shit anymore. Like, right? These people literally need to apologize or fuck off.
yeah. So yeah. Sorry, just as well in case. Just in case any of you fucking morons act as if I'm like walking something back or anything. This has always been my position.
Wait, is he really afraid of walking something back at this point? Is he really afraid of being like, no, walk it back. Walk it back, Loner Box. Look, either walk it back or there is no point in you coming on stream. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Because every now and then it still happens. I get like an at or a DM on Twitter with someone sending me like this video or some similar thing and be like, "Oh, are you ready to call it genocide now, Mr. Lord of Buck?" Like, no.
All right, not gonna walk it back. Like I said, no excuse for this guy.
November, December, can't even remember now. However unlikely I think it is. So, yeah. Sorry, just as well in case. Just in case any of you fucking morons act as if I'm like walking something back or anything. This has always been my position. Because every now and then it still happens. I get like an at or a DM on Twitter with someone sending me like this video or some similar thing and be like, "Oh, are you ready to call it genocide now, Mr. Lord of Like, no. This is what I said like back in fucking November, December. I can't remember now. However unlikely I think it is.
Wait, what was this whole thing? What was this whole thing there? Manifesto box. We can't see the video. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot to put it back up. I mean, there's not much to see there. Like he's showing his manifesto and
So yeah. Sorry, just as well in case. Just in case any of you fucking morons act as if I'm like walking something back or anything. This has always been my position. Because every now and then it still happens. I get like an at or a DM on Twitter with someone sending me like this video or some similar thing and be like, "Oh, are you ready to call it genocide now, Mr. Lord of Like, no. This is what I said like back in fucking November, December.
okay, to be clear, the one thing I am contending here is that there is currently contesting. Sorry, it was contesting. I was trying to make it make sense. Yeah. The one thing I'm contesting here is that there is currently an ongoing genocide in the United States, however unlikely I think it is. I do not disagree that the current situation in particular, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look, you have a platform. You have a responsibility. If what you do with that platform is downplay the threat, you are harming trans people. And there is no excuse for you, sir. I'm sorry. There is no excuse for you, sir. You have every chance to correct your mistake. The solution to having a terrible fucking take, a monstrous take, is to have a better take. And you got every chance to do that now. And you're not fucking doing it. No one is calling him Mr. Lonerbuck, so I called him Sir, so that's close enough. Wait, actually,
I can't remember now. However unlikely I think it is.
oh my god. He's worried about, like, people thinking he's walking something back. That's his concern, right? No excuse for this guy. No excuse for this garbage. Look at this fucking ratio. Somebody answering, he is absolutely correct. And then somebody responding, Nazi. 1,000 likes, 11, almost 12K likes. Ratio. This is hate speech. This guy's a professional hater. He wakes up super early and just to hate. Glad we agree that there's no middle way. Conservatives want my friends and family unalived, and I don't compromise with people whose starting position is that the people I love shouldn't exist. Michael Knowles said, eradicate transgenderism from public life. Republicans are doing exactly that. 28 states propose to strip us of meds, arrest us in bathrooms, take away kids, define us out of the law. Okay. That's a Substack. Yeah, so similar to my tweet. So yeah, here's him getting caught, like, you know, you cannot eliminate transgenderism without eliminating transgender people. Being trans is integral to who we are. It is inseparable part of our existence and lives. Do you see how he's like separating us from we the people? Like his language, right? Like I don't know. I don't want to watch this clip too many times because I know that this is like difficult, and I know that. Oh no. Wait, what is Mr. Beard and Destiny here? We can both agree that when Nick says he wants to eradicate Judaism, he's advocating for G-cide against Jewish people, and when Michael Knowles says he wants to eradicate transgenderism, he's at. I don't know. That's a Booger Nick video. I don't like. I'm trying not to like pay attention to Destiny. Destiny's irrelevant, okay? Destiny's irrelevant, and Vosh and the rest of these fucks are soon to follow. The fucking Hershey's thing. Wait, what is this? Like, so Hershey's put, like...
Hershey's showed this just yesterday. Hershey showed this with the Her for She campaign. The Her for She campaign was for International Women's Day, and what Hershey did was they went all feminist, but there was a twist on it. They went feminist and then cast a man dressed as...
I think you mean a trans woman. Did you see the Dumbass Daily Wire chocolate? Yeah, wait, this is what I'm looking at, right? Hershey's is our friend. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it's not the best chocolate in the world, but it's a
woman in the role...
I won't talk any shit.
...of the woman for International Women's Day.
My name is Faith.
So Hershey said trans women are women, and this guy is coping and seething.
John Stone. I'm the executive director of Wisdom to Action. We can create a world where everyone is able to live in public space as...
And maybe where we have slightly better chocolate than the waxy... Never mind, I'm just gonna stop bitching about...
their honest and authentic selves.
Look, I don't even eat chocolate, so I have no room to bitch.
See the woman changing how we see the future at Hershey's Canada.
Hershey's a better friend than Nazi Box, yeah.
I know. Everyone knows. It's so offensive in every way to every group it's seen.
You're a monster, dude. You even look like a monster. Look at this guy.
It's so offensive that you know it crossed Jeremy's mind, right? You know. So actually, some of you...
Wait, who? Who is he talking about? Jeremy? Who the fuck is Jeremy? Does anybody know? There are some meals you can use making chocolate, like Mexican mole. Poblano, that sounds pretty tasty, which you can get that from HelloFresh. Well, thank you for reminding me, because I haven't even I haven't even told you anything about HelloFresh. I feel like this is the wrong time to talk. This is the thing, is I don't feel good advertising my sponsor, in light of the horrible stuff that's coming out of Michael Knowles' mouth, that's coming out of Denial Box's mouth, that's coming out of Xanderhal's hole, right? I don't feel like it doesn't feel right. But yes, Shakespeare is correct, right? You can get 60% off right now, plus free shipping for your first box of HelloFresh. And Jeremy Boring, that's who he's talking about, Jeremy Boring. Okay. Wait, so Jeremy Boring is going to make shittier chocolate somehow? Hershey's Canada, where were you getting involved in? Yeah, that's right. Don't bring the sponsor into this segment.
Tweeted it at us. He said, this company, I just want to eat my chocolate, but this company is just rubbing my face in this stupid, not only woke feminist ideology, but this woke trans feminist.
It's all this woke ideology. Oh my God.
You know it crossed Jeremy's mind, but you probably thought, there's no way.
Wait, it crossed Jeremy's mind. What the fuck crossed Jeremy's mind?
There's no way that Jeremy would actually launch a chocolate company.
So literally, they're trying to launch chocolate company to own Hershey's. Okay. It's incredibly overpriced. Well, I mean, like that.
It's off to the races at the Daily Wire. They're all trying to get on this gravy train.
I mean, you all know the deal, right? Like, I'm sponsored by HelloFresh. There's a 60% off with my coupon code. I'm not gonna really talk about it, but I mean, if you wanna help me out, you know what you can do. Hopefully it helps you out as well. If it does, right? If getting meals delivered to you, if saving money on them, and if eating slightly better than you're used to eating, like I've been doing, right? If that's helpful for you, that is my code, and you can hit !HelloFresh to find more about the deal. Like Zira said, I'm not gonna bring them into this horrible segment. It feels wrong to advertise at this moment, but yeah, that's
Here's Michael Knowles. One of the guys seems to be left behind.
You know what won't call for the annihilation of trans people? HelloFresh, right? There we go.
I mean, for a while, he's really been overshadowed by Matt Walsh's genocidal mania.
Both pretty untalented and lacking in charisma, so they go to the most hateful spaces they can.
Knowles, another failed actor.
Here is Michael Knowles talking about another piece of anti-trans legislation, this one in Kansas.
Okay, so that's him on his show, right? This is, I think that the CPAC thing happened. I think that the CPAC thing happened before this. Why does YouTube suck? Search. Why does YouTube search suck? Like, especially when it comes to news. Like, literally, the most... Like, the thing that everybody's talking about right now, with Michael Knowles and CPAC not coming up in search, right? It's like, oh, do you want the things from 5 days ago? Oh, do you want the thing from 3 years ago? Oh, do you want the things? No, I want the thing that's fucking, like, right now. Like, there's no fucking responsiveness to, like, the time that something's going on, especially when it comes to news with YouTube. Why does YouTube search suck? And then, like, I mean, like, I don't know, we could probably talk about, like, Google search. We could talk about, like, I mean, like, Google's, like, right, it's even, like, it just, shit.
If it is false, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
If we have any reporters around, can I shoot them? And of course, I was a good officer. I always listen to my NCOs. But no,
you're not advocating that anybody would.
No, I would never.
Yo, if I even said like half of the shit that was on my mind right now, I would be yeeted so hard from every fucking platform. But this guy's allowed to talk about shooting, hunting the media for sport. Oh my god.
Advocate hunting the media for sport.
There's already an article. Because I could not in good conscience remain in a party that's under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers led by the queen of warmongers herself, Hillary Clinton.
Joe and Kamala even say that America's racist. Wokeness is a virus more dangerous than any pandemic, hands down.
We had a Republican Party that was ruled by freaks, neocons, globalists, open border zealots, and fools.
Wait, Attack on Titan is finally ending? I thought it was already over. Am I wrong about that?
I hear giggling in the background. I hear giggling in the background. What is it? Part of your new hobby. What is that? Taking in pets. Very nice. What kind of animals do you keep? Playboy bunnies? You know, Vladimir, if I really could reach out and touch someone, I would touch you with a baseball bat.
Americana has the flag on her mind during every match because she knows she'll be seeing stars later.
I heard David McClain kept the first honest dollar he made.
He should have. It was also the last honest dollar he made.
This is a tag team feature from Alexandria, Egypt. I tell you, fans, this gorgeous girl could make the Sphinx smile. One of my personal favorites. And when she shimmies, it's far better than my sister Kate could ever do. Hi, Glow fans.
Okay.
Off Mike Morgan, monitoring moves and maneuvers. And when the gorgeous girl from Alexandria dances, it gets awfully warm up here in the broadcast booth.
Now chat, I'm raiding into ABC3. Okay, this is you know, like there's some really questionable stuff that goes on in Glow, like, right? Some of the character the California doll. Okay, anyway, like I said, we're raiding into ABC3s, but that is not the end of the night for me. I'm going to be hanging out in my Discord, and can somebody hit the Discord? Questionable rap, too. Questionable. It's questionable. I'm going to be in stream, I'm going to be in the Discord, talking to, you know, whoever's around. Polly is looking to do her night on Saturday night. I'm gonna look to do my night on Sunday night. I've had just about as much as I can take. We're gonna cover what Matt Walsh versus every other conservative that's less of a ghoul than him. We're gonna do Ben Shapiro and Pierce Morgan talking about, oh my god, fuck me. The raid just happens way too quickly. The raid just happens way too fucking quickly. But there we go, raiding into ABC3. Much love, everybody. I will see you tomorrow, okay? Have a good night. If you can. Despite all the fucked up shit.